Welcome back, everybody, to another episode of the Network Show. And I don't know what we have today, but we will find it. I'm going to start off by playing some music. I know some of you love them, some of you hate them. Where do we play first? Here we go.
I admit it, I'm afraid they gon' kill me for this. Probably put me in my grave for the lyrics I spit. Been exposing the truth and all the secrets they're covering. If I die, it was big pharma or government. They putting too much truth in my songs. They gon' stage a suicide and say I chose to move on. Probably cutting my breath, so when I toured too long, I'll die in a crash. Say I was driving and drunk. Look, the little Illuminati real. They're trying to make you dumb, trying to numb you out with pills. Trying to make you broke, trying to tell you it's a deal. Processing your food, so now none of it is real. You're eating super good, but you still be getting ill. You're working super hard, but you still can't pay the bills. Silence in the visionaries, revising the dictionaries. Now you just can't find the right words to say and express how you feel. Target on my back, I think they're coming for my head. I know I recognize a vet, I bet they wanna see me dead. They're gonna kill me if I leave my room. They're gonna kill me if I go too soon. You should know said they would kill me. I admit it, I'm afraid they gon' murder me. Wouldn't be a problem if nobody ever heard of me. But I'm famous, so they'll probably try erasing me with urgency. Infect me with a sickness and deny me any surgeries. Stop me from exposing all the medicine and currency. And terrorism always been controlling us so perfectly. I'm telling you with certainty, they say it's for security. They monitor our lives like we live in Nazi Germany. They wanna microchip all the people, you don't believe it. Your fingerprint unlocking your phone, oh how convenient. They trick you to believe it, all the angels and demons. They say you'll go to hell if you ever go disappoint Jesus. I got a backbone and a platform and a tap phone. Never asked for it to be that known. My passport to my dashboard. It's the back door to stake this place. It's the Truman Show. See upcoming rap shows. Get your tickets for your favorite artists. You might also like clone rappers. Tom McDonald, Don't Let Me Go, MGK, Barbie, Jaden and Alexis. Target on my back, I think they're coming for my head. I know I recognize the vet, I bet they wanna see me dead. They're gonna kill me if I leave my room. They're gonna kill me if I go too soon. You should know I said they would kill me. I admit it, I'm afraid I'll disappear. They won't issue me a ticket for a minor misdemeanor. They gon' try to lock me up before the moment while I'm here. Just let me take a minute to make sure you see it clear. Cancer has a cure, they kill Biggie and Pop. One thing I know for sure, 9/11 was an inside job. They stamped dollar bills with "In God We Trust." Well, a single dollar bill, the only thing we got. I think they probably think they got us fooled. Distort the information and curriculum to school. They ain't making you a scholar, man, they're making you a fool. They're making you a felon if you choose to break the rules. This is not a game with a million ways to lose, no. I admit it, I'm afraid I'll disappear. They won't issue me a ticket for a minor misdemeanor. They gon' try to lock me up before the moment while I'm here. Just let me take a minute to make sure you see it clear. Cancer has a cure, they kill Biggie and Pop. One thing I know for sure, 9/11 was an inside job. They stamped dollar bills with "In God We Trust." Well, a single dollar bill, the only thing we got. I think they probably think they got us fooled. Distort the information and curriculum to school. They ain't making you a scholar, man, they're making you a fool. They're making you a felon if you choose to break the rules. They design a game with a million ways to lose, no. intestinals. Go Mad Max on the totally turn into the pterodome. I don't need a stethoscope, I can smell the pheromones. Know I got that wood and I'm batting like I'm Barry Bonds. Hope you in my Pokemon, call me Ash Ketchum. Show them air rollers, girl, we gon' play some basketball. Puffin' on these Scooby snacks, you know I'm a shaggy dog. Racing like a rally car, looking for the happy hour. You know what I'm saying, baby, I'm a fucking dog, I'm a fucking dog. I've been on the block, baby, trying to catch enough, trying to catch enough. You know what I'm saying, baby, I'm a fucking dog, fucking dog. I've been on the block, baby, trying to catch enough. Know I got that wood and I'm batting like I'm Barry Bonds. Poke you with my Pokemon, call me Ash Ketchum. Show them air rollers, girl, we gon' play some basketball. Puffin' on these Scooby snacks, you know I'm a shaggy dog. Racing like a rally car, looking for the happy hour. Know I got that wood and I'm batting like I'm Barry Bonds. Poke you with my Pokemon, call me Ash Ketchum. Show them air rollers, girl, we gon' play some basketball. You know what I'm saying, baby, I'm a fucking dog, I'm a fucking dog. I've been on the block, baby, trying to catch enough, trying to catch enough. You know what I'm saying, baby, I'm a fucking dog, fucking dog. I've been on the block, baby, trying to catch enough. For the happy hour, racing like a rally car, looking for the happy hour. You know what I'm saying, baby, I'm a fucking dog, I'm a fucking dog. I've been on the block, baby, trying to catch enough, trying to catch enough. You know what I'm saying, baby, I'm a fucking dog, fucking dog. I've been on the block, baby, trying to catch enough. You know what I'm saying, baby, I'm a fucking dog. I've been on the block, baby, trying to catch enough. Know I got that wood and I'm batting like I'm Barry Bonds. Poke you with my Pokemon, call me Ash Ketchum. Show them air rollers, girl, we gon' play some basketball. Puffin' on these Scooby snacks, you know I'm a shaggy dog. Racing like a rally car, looking for the happy hour. Know I got that wood and I'm batting like I'm Barry Bonds. Poke you with my Pokemon, call me Ash Ketchum. Show them air rollers, girl, we gon' play some basketball. You know what I'm saying, baby, I'm a fucking dog, I'm a fucking dog. I've been on the block, baby, trying to catch enough, trying to catch enough. You know what I'm saying, baby, I'm a fucking dog, fucking dog. I've been on the block, baby, trying to catch enough. Racing like a rally car, looking for the happy hour. Racing like a rally car, looking for the happy hour. Racing like a rally car, looking for the happy hour. Racing like a rally car, looking for the happy hour. The storm warning, flashlights blink on and on, and I marvel at it all. Just the simplicity, beauty of life, like a giant painting on canvas.
How can I help you?
Hi, is that Oliver?
Yes, how can I help you?
Hello, I'm calling from Buxy Breaks, the hotel company. We've got on here that you did a telephone survey back in June with a company called My Offers.
Who are you, sorry?
Our company is Buxy Breaks. We're a hotel company, but we was involved in the survey.
Fuxy.
Buxy, B-O-O-K-S-I, Buxy Breaks. That's our company. We're a hotel company.
Okay.
We retail hotels and things, and we selected you for a promotion because you've done that survey.
Okay.
So I think it was mentioned to you briefly on the call, but I'll go over it with you. We're offering 2 hotels with 70% off. One of them's in the Cotswolds area, 4-star with a spa facility.
Right.
And the other one is up in Scotland, overlooking the Lake of Menteith. 4-star again.
Very nice.
So the 2 areas you can pick from. But before I go any further, would they be areas that you'd be interested in travelling to for a short break, 3 nights?
It's Scotland.
The Scotland one is lovely, I have got to say. It's about 20 minutes from Stirling.
Mm-hmm.
It's in a little town called Aberfoyle, and it overlooks the lake. So
Nice.
it is really nice, that one.
Okay.
3 nights, 4 days is what we're offering in both the hotels. If you Google them, you'll see that they retail for about £900 normally, so they are quite pricey.
Right.
We can offer it today with 70% off. So it's basically $199 we've got the deal for, and that's covering you and your partner for 3 nights.
Right.
With breakfast as well.
Sounds good.
So we were looking. Go on, sorry.
Sounds nice, I said.
Do you think you'd use something like that?
Probably not, no.
No. Right, okay, then we won't go any further then, no problem. You take care.
Thank you. There you go.
Yo, here we go, let me tell you about this man, Volar for president, he's got the master plan. He's not about the games, he won't throw no shade. He's here to build things up, not just throw grenades. From the city streets to the rural towns, he's known. Got a vision for the future, it's his to own. Educate, innovate, let's elevate, no debate. Volar's the leader we need to legislate. Volar for president, yeah, he's the choice clear. Bringing real to the table, bringing nothing but realness here. No more lies, no more disguise, just clear skies. Lars got the vision that'll make us all rise. Talking about healthcare, education, reform the nation. Got plans on deck, no hesitation. Jobs for the masses, watch as poverty passes. Equality for all, no divides by classes. Infrastructure, tech, and green energy. Sustainable policies that will set us free. Lars on the mic, telling it like it is. Vote for change, vote for biz, vote and make him press. Vote Lars for president, yeah, he's the choice clear. Bringing laws, bringing peace, bringing everyone near. No more division, it's time for precision. Lars got the vision, turn out, head out, come shout, this ain't no mere mission. Proceed to shining sea, let the drum beat drop. Lars the name, remember it, he's rising to the top. So take it to the polls, take a stand, take action. Vote Lars satisfaction, a leader of passion. So here's the call to the young, the old, and everyone. This ain't no typical politic run, it's a movement, a revival. It's time for a new arrival. Lars the title, the essential for our survival. Education, jobs, health, and more. Lars got the roadmap, he's got the law. So stand up, be heard, let's join together. Make the right choice, brighter future, whatever the weather. Vote Lars for president, make the wise choice. Let's empower his voice, stand up, rejoice. No left or right, just forward to the light. Lars the captain, our ship's in sight, holding tight. So this is your moment, the time is now. Lars for leader, he's shown us how. Let's rally, let's cheer, the election is near. Vote Lars for president, let's get into gear. Here we go, let me tell you about this man, Volar for president, he's got the master plan. He's not about the games, he won't throw no shade. He's here to build things up, not just throw grenades. From the city streets to the rural towns, he's known. Got a vision for the future, it's his to own. Educate, innovate, let's elevate, no debate. Volar's the leader we need to legislate. So here's the call to the young, the bold, and everyone. This ain't no typical politic run, it's a movement, a revival. It's time for a new arrival. Lars entitled, the essential for our survival. Education, jobs, health, and more. Lars got the roadmap, he's got the law. Educate, innovate, let's elevate, no debate. Vote Lars satisfaction, vote Lars for president, make the wise choice. Let's empower his voice, stand up, rejoice. No left or right, just forward to the light. for a moment, the time is now. Lord for leader, he's shown us how. Let's rally, let's cheer, the election is near. Vote Lord for president, let's get into gear. Yeah, vote Lord for president. Let's get into gear.
All right. Welcome back. Welcome back. Let's see what this show's got. Play a little bit of Redacted. Thank you, Clinton.
What's happening? Get ready for the mother of all false flag attacks.
We begin with the global computer crisis. The worst may be over, but the outage is still causing problems.
In the past few hours, we've gotten some really disturbing news about what's coming to the people of the United States and our infrastructure that we rely on every day to live our lives. They will use you like pawns, so don't fall for it. So a couple of big stories that we're tracking today. All of this thanks to cybersecurity company CrowdStrike pushing a simple software update, as they say. It backfired, brought down the United States banking industry, the airline industry, e-commerce, you name it. Oh, and by the way, don't call 911 because there are nationwide outages of 911 services all across the U.S. When the CrowdStrike CEO was asked about it, he looked like he had a heart attack on live television. Either that or he was trying to pass a kidney stone at the time. Watch.
Air travel, credit card payment systems, banks, broadcasts, street lights, 911, emergency, around the globe. Why is there not some kind of redundancy or some sort of backup? How is it that one single software bug can have such a profound and immediate impact?
Well, when you look at the complexity of cybersecurity, you're always trying to stay one step ahead of the adversaries. Excuse me. Yeah, just 1 second, please.
Oh yeah, take a drink of water.
Yeah, that didn't go well. But this CrowdStrike story doesn't add up at all. Remember, CrowdStrike is the company that made up the fake Russiagate story. CrowdStrike was working for the Hillary Clinton campaign. And of course, a few hours ago, President Biden officially said he's not running for re-election, handing the torch over to Kamala Harris. And yet rumors are swirling this morning that Hillary Clinton will be the nominee at the Democratic National Convention. A coincidence?
It's just awfully good that someone with the temperament of Donald Trump is not in charge of the law in our country.
Because you'd be in jail.
Secretary Clinton.
And as journalist Aaron Mate reminds us, the FBI relied on CrowdStrike to independently investigate the hacked DNC servers. So I don't trust a damn thing that comes out of their mouths, and why should you? So when they tell us that a software update caused everything to collapse, don't believe them. Try going to your local bank ATM and take money out. Good luck. Chances are you won't be able to. I thought something was wrong with my ATM card yesterday. I tried 3 times at multiple locations, put my PIN in repeatedly. It kept spitting my card out. Like I was back in college, broke, sorry, no money. Then a woman trying to do the same thing in the other lane said, "The bank's down," she shouted. "Oh, the bank is down." Wait. What the hell did she just say? The bank is down? I can't get American paper currency right now? Oh, right. Most of America's infrastructure is down. That makes sense. Early voting was just starting in the battleground state of Arizona. Sorry, we have to close our electronic voting machines. You can't vote because America is down right now. Come back another time. Meanwhile, don't call 911 because 911 services are also reportedly down in areas all over the country. Last week on our show, we just so happened to be covering how the 911 grid is collapsing across the United States. Journalist Whitney Webb explained how this is intentional, and our 911 services are now being outsourced to Israel.
And actually, there's another company that Peter Thiel funded that's involved with developing this pre-crime system in the United States by actually taking over county by county the nation's 911 emergency call systems. This is an Israeli-founded company called Carbine 911 that was nominally headed for a long time by Ehud Barak, the former Israeli prime minister. Jeffrey Epstein funded it with $1 million. Allegedly, Leslie Wexner, his biggest patron, did as well.
This is a huge concern. I mean, as we head into this election, a lot of people saying, well, could we see some sort of, big national emergency, and now 911 networks are going down across the United States, as the USA Today reported this past week. Is this like an effort for them to say, hey, your 911 network is down? Well, we have the perfect solution for you. It's an Israeli-backed 911 network.
That is essentially what is happening, and it's actually been in the works for several years. For several years now.
Israel, which runs the entire United States Congress, can now also run our 911 emergency services in the United States. Makes total sense when you think about it, right? If I fall down, get hurt, call 911, it'll be routed right through Israel. What the hell is happening? While most people have been distracted by President Biden dropping out of the race, or how many shooters tried to assassinate President Trump, newsflash, it was at least 2 people, we now know, and possibly as many as 3. So they want you to look over there while they execute the next part of their plan over here to keep the deep state in power. President Biden, of course, is just a puppet for the deep state. Now, don't get me wrong, those are incredibly important stories. Trump's assassination, Biden being replaced. But what is coming is by all accounts bigger and will affect all of us. Pay attention to this, guys. What could be so big that it forces us into a lockdown, forces us to use their digital currency, forces us to change our behavior? Well, a massive infrastructure collapse, of course. An infrastructure collapse we can blame on another country. As BlackRock CEO Larry Fink just pointed out, you need to force people in order to change their behavior. You need to use force.
Well, behaviors are going to have to change, and this is one thing we're asking companies. You have to force behaviors, and at BlackRock, we are forcing behaviors.
Of course you have to use force. People don't want your lousy digital currency. They don't want to be locked down at home and told what to do. We knew this was coming, of course. The WEF has been warning us for years that the next pandemic wouldn't be a virus, it would be a cyber attack. The WEF detailed this attack in their Cyber Polygon report. And of course, it's shocking that CrowdStrike is a proud member of the WEF. You can't make this stuff up, guys. So the way to keep Biden in power, keep the deep state in power, is to create a massive false flag that harms every one of us, and then we blame it on a foreign adversary, like, 9/11, right? That's exactly how this works. So let's spin the wheel. Who could be behind all of this? Could it be Russia? Nah, they've tried that one. China? Nah, too obvious. Ah, yes, Iran.
Where we are now is not in a good place. Iran, because the nuclear agreement was thrown out, instead of being at least a year away from having the breakout capacity of producing fissile material for a nuclear weapon, is now probably 1 or 2 weeks away from doing that.
Over the past 24 hours, the White House is pretending to go into DEFCON 2, one step away from war with Iran. Oh, and the shooter that tried to kill Trump had an encrypted overseas account, or multiple encrypted overseas accounts. Dare I say he was an Iranian secret agent? Oh, that's what they're trying to tell us next.
Some other things are coming out, like the shooter had 3 encrypted accounts overseas. At the same time, we're having an Iranian plot. I think this is going to go much broader, much deeper.
Iran is only 1 week away from having a nuclear weapon. The shooter that tried to kill Trump was an Iranian spy, so we better go to war with them right now. If you believe that, I have a bridge to sell you in the corrupt town called Netanyahu. A U.S. war with Iran, of course, is Netanyahu's wet dream. He's been dreaming about it for many, many years. Meanwhile, half of CrowdStrike's servers are located in Ukraine. Ukraine is run by the CIA. Again, I'm sure it's nothing. Remember when Donald Trump told us all that CrowdStrike had the DNC server in Ukraine? The reason they had it in Ukraine was to hide it from the U.S. government?
For instance, I still ask the FBI, where is the server? So the server, they say, is held by a company whose primary ownership individual is from Ukraine. I'd like to see the server.
They gave the server to CrowdStrike, or whatever it's called, which is a company owned by a very wealthy Ukrainian.
Again, I'm sure it's nothing. No, in fact, I'm sure it's something massive coming for this country, and people better be ready for it. Don't be fooled by the lies they are spinning right now. All the media will be on the same page when they try to trick you. They will all run stories almost within a 24-hour time period when they're trying to spin this yarn. They want you to be scared, and they want you to be sheep that they can control. Don't be sheep. Don't let them control you. Period. Don't fall for it. That's the news update part of today's video. Now I want to tell you about today's sponsor, which is time.
All I hear is new chain, big house, fast car, it's so boring. And all of that is lies, man, it's so corny. Death threats coming every other day for me, but I don't believe a word, that shit is ghost stories. Hi, my name is Mellows, welcome to the show. If you are easily offended, then you probably should go. My resolution to lose is who my new music is triggered. And just 1 million views on YouTube is 2 big middle fingers. I don't apologize or compromise, I quantify the figures, cause I'm optimized for making a killing and getting bigger. Had to fire all along, I needed fuel in the flicker to light the fuse to the mixture of the rumors and liquor. They got nothing else to do but try to cut me with scissors. But what's a blade to a building made out of iron and pillars? Go ahead and cry me a river, cause I've been dying to go swimming. And I'm decided to find it funny when they whine, cause I'm winning. I just tell the truth, it's up to you to love or dismiss it. I'm just pointing out what I feel that the game has been missing. And every time I open my mouth up, you get offended. You say that talk is cheap, but then you act like it's expensive. You can't afford to speak your mind, afraid you'll get rejected by some strangers on the internet whose lives are all pathetic. I was surrounded by people who just pretend to be down, and then I blew up off a record. No one's friends with me now. But I hear it's new chain, big house, fast cars, so boring. And all of that is lies, man, it's so corny. Death threats coming every other day for me, but I don't believe a word, that shit is ghost stories. Hi, my name is Mellows, welcome to the show. If you are easily offended, then you probably should go. My resolution to lose is who my new music is triggered. And just 1 million views on YouTube is 2 big middle fingers. I don't apologize or compromise or quantify the figures, cause I'm optimized for making a killing and getting bigger. Had to fire all along, I needed fuel in the flicker to light the fuse to the mixture of the rumors and liquor. They got nothing else to do but try to cut me with scissors. But what's a blade to a building made out of iron and pillars? Go ahead and cry me a river, cause I've been dying to go swimming. And I'm deciding to find it funny when they whine, cause I'm winning. I just tell the truth, it's up to you to love or dismiss it. I'm just pointing out what I feel that the game has been missing. And every time I open my mouth up, you get offended. You say that talk is cheap, but then you act like it's expensive. You can't afford to speak your mind, afraid you'll get rejected by some strangers on the internet whose lives are all pathetic. I was surrounded by people who just pretend to be down, and then I blew up off a record. No one's friends with me now. You say that talk is cheap, but then you act like it's expensive. You say that talk is cheap, but then you act like it's expensive. You can't afford to speak your mind, afraid you'll get rejected by some strangers on the internet whose lives are all pathetic. I was surrounded by people who just pretend to be down, and then I blew up off a record. No one's friends with me now. No one's friends with me now. Can't afford to speak your mind, afraid you'll get rejected by some strangers on the internet whose lives are all pathetic. I was surrounded by people who just pretend to be down, and then I blew up off a record. No one's friends with me now.
Roll up deep in the rover, nuts buzzing all day, world take over. Kingdom no bill, be zero clover. Crack shells, no luck, lean, no do-over. Much drip gold, shells crushed. Cover cities, no rush, BSC hush. Enemies get dusted, scatter like rust. Bust nuts, turn crush, dreams come bust. BSC for life, taking over night. Busting nuts for miles, world domination in style. Bustin' like a cannon, no stopping. BSC stacking up, with stop dropping. Nuts like treasure buckets popping. All unlocked, no clocks, no frog stopping. BSC, yeah, taking over. Bust nuts, world doing up, no more silver. Ghost nuts, world doing up. Bust nuts, world doing up. Bust nuts, world doing up. Bustin' like a cannon, no stopping. BSC stacking up with stuff dropping. Nuts like treasure buckets popping. All unlocked, no clocks, no flocks, stop. Crack the earth, split the sea. Busting nuts, free is free. DNC rain, y'all can see. Fall on knees, it's destined to be. World on these destined to be. DNC for life, taking over life. Busting nuts for miles. World domination in style. Busting like a cannon, no stopping. DNC stacking up with stuff dropping. Nuts like treasure buckets popping. All unlocked, no clocks, no flocks, stop. Comes nuts from dawn up. Bust nuts from dawn up. Bust nuts from dawn up.
Bust nuts, world order. Right on.
Hot bottom at the pain is greater than the suit. Remind them every time it's greater than the suit. Education we defend is gonna save the world. Dreaming reunite together, save the world. I remind them that the pen is greater than the soul. Remind them every time it's greater than the soul. Education we defend is gonna save the world. Dream and reunite, together save the world. I remind them that the pen is greater than the soul. Don't stop trying, we all equally God's light. Education we defend is gonna save the world. Save the world, save the world. Inshallah. Education is not just some privilege. It's a right every child deserves, is God-given. That right comes under threat, it must be defended. You don't think Allah don't see what you're doing to his children? Who's the hell accountable? Who's in charge, mister? These kids don't have nothing to do with y'all business. You should be building more schools, not prisons. They bombed us, it ain't even make the news of y'all city. He could have been a scholar, but he's a child of Gaza. Missile hit his home and crushed and killed his baba. We should be playing soccer or meeting up by our lockers. He wanted to be a doctor, but he didn't have those options. Like the pen is greater than the soul. Remind them every time it's greater than the soul. Education we defend is gonna save the world. Dream and reunite, together save the world. I'll remind them that the pen is greater than the soul. Don't stop trying, we all equally God's lives. Education we defend is gonna save the world. Save the world, save the world, inshallah. The system need to be eradicated. The attack on education has been activated. It's not random, it's intentional, it's calculated. I'll be lying if I said I wasn't aggravated. I ain't smiling cause I ain't happy. Know how many times I pray for peace and peace ain't happy. Still get on my rug and pray for peace, still gotta take actions. And people held responsible for actions. Until then we gotta stay active, we need change. That change need to be data driven, accurate, comprehensive. And since we are the victims, we deserve a voice in the day-to-day decisions. And we can dig this generation out these great. Remind them that the pen is greater than the soul. Remind them every time it's greater than the soul. Education we defend is gonna save the world. Dream and reunite, together save the world. I'll remind them that the pen is greater than the soul. Don't stop trying, we all equally God's lives. Education we defend is gonna save the world. Save the world, save the world. Inshallah, the system need to be eradicated. The attack on education has been activated. It's not random, it's intentional, it's calculated. I'll be lying if I said I wasn't aggravated. I ain't smiling cause I ain't happy. Know how many times I pray for peace and peace ain't happen. Still get on my rug and pray for peace, but God take actions. And people held responsible for their actions. Until then we gotta stay active, we need change. That change need to be data driven, accurate, comprehensive. And since we are the victims, we deserve a voice in day-to-day decisions. And we can dig this generation out these grave conditions. I'll remind them that the pen is greater than the soul. Remind them every time it's greater than the soul. Education we defend is gonna save the world. Dream and reunite, together save the world. I'll remind them that the pen is greater than the soul. Don't stop trying, we all equally God's lives. Education we defend is gonna save the world. Save the world, save the world, inshallah. I'll remind them that the pen is greater than the soul. Remind them every time it's greater than the soul. I'll remind them that the pen is greater than the soul.
Pen is definitely greater than the sword. There you go.
Yeah, I'm stepping out the shadows, real talk, no bravado. I'm masking all the fakes, man. Government's the puppet show, they're pulling strings from above. Got their hands soaking in our blood, preaching peace while they're waging war. Tell me what they fighting for. Corruption's a virus, spreading like an inferno. Preying on our fears, a world of chaos they churn, yo. I'm just a mellow man, but I see through their plans. All these dirty deals sealed with bloodstained hands. I'm raising the voice, gotta make that choice. Stand up, speak out, let's make some noise. They can't control us, they can't ignore. All of us together loud, we roar. Check the headlines, read between the lines. Cover-ups, lies, it's just their design. $1 trillion wars, starving the poor while the rich feast and keep asking for more. Got me questioning who we really trust in. Puppets on a string and morality's rusted. We're just pawns in the game, anonymity's a shame. But I'm breaking silence, exposing the violence. Skeletal secrets in the closet, bones laid bare. Decoding their deceit as a gasp for air. They muddy the truth with their polished lies, but I see clear now, no wool over these eyes. I'm raising the voice, gotta make that choice. Stand up, speak out, let's make some noise. They can't control us, they can't ignore. All of us together loud, we roar. Check the headlines, read between the lines. Cover-ups, lies, it's just their design. $1 trillion wars, starving the poor while the rich feast and keep asking for more. Got me questioning who we really trust in. Puppets on a string, their morality's rusting. We're just pawns in the game, anonymity's a shame. But I'm breaking the silence, exposing their violence. Skeletal secrets in the closet, bones laid bare. Decoding their deceit as a gasp for air. They muddy the truth with their polished lies, but I see clear now, no wool over these eyes. I'm raising the voice, gotta make that choice. Stand up, speak out, let's make some noise. They can't control us, they can't ignore. All of us together loud, we roar. It's a battle of minds, the fight for what's right. They're cloaked in darkness, we're the bringers of light. So gather your courage, let's reclaim our power. This is the moment, it's our final hour. I'm just mellow, one word to hard, explosive ammo. Bringing me along, wake up, it's time to go camo. Invisible no more, we're standing up about to score. Truth as our guide, justice is what we fight for. No more secrets, transparency we demand. Holding them accountable, we'll make a stand. We're not just numbers, but voices loud and clear. Together we rise, overcome the fear. I'm raising my voice, gotta make that choice. Stand up, speak out, let's make some noise. They can't control us, they can't ignore. All of us together loud, we roar. So here's to the mellows, warriors in the night, exposing corruption. We're here to fight for justice, for truth, for a world that's right. Together unbroken in this fight, we unite.
There you go. Just replying to some people. Anyone wants to come up on the panel, you're welcome. You're just going to have to go around the world, unfortunately. You need to email me. You should know my email by now. It's public. Nightbot keeps spitting it out every 5 minutes. You can join me in Jitsi. Jitsi is open. I'm streaming, screen sharing the show. You can also join me on Telegram. Telegram, you can get the link. You don't even have to ask me. It's already posted there. Fortunately, we have to create obstacles and make it even more difficult for people who want to attack and take down the channels. I've been getting constant false reports. People are constantly trying to take me down, basically. So unfortunately, you lot are going to have to go around the world. You're going to have to either email me, jump into Jitsi so I can confirm who you are, or you can go to join the Telegram group, where you can just click on the StreamYard link and come up on the panel and join me. Alternatively, you can contact one of the co-hosts. They all have keys and they can invite you if they want to. If they trust you. But that's just the way it's going to have to go from now on. What else we got? Oh, loads of things, but I'm just going to take my time today. As promised, here we go, where is it?
Smoke, rooftop party on fire, liquor pouring like hope. Big beats moving bodies, women dancing so free. Booties shaking like rhythms everyone wants to be. Rooftop groove, we fly high, underneath the starlit sky. Feel the bass in our soul. Let the good times take control. Every smile, every glance feels like endless summer dance. Liquor flowing, OG haze in this party, in this place. We got music as our guide, dancing close side by side. Laughter echoes in the night, everything feels so right. Rooftop groove, we fly high, underneath the starlit sky. Feel the bass in our soul. Let the good times take control. Every smile, every glance feels like endless summer dance. Liquor flowing, OG haze in this party, in this place. We got music as our guide, dancing close side by side. Laughter echoes in the night, everything feels so right. Rooftop groove, we fly high, underneath the starlit sky. Feel the bass in our soul. Let the good times take control.
Okay. Another video coming up. Gotta love the jam.
Floats like a balloon, dreams popping in the night. Silence is golden, but I ain't feeling alright. Gone with the wind, deep breaths of our scheming. Forever lost in the abyss, dreams just teasing. Moments like old snapshots, blurred and faded. Paper memories crumpled up, dreams invaded. No more holding hands, mine left out to dry. Pain drifting in my heart like a dagger in the sky. Foolish heart playing tricks on me. Thought love was here, now it's fantasy. Torments dancing, killing me softly. Was it ever real or just glossy imagery? When did the gates of love shut with a bang? Was it a high or by it left me in the hang? Tenderness took a hike, no rapture in sight. Exiles me from warm talks, fades with the light. No more words to spill. Silence is my friend, wanted you to see the real me, not pretend. Now keep foolish heart playing games, won't let me be. Foolish heart playing tricks on me. Thought love was here, now it's fantasy. Torments dancing, killing me softly. Was it ever real or just glossy imagery? Joker with the deck cards, stealing deceit. Love a mirage, dust getting in my feet. Chasing shadows, lost in twilight's fleet. Foolish heart, sneaky like a thief in retreat. Should've seen it coming, sky turned gray. Heart took a hit like a cinema cliche. Now I'm left pondering in a dark arcade. Foolish heart led astray, false serenade. And now it's fantasy. Torments dancing, killing me softly. Was it ever real or just glossy imagery? When did the gates of love show with a bang? Was it a high or by left me in the hang? Tenderness took a hike, no rapture in sight. Exiles me from warm talks, fades with the light. No more words to spill. Silence is my friend, wanted you to see the real me, not pretend. Now the gates are locked, can't find the key. Foolish heart playing games, won't let me be. Foolish heart playing tricks on me. Thought love was here, now it's fantasy. Torments dancing, killing me softly. Was it ever real or just glossy imagery? Joker with the deck cards, stealing deceit. Love a mirage, dust getting in my feet. Chasing shadows, lost in twilight's fleet. Foolish heart, sneaky like a thief in retreat. Joker with the deck cards, stealing deceit. Love a mirage, dust getting in my feet. Chasing shadows, lost in twilight's fleet. Foolish heart, sneaky like a thief in retreat. Should've seen it coming, sky turned gray. Heart took a hit like a cinema cliche. Now I'm left pondering in a dark arcade. Foolish heart led astray, false serenade.
I'll email you the link, bro. Give me a sec. No. Here's your fucking email. Hot damn it. Hot diggity dog, man. And what the fuck is your email? There it is. There you go. Subject link. Motherfucker. Sorry guys, give me a second. I am shit at multitasking. I'll play another tune.
In the absence of your touch, I miss you oh so much. The kiss that sets me free, your words that comfort me, your lips, they bring the fire, fulfill my heart's desire. I long for you each night, to hold you oh so tight. I miss your warm embrace, the way you touch my face, here with me for all eternity. Some nights I feel so cold without your hand to hold. My body fits to yours in love forevermore. Every whisper in my ear, I wish you could appear to chase away the fear, make everything so clear. I miss your warm embrace, the way you touch my face. I need you here with me for all eternity. Every whisper in my ear, I wish you could appear to chase away the fear, make everything so clear. I miss your warm embrace, the way you touch my face. I need you here with me for all eternity.
There you go.
Floats like a balloon, dreams popping in the night. Silence is golden, but I ain't feeling alright. Gone with the wind, deep breaths of our scheming. Forever lost in the abyss, dreams just teasing. Moments like old snapshots, blurred and faded. Paper memories crumpled up, dreams invaded. No more holding hands, mine left out to dry. Pain drifting in my heart like a dagger in the sky. Foolish heart playing tricks on me. Thought love was here, now it's fantasy. Torments dancing, killing me softly. Was it ever real or just glossy imagery? When did the gates of love shut with a bang? Was it a high or bite left me in the hang? Tenderness took a hike, no rapture in sight. Exiles me from warm talks, fades with the light. No more words to spill, silence is my friend. Wanted you to see the real me, not pretend. Now the gates are locked, can't find the key. Foolish heart playing games won't let me be. Foolish heart playing tricks on me. Thought love was here, now it's fantasy. Torments dancing, killing me softly. Was it ever real or just glossy imagery? Joker with the deck cards, stealing deceit. Love a mirage, dust getting in my feet. Chasing shadows, lost in twilight's fleet. Foolish heart, sneaky like a thief in retreat. Should've seen it coming, sky turned gray. Heart took a hit like a cinema cliche. Now I'm left pondering in a dark arcade. Foolish heart led astray, false serenade. Foolish heart playing tricks on me. The love was here, now it's fantasy. Torments dancing, killing me softly. Was it ever real or just glossy imagery? Or did the gates of love show with a bang? Was it a high or bye left me in the hang? Tenderness took a hike, no rapture in sight. Exiles me from warm talk, states with the light. No more words to spill. Silence is my friend, wanted you to see the real me, not pretend. Now the gates are locked, can't find the key. Foolish heart playing games won't let me be. Foolish heart playing tricks on me. Thought love was here, now it's fantasy. Torments dancing, killing me softly. Was it ever real or just glossy imagery? Joker with the deck card, stealing deceit. Love or mirage, dust getting in my feet. Chasing shadows, lost in twilight sleep. Foolish heart, sneaky like a thief in retreat. Joker with the deck card, stealing deceit. Love or mirage, dust getting in my feet. Chasing shadows, lost in twilight's fleet. Foolish heart, sneaky like a thief in retreat. Should've seen it coming, sky turned gray. Heart took a hit like a cinema cliche. Now I'm left pondering in a dark arcade. Foolish heart led astray, false serenade.
All right. What else you got? Okay.
wake up in the morning light, Mellow's feeling alright. Sunshine through the window bright, everything just feeling tight. 4:20 clock is ticking down, Mellow's ready in this town. Light it up and pass it around, peace and love just found a sound. Grabs his paper rolls and ice, twisted up, no need for ice. Inhale deep and feel the rise. Oh, oh. Eyes red but it's no surprise. Oh, 4:20 clock is ticking down, Mellow's ready in this town. Light it up and pass it around, peace and love just found a sound. Clouds forming in the air, Mellow's without a care. Laughter fills everywhere, feel the freedom everywhere, feel the freedom everywhere. Afternoon fades to the night, stars above, they shine so bright. Mellow's heart, it feels so light. Oh, oh, everything just feels so right. Afternoon fades to the night, stars above, they shine so bright. Yeah. Mellow's heart, it feels so light. Oh, oh, everything just feels so right. Oh, 4:20 clock is ticking down, Mellow's ready in this town. Light it up and pass it around, peace and love just found a sound. Yeah, peace and love just found a sound.
I emailed you the link, Inferno. It should be good. I just double checked it and sent it again. It's the same link. Hi, Susan. You just missed your song I just played. Stick around, I'll play it again. Link, by the way, is in Telegram. It's already posted. If you guys want to join the Telegram group, the links for the Telegram group are Nightbot. Will spit them out in a minute now. If you need an invite to the Telegram group, let me know. We'll let someone from the Telegram group know. We'll arrange an invite for you. If you want to be a part of the network, email me. I will help you set up and join the network. Then you won't need a link. You can just let yourself in. I sent you 2 emails, same link, just now. Okay.
Here's the problem with America, the country is broken. Cause they minds stay closed, but they mouths stay open. Get attacked and we blame terrorists, go broke and we blame the price. Blame racists for the racism, but only if their skin is white. We don't need guns, we can call the police. We don't need fire extinguishers, call a fireman please. You didn't want to build a wall and now the border is weak. Your favorite actor has a gate that's like 15 feet. Racism is gay if you're offended, that's retarded. Intolerance is great until you speak and you're a target. If a white man paints his face like he's a racist piece of garbage, but you put him in a dress and he's courageous and he's gorgeous. All these double standards, man, I'm tired of the noise. Freedom's an illusion if they censor your voice. Call a dad a deadbeat for neglecting his boys, but a mom kills a baby and you call it pro-choice. You act like you're so much better than us. Yeah, we know that. Who told you that you so special? Screw a new world order. Your facts ain't facts without censoring us. Yeah, we know that. Good job, you lose, here's your medal. Screw a new world order. Why they hate the flag? They try to burn it to the ground. Don't do that in front of me, I'ma let off a round. Ow. Scream loud, burn the city down now. Put it on the news, make them all feel proud. Look, make a system where 85% of black people fill the prison. Is it cause they black or they make bad decisions? I ain't good at math, but it seems like it's division. Or is it white privilege? I believe politicians need to be locked up. Try to take our freedoms, that's how you get shot up. Got our back against the wall, try to just stop us. More guns, more ammunition, please stock up. Election gets rigged, rights get infringed. Take the syringe, fighting your kids. Show up right where you live, make me wanna grab a rifle and just go. You act like you're so much better than us. Yeah, we know that. Who told you that you so special? Screw a new world order. Your facts ain't facts without censoring us. Yeah, we know that. Good job, you lose, here's your medal. Screw a new world order. Blame white folks for every little case, and we don't have no one to blame. We take responsibility. They tell you be a man, they call it toxic masculinity. Then when you act too feminine, they call it white fragility. I don't understand. Trans man with humility. I'm just trying to rap, I get the best of my ability. If I disagree, you try to cancel. Get rid of me, you can't, so you can't be the answer. You killing me. And I hate white supremacy just as much as you, but I ain't feeling guilty for something I didn't do. The system's killing everyone, and everyone plays white folks forever than us. Who told you that you're so special? Screw a new world order. Your facts ain't facts without censoring us. Good job, you lose, here's your medal. Screw a new world order. And everyone blames white folks for every little bitty thing. We don't have no one to blame, we take responsibility. They tell you be a man, they call it toxic masculinity. Then when you act too feminine, they call it white fragility. I don't understand trans man with humility. I'm just trying to rap, I get the best of my ability. If I disagree, you try to cancel. Get rid of me, you can't, so you can't be the answer. You killing me. And I hate white supremacy just as much as you, but I ain't feeling guilty for something I didn't do. The system's killing everyone, and everyone blames white folks forever than us. Who told you that you're so special? Screw a new world order. Your facts ain't facts without censoring us. Good job, you lose, here's your medal. Screw a new world order. And everyone blames white folks for every little bitty thing.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. So we have a request for Mama Bear song.
If I could change the world.
That's not it. A different page. Shit. My apologies.
My mom likes when I rap fast with enough energy that it can make her heart dance. I would like to write a song for her to sing along. Better make it fucking bumpin' cause my mom's the bomb. Life took my parents on a giant roller coaster ride. Cause I was walking with a limp, something wasn't right. Doc came in the room, said they found a giant tumor. It was lodged in my brain, immediate surgical procedure. Imagine the thoughts running through their head. They 2-year-old boy heads filled with dread. You can't prepare for that being said on a Tuesday afternoon when you get out of bed. But I made it, I fucking made it. You've been by my side through good and hard times. I'd do anything for you, I'd do anything for you, Mama Bear. I love my Mama Bear. Mama Bear, I love Mama Bear. Childhood, we spent a lot of time together. School was pretty far. I wouldn't trade it for the world, driving, talking in the car. I was on a path or a mission, you could say. All I wanted was to be like Rafa, Roger, or Marc Andre. I always had it in me, the fire was burning strong. My mom told me a story from I was 6 years young. Mom, I hate losing so much, I want to win so badly. I guess not much has changed though, and that kinda makes me happy. I got fire burning in me, it's strong. Living by my side through the good and hard times. I'd do anything for you, I'd do anything for you, Mama Bear. I love my Mama Bear. Mama Bear, I love my Mama Bear. Mama Bear, I love Mama Bear. Back to the fire burning in me as a kid. It was hard to control the stupid shit I did. Provincial tennis champs, hitting no man in the head. Threw my racket at the net, it flew over, smack, his face went red. I looked over at my mom, oh my god, I'm dead. Oh my god, he's dead. She was living to the max. That kid needed a lesson, probably needed quite a smack. But my mom is way too cool for that. Control the stupid shit I did. Provincial tennis champs, hitting no man in the head. Threw my racket at the net, it flew over, smack, his face went red. I looked over at my mom, oh my god, I'm dead. Oh my god, he's dead. She was living to the max. A kid needed a lesson, probably needed quite a smack. But my mom is way too cool for that.
Okay, so we've opened up the Telegram group. I've dropped the link in the chat. This is the Vigilante Media group. You're all welcome to join it. I'm actually going to connect and stream to the Telegram group right now. Hang on. So you'll be able to watch this show over there on Telegram. Oh shit, I removed it. No, it's not. It's there. Do that in a second. I'll play another song so we're not sitting here in silence. To reorder these bloody files, man. They're all over the place. Fuck.
If I could change the world, I would make you smile and be happy. If I could change the world, I would make it safe for you to roll. If I could could change the world, I would make you honest and trustworthy. If I could change the world, I would make you love but not hate me. If I could change the world, I would teach you to justify and not criticize. If I could change the world, would I send you up to the stars above? If I could change the world, I would show you how to be satisfied. If I could change the world, I would show you peace and not war. If I could change the world, I would embrace you and expose the beauty around. If I could change the world, I would want unity and not divisions. If I could change the world, I would show you how to feed and not go hungry. If I could change the world, I would clothe you when you would not go naked. If I could change the world, would I send you up to the stars above? If I could change the world, I would show you how to be satisfied. If I could change the world, I would show you peace and not war. If I could change the world, I would embrace you and expose the beauty around. If I could change the world, yeah. There is so much I would want to do, but as you can see, I'm not the world, and so I can only change me and not the world. If I could change the world, would I send you up to the stars above? If I could change the world, I would show you how to be satisfied. If I could change the world, I would show you peace and not war. If I could change the world, I would embrace you and expose the beauty around.
There you go. Vigilante Media Group is open. I think we're streaming over there. I think there's a bit of a delay though. Horrible delay. Yeah. Another song coming up. Part 2.
Here's the issue at the heart of the states, we're divided. Minds clamped shut, but the arguments are heightened. Blaming others when the troubles deepen, and stretching the truth when it's hatred based on color. Only wrong if it's white, we lose. Claiming guns are pointless cause the cops are on speed dial, but won't keep a fire extinguisher to save their own child. Omitted walls will leave our borders in despair, so let's preach from behind high gates, hypocrisy lay bare. Throw it around racist like it's only one shade, but dress a dude in skirts and suddenly praise gets paid. Tired of these double standards, chaos every day. When voices get censored, there's nothing left to say. Call a man a deadbeat, shaming him for his flaws, but when life is taken by choice, it's suddenly a cause. You think you're standing on higher ground? It's clear now. The sacred truth, twisted bound, pushing a new world order. You're crazy just without the whole sound. It's clear now. All sorrow to where there's your crown, pushing a new world order. They despise the flag, aim to burn it down to ashes. Step against that, in my view, response comes in flashes. They're loud and proud that violence taking center stage. Media spins it into pride while inside a rage. A system skewed where majority themselves unfairly. Is the color to blame when the choices made barely? Not a math whiz, but the divide's crystal clear. Questioning if it's the shade of my skin I fear. Lock away those politicians, stripping freedoms bit by bit. Tread on us, find out how quickly we're lit. Corner us, and see if we don't push back. Stop all the defense, no attention to lack. Rights trampled, realities raped, they insist. Pointing guns at liberty, but we persist. You think you're standing on higher ground? It's clear now. Sacred truth, twisted bound, pushing a new world order. You're crazy just without the whole sound. It's clear now. False law rules you where there's your crown, pushing a new world order. Now it seems every fault is the white man's burden. We hold our own accountability certain. They preach manhood, they scorn its tenacity. Show weakness, they mock with the hiss of frailty. Raising kids in a world where dissent is a risk. Speak out, get canceled, the punishment brisk. This culture of cancellation, a toxic remedy. A chasm fueled by blame, stealing our energy. Rejecting supremacy in all of its forms. Guilty not by my acts, but by the norms. One system grinding all, the evidence is there. Broadcasting our pain, as if they truly care. Wake up to screens that manipulate and bleed us. Stand firm, remember we're the home of the fearless. You think you're standing on higher ground? It's clear now. Sacred truth, twisted bound, pushing your new world order. You're crazy just without the whole sound. It's clear now. Now it seems every fault is the white man's burden. We hold our own accountability certain. They preach manhood and scorn its tenacity. Show weakness, they mock with the hiss of frailty. Raising kids in a world where dissent is a risk. Speak.
Oh, that's that one.
I'm a bad, so strong by our side. In the morning, give the love when we strive. She protects us, keeps us safe and warm. In her embrace, we weather the storm.
Mama bear, so strong by our side. Oh, in the morning, give the love with each stride. Oh, she protects us, keeps us safe and warm. In her embrace, we weather the storm. Mama bear, always there when we cry. Oh, with her love, lifting spirits high. Oh, she watches over with a gentle smile. Her compassion makes it all worthwhile. Oh, Mama Bear, she cares all the time. Her love's a rhythm, a perfect rhyme. Oh, she brings us news with a touch so kind. In her embrace, we always find Mama Bear. Every day she fights. Oh, for our dreams makes the dark so bright. Oh, she's the hero, the one who stands tall. In her arms we never fall. Mama Bear, every word so wise. Oh, tells the stories, opens up the skies. With her care we can touch the stars. Her love takes us near or far. Mama Bear, she cares all the time. Her love's a rhythm, the perfect rhyme, perfect rhyme. She stories opens up the skies. With her care we can touch the stars. Her love takes us near or far. Oh, Mother Bear, she cares all the time. Her love's a rhythm, a perfect rhyme, a perfect rhyme. She brings us news with a touch so kind. In her embrace, we always find.
Okay. Next. You guys are hard work, man. Oh, there's nothing here. Busy, busy, busy today.
Well, down on Maine, in the early light, eyes running like he's got a fire to fight. A spectacle for all the town. Ain't nothing but his knees sprinting round and round. They call him untrackable. Just a blur, stripes and a laugh that's crackable. Down the street where the wild winds pants, there goes High-O in his underpants. Neighbors wake and they rub their eyes, betting if he's chased by hounds or fireflies. Coffee's cold as they hit the porch, watching how race the sun and unstoppable torch. They call him untrackable. Just a flash and checks the signs of tactical. Through the town, he's the leading dance. There goes High, yeah, in his underpants. Baby High's got his reasons, lost the better it's the season, but every heart in town beats in his chest. A local legend, unnamed but the best. Sheriff laughs as he sips his tea, says that's just high, let him be, let him be. But Grandma pees and she shakes her head, put some pants on, boy, before you're dead. I'll be untrackable. He's a tale at night, our dreams inactable. Down the street, watch him take his stand. There goes High, behold, in his underpants. So if you're down on Maine and feeling blue, just watch for High, he'll uplift your view. A hero, maybe not by chance, but a joy in each step in those underpants. Well, if you're down on Maine, feeling blue, just watch for High, he'll uplift your view. A hero, maybe not by chance, but a joy in each step in those underpants. untrackable. Just a blurry stripes and a laugh that's crackable. Down the street where the wild winds dance, there goes High-O in his underpants. So if you're down on Main and feeling blue, just watch for High, he'll uplift your view. A hero, maybe not by chance, but a joy in each step in those underpants. So if you're down in each step in those underpants.
There you go. Inferno, try your spam. I'm not sure what to tell you, bro. Mitch, I haven't made a video for your one yet. Maybe I should make one. Give me a sec, let me find your song. Where the fuck I put it?
Oh, got me.
Oh, got a niche calls you out. Cracks in words, what's it about? Generals playing in shadows deep. Ooh, evil deeds that secrets keep. In the fields the fires burn high. War machine keeps turning by. Lives are lost in hatred's name. Brainwashed soldiers play the game. FFO, college, wanna try then find a hitch. Circles spin and words will lost. Mess around and flame gets doused. Politicians hide away, start the ship then run away. See the pawn dress running chest. Watch the mess and feel no stress. Darkness now, the world stands still. From the ashes, bodies chill. Power slips from greedy hands. Judgment day, they understand. Oh, enough of damage. Think you can, then find the glitch. Round and round, the lies will sprout. Push your luck and find out. Think you can, then find the glitch. Round and round, the lies will sprout. Push your luck and find out. Oh, got a niche calls you out.
Oh, God, Mitch calls you out. Cracks in words, what it about? Generals playing in shadows deep. Evil deeds their secrets keep. In the fields the fires burn high. War machine keeps turning by. Lives are lost in hatred's name. Brainwashed soldiers play the game. Faithful got Mitch. Wanna try, then find the hitch. Circles spinning, words will louse. Mess around and flame gets doused. Politicians hide away, start the shit then run away. See the pawns as fun in chess. Watch the mess and feel no stress. Darkness now, the world stands still. From the ashes, bodies chill. Power slips from greedy hands. Judgment day, they understand. They fall, got Mitch. Think you can, then find the glitch. Round and round, the lies will sprawl. Push your luck and find out. They fall, oh, got Mitch. Think you can, then find glitch. Round and round, the lies will sprout. Push your luck and find out.
It's the real tyrant. Shadows creep and grow. Life's a constant battle in this world below. Darkness, every step feels long, clinging to tomorrow, hoping to be strong. Grim is the real tyrant, always in our way. Grim is the real tyrant, steals the light of day. Every heart is breaking, weary souls they cry, fighting for the sunlight, reaching for the sky. Tired of endless sorrows, searching for a spark, somewhere in the distance, beauty in the dark. Grim is the real tyrant, always in our way. Grim is the real tyrant, steals the light of day.
Hello, Mellows. Hello. The real tyrant's here.
Still muted. How you doing, Grim?
I'm all right. Still working, busy, you know. Give me a second. I've got my own echo coming back at me.
Yeah, just give me a second. I'm just trying to put the kettle on. One second.
Yeah, no problem. Hello, everybody. Just wanted to come up and try not to have too much silence. Now there's loads of noise in the background. Give me 2 seconds and I'll just sort that one out. There you go. I can concentrate now. Nice to see so many people around. Now watch this. They'll all disappear because the Reaper's here. Mellows, if you can hear me, I just muted you. Your computer was making far too much noise. So, what's going on, people? Apart from the fact that now everything which I've done music-wise regarding Biden, I can't use. So if you can hear the clicking in the background, you know, the typewriter going. It's not a typewriter, it's the keyboard because I'm still working. But there you go. Mellows is back.
I've got a whole bunch of those videos I've used, Grim.
Oh yeah, I've been watching and listening.
There's a whole bunch of videos that I've got that I made that I can't use on YouTube, so we're just going to have to upload them to Rumble.
And you can also upload to the website.
You can?
Yeah. You can get them on there. I was going to spend some time tonight on the website and do some changes, but I've got to do some editing of MP3s.
Talking about your website, you know when I brought up your screen, my screen the other day showing your website?
Mm-hmm.
You know the video clip that was playing?
Yeah.
I've got a copyright notice for it.
What? It's a demo.
I know. Yeah, well, it's copyrighted, isn't it?
You can't get a copyright from me.
No, the material that was playing the video, that's copyrighted. You have the license to play it on your website, but I don't have the license to share it on YouTube. I can fix that. That's not a problem.
What is it? Warning?
Yeah. But I actually
right.
do have a license for that product. I just got to license it, and then it's okay.
Yeah,
I've got to find it. I've actually got to find it because that is imported in the demo, and then I've got to go over to Envato, find that particular clip, and then license it, and then it's all good. We can play it as many times as you want on YouTube. In fact, I'm going to do that. I'm going to license a whole bunch of stock videos over from Envato and import them into Canva so I can start using them. I'm running out of B-roll in Canva. I've used everything. You see, it's pretty much dry stuff. I'm reusing stuff. Do you know what I mean?
Yes. Sorry, I'm working at the same time. Allegedly.
So as you notice, the Eyes on the Audit is not live at the moment.
Yeah, just being playing safe.
No, do you remember they porn bombed me the other day?
Oh yeah.
Well, I deleted that live, but whoever it was that porn bombed me tried to report it, but they reported the wrong live. So I've got all that bullshit. They're making false reports basically on me.
Ah, right. That sort of makes sense. I mean, it doesn't to me. It doesn't really, but it sort of does, you know.
So I just decided just to wait it out with that one and clean it up a little bit and just focus on this one. I need to build this one up anyway.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Whatever they can, all the attacks, all they're doing is just making me stronger, making me wiser.
Well, wait till I finish doing putting together, I should say, this new video I'm going to put together. It's just something which I found rather amusing. I can't say too much because they'll give the game away. But let's put it this way. I had an interesting listen to a certain live this morning, and just by accident, funnily enough. But when I say it was interesting, although certain people weren't mentioned at all, or a group weren't mentioned, it was strongly hinted. And we're putting people's health in jeopardy, and someone was whinging because one of our network members hasn't been in touch with one of their friends, and he won't discuss it with them. I mean, really? What happened to the individual's choice, you know? They don't want to talk to you, they don't want to talk to you. Simple.
Oh, fuck, I've run out of cigarettes, dude.
Terrible.
How the fuck am I going to do this now? You see, when these fuckers are never around when you need them, man. As soon as they need you, they all come flocking, you know? When you don't need them, they all come round.
Yep.
I'll get my ass up now, my fucking crippled ass up, and walk all the way down the road. And then the minute I get back, my neighbour will come up on the door.
Yeah. You might as well wait.
He'll turn up. He'll turn up for weed. He wants to smoke my weed. You know?
Well, you turn around to him and say, do your deal. I'll smoke my weed while you go to the shops and get me a packet of cigarettes. Then you smoke it all very neat.
He actually took some cigarettes last night. Fuck's sakes, man. Oh. Can you manage the fort while I go and get some cigarettes? Because I can't.
I'll just put a load of music on because I can't really concentrate on.
Oh, you're working here?
Yeah.
Be good to get a co-host right about now, right?
Well, if someone turns up, it's not too bad. But if somebody turns up and they're not a co-host, then. But I can flip through StreamYards. There's quite a bit of music on there. But yeah.
Yes.
Inferno. Finally.
He had to travel all the way around the world, poor guy.
Hey, did it take you more than 80 minutes or was it 80 days?
Here I am. Sorry, guys. Yeah, they're doing a lot of different stuff, and I was like, "Well, shoot, I finally got the link."
Did you? Where did you get the link in the end? Was it an email? Was it Telegram? What was it? Just curious.
Hey, email. Yeah, it finally came through with your.
Email
I don't know why it. Yeah, I don't know why it took so long. But I was like, "What the fuck?" You know.
So you ended up with like 3-4 emails, I'm guessing.
No, so far I think I still just have the one. It's let me see, but but yeah, I've been having trouble too, like updating Google for some reason. I don't know why it's not updating in my app. It's another weird problem I'm having
I
there.
played a video earlier. Did you catch it? The video
was
I played
it?
earlier. There's everyone's having problems right now. There's a cyber war going on. Didn't you know?
Oh, I see. Yeah. So there's a lot of bullshit going on.
Yeah.
I had a feeling.
Well, they actually predicted it themselves. You know, there was the WEF back in 2019 when they predicted the next virus would be a cyber attack.
Oh, I see. Right, that makes sense.
They took Microsoft down on Friday.
Yeah.
They had global issues.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
There's a lot of workplaces that rely on Microsoft.
Yeah.
And they couldn't operate as a result. Microsoft played it down.
Yeah, of course. Of course it did.
But wherever it was, whatever hit, it hit in America.
Yeah.
Because it didn't. When I say it hit it, right, so anybody who's plus of America in time, yeah, then they would have only been affected. They'd have been affected the worst during the day because at night time, because America sleeps.
Oh yeah. Okay. So so it worked out. Huh? Kind of crazy.
I hope that they do it again, right? They do it properly. Hit America first, and we don't have to worry about it here. People get paid.
Oh yeah, by fixing it, you mean, or what? What you mean?
Well, it won't affect us the way it did. It just stopped work all day for people. Some companies pay people, some companies turned around and said that people have to take it as unpaid. Some said that they had to take holidays,
Mm-hmm.
otherwise they wouldn't get paid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
But the people I know and I've worked with all said, no, it's not our fault. Why should we be penalised? We'll just sit at our desk and wait for it to come on. Hey up. You're in the show, or you will be. When you let yourself in.
Yeah, she's probably just hooking up. Hey, Mama Bear.
Hey, Mama Bear. Hey, Mama
Hi,
Bear.
Mama Bear.
What's that?
I hope you rested well.
Yeah. Good enough. Anyways.
I had a kind of bad night.
Oh,
I
dear.
see.
Anything we can help with?
Yeah.
No. I was out in the sun too much yesterday.
Mm.
And bad thing with lupus is you not supposed to be out in the sun.
I see.
And it was a bad night. Just a bad night.
It's like
I'm glad you're here.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
No, I'm sorry. That's like an autoimmune disease kind of thing, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
But it affects you. It affects you being in the sun, and
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's crazy.
Everything.
Yep. It affects you all over the place.
Oh, see, yeah, it's kind of everything. Yeah, it's almost like diabetes. It just gets everything.
Yep.
If you're not careful.
Yep. And I woke up with swollen feet this morning and swollen hands, and yep. Needless to say, I didn't go to my doctor's appointment this morning.
Oh, I see.
So, and I ended up.
Hopefully you're better.
I ended up walking into the door jam and smashed my foot this morning, and
Oh, it's always the worst.
Yeah, my foot is killing me.
Oh yeah.
That was all before I had a cup of coffee this morning.
Sorry, guys, forgive me. I'm going to go down the road and get the essentials. I'll be back as quick as I can.
Okay,
You got it.
all right. See you soon.
Thank you.
But now I got a cup of coffee, so. I got me a cup of coffee, so we're all set.
Oh yeah. Yeah, have me a little vitamin T. so that's what I drink.
We got a cup of coffee now, so. Cup of coffee and start the day off. Start the day off right. So what's been happening today? Anything interesting?
No, not too much. Yeah, just of course everybody talking about Biden all of a sudden. Oh, he's out. It's just funny. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see what happens.
Yeah. What's going to happen with Biden today, huh?
Yeah, or just in general, of course. Can't wait to see what happens with the election. Who's all, everything. You know what I mean.
Yeah. Well, not much to say. He's out of the race.
What's that?
He's out of the race, so hopefully he doesn't make any stupid decisions between now and the end of the race.
Oh yeah, I don't think so. I think he's a shoe-in. He's almost a shoe-in. I mean, with he just keeps it cool and collected. Because there was even a few times I noticed that during the debate that Trump could have like kind of pounced Biden a little harder on his senility, if you will, and he kind of backed off. You can see him kind of like, well, shit, I can't attack every damn thing. They'll just see me as a monster or something. You know what I mean? You can see you can see Trump actually having a little bit of thought process there with that.
Yeah.
It was leaked before anything was said officially that he was going to drop out the race this weekend.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It was leaked that he was going to drop out.
Yeah.
Can't keep
Which
your
I
mouth
thought
shut.
was amusing, but that's just the way I see things. It's like,
Yeah.
what was the excuse that he's going to use? Was it COVID or, that's all? But at least he was honest. He just said, I'm not up to the job. He wasn't in the first place.
Oh,
No.
yeah. So, that's why they had the. Yeah, I think that's why they said they had the debate so early. Because it was the earliest debate ever. They never had one, so early in the election year. Like, and they were thinking, and they were saying, the reason why was perhaps to, put him on display and let everybody see that, hey, he needs to get out. So that's kind of what that was.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now there's the strongest container is Harris.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they're throwing other names around, so hopefully
it won't be.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Yes, can imagine. Yeah.
The 19th.
Well, if it's Harris, I'm sorry, Mama. Go ahead.
The 19th of August is the Democratic National Conference, and when they say who is going to be the Democratic nominee, so then we'll know.
Oh, I see.
But as far as what I have read so far, Pelosi and Obama has not named and has not thrown support yet for Harris.
Oh,
and
I see.
you know as well as I do who's got the biggest pull in the Democratic Party.
I don't. I'm just.
Which one? I'm not sure which one you're talking about. The Manchin or no,
Pelosi.
Manchin, but
Pelosi has the biggest, and Obama has the biggest pull in the Democratic Party.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying now. Yeah. Okay, I got you. Yeah. Well, because really, they know. I mean, because really, they know if they put Harris up, Trump will win. For sure, it's like a shoe in.
Pelosi and Obama, Obama, and Schumer have the biggest pull in the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
Do you know what? Go on.
And if they don't support you, in the Democratic Party, and Obama, Schumer, and Pelosi told Biden pull out, and what did he do? He pulled out.
Mm-hmm.
And if they don't support Harris for the president, she's not going to get the nomination. That's my speculation.
Mm-hmm. But we've just been saying. It's all right. Let us know when you finish.
That's my theory. What's your theory, Graham?
Well, I was going to say, if she does get the nomination, right, she will attract a hell of a lot of female voters, regardless of what party the husbands support.
Oh yeah, she's right. Somewhat, but here in America too, though, usually the wife, votes the same as the husband. That's kind of the way that kind of goes.
Yeah, but that's the way it's always gone. But now you put in male against female. That's different. That's a battle of the sexes.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
She talks the talk, doesn't walk the walk.
Yeah. Yeah, no, she can't talk anything because she doesn't talk. You know what I mean? She's, such a mess.
She says, I'm going to do this, but she never fulfills any promises.
Hmm.
She's
Yeah,
been
she
put in
never
charge of
speaks.
committees. She puts in
Mm-hmm.
charge of committees, but she never does anything with those committees.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so
She was
find a
put in
way to make
charge
money.
she was put in charge of the border. She never did anything. She was put in charge of this, and she's been put in charge of that. She's done
Mm-hmm.
nothing.
Right. Yeah.
Nothing. Nothing. Name one bill she's gotten passed. What bill she's presented. One thing she's done, she's traveled. She hasn't done nothing.
No,
I'm
I
sorry.
agree with what you're saying. She's done nothing publicly or anything. She's not been in the forefront. But I'm just thinking it would be an interesting battle between the sexes because I've always wondered when you'll get the first female prime minister. And this is the closest it's ever going to happen, I think.
Mm-hmm.
No, we've already had one. The one that was behind Joe Biden was his wife.
Oh, yeah.
Biden was the president. I'm talking
Name
about
only.
female president.
Yeah. But the thing of it is she's got Sorcerer's money. She's got all those radio stations that George Sorcerer owns. It's going to run her commercials non-stop.
I think it'd be an interesting. Oh shit! If she does get the nomination, I'm not saying she deserves it, but I'm just saying it could be very interesting from an outsider's point of view.
It's going to be how many now? I think it's going to be how many DAs are going to put indictments against Trump. How many Democratic states are going to put indictments against Trump? Because of George Sosa.
That I can't answer.
I have a feeling there's going to be a lot more indictments. I think this is going to be a dirt throwing. I think this is going to be a dirt throwing election. There's going to be a lot of dirt throwing. A lot of dirt throwing. I think it's going to be a lot of dirt throwing election. A whole lot of dirt throwing. It's going to be a nasty election.
All right.
Yes, I started seeing. I brought up that picture yesterday, and all of a sudden, a couple hours later, those pictures of her in Hollywood started coming out. Boy, did they start coming out.
Yeah, when they want to smear somebody, boy, they go after you. For sure.
They started coming out.
Mm-hmm.
But I have never heard of her at Epstein Island, and people were photoshopping her at Epstein Island.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. People knew about it 20 years ago. about some kind of strange place that where people went, and you know what I mean, and people knew about it for a longer time. Hollywood people and all those.
Yeah, but she could have been. I don't know. Allegedly, I don't know. That I will not say because I have never seen it.
Mm-hmm. It's like, yeah,
but
Clinton said
Secret Service.
So yeah, I flew with him like 8 times, but I never met him. You remember that one?
Yeah. Secret Service Director Kimberly Chetley is due to testify today before the House Oversight Committee.
What's that for? What's he testifying for?
Due to the failure of the agency protecting President Trump for the assassination attempt.
Oh, right, okay. So basically, it's a public whitewash.
So,
right.
No one's going to get fired over it, and there'd be no charges levied against anybody.
Well, you realize there's no body cam footage from any police, so
conveniently turned off.
No, they don't have them. Pennsylvania does not have body cams. A lot of Pennsylvania do not have body cams. Not in their budgets.
Very convenient. What's the bet? And all of a sudden now they get it.
They do not have body cams.
They got the brand new cars and all that, but they don't have enough of the body cam.
Yep, I was reading that the other day. They do not have body cams.
Like conveniently, eh?
Yep, I was reading that the other day. They do not have body cam footages. Well, I guess the senator is not putting in his pork bills for body cam money for body cams. He's doing it for other things.
Like, yeah, we don't need those. Yeah, no big deal.
I think they better put it for police updating their police and instead of their illustrious bullshit stuff there, they ought to be putting it in for body cam. Forget about their theaters and their all these other shit that they put in for. They ought to put in for body cams for their police.
Isn't it a little bit like everywhere else in the world when they think about it afterwards and they go, oh, that's a good idea. We suddenly find the money for it, but it's very reactionary. You sort of thought of that beforehand. And did the Secret Service have body cams on them?
I don't believe so.
I don't think they would. Yeah.
Well, they're internal spies. Why not?
Yeah, for their own selves. Maybe they would. Yeah, a little pin, some little thing, right, somewhere. Yeah, possibly. Yeah, because they probably have shit that like access to things we wouldn't even. You know what I mean? Tiniest of camera. It's like a pin or like a collar pin or something.
Yeah,
whatever.
4K resolution pin camera. The typing.
Yeah, and a type. Yeah.
Let's have a look at what's going on in the chat because I'm in the wrong area. Okay, so if I haven't already, please play Mama Bear's first song. Okay, we can look at that. Don't think that one's been played. And I know, Susan, you want yours being played again because you missed it because you didn't get in. It's only a small song. It's very short, but I'm sure you'll enjoy it. But Mama Bear, would you like to do the, the honors?
Okay. Eyes on the audit has my song.
Oh, we've only got A in the back.
Who's A? Ariel. It's Ariel.
What's up, people?
All right.
That's what my old boss used to call me, A. I don't think he knew how to say my name. He just called me A.
Right.
Okay, here's Mama Bear song.
My mom likes when I rap fast with enough energy that it can make her heart dance. I would like to write a song for her to sing along. Better make it fucking bumpin' cause my mom's the bomb. Life took my parents on a giant roller coaster ride. Cause I was walking with a limp, something wasn't right. Doc came in the room, said they found a giant tumor. It was lodged in my brain, immediate surgical procedure. Imagine the thoughts running through their head. They 2-year-old boy heads filled with dread. You can't prepare for that being said on a Tuesday afternoon when you get out of bed. But I made it, I fucking made it. You've been by my side through good and hard times. I'd do anything for you. I'd do anything for you, Mama Bear. I love my Mama Bear. Mama Bear, I love Mama Bear. Childhood, we spent a lot of time together. School was pretty far. I wouldn't trade it for the world, driving, talking in the car. I was on a path or a mission, you could say. All I wanted was to be like Rafa, Roger, or Marc Andre. I always had it in me, the fire was burning strong. My mom told me a story from I was 6 years young. Mom, I hate losing so much, I want to win so badly. I guess not much has changed though, and that kinda makes me happy. I got fire burning in me, it's strong. Working by my side through the good and hard times. I'd do anything for you. I'd do anything for you, Mama Bear. I love my Mama Bear. Mama Bear, I love my Mama Bear. Mama Bear, I love Mama Bear. Back to the fire burning in me as a kid. It was hard to control the stupid shit I did. Provincial tennis champs, hitting no man in the head. Threw my racket at the net, it flew over, smack, his face went red. I looked over at my mom, oh my god, I'm dead. Oh my god, he's dead. She was living to the max. That kid needed a lesson, probably needed quite a smack. But my mom is way too cool for that. Control the stupid shit I did. Provincial tennis champs, hitting no man in the head. Threw my racket at the net, it flew over, smack, his face went red. I looked over at my mom, oh my god, I'm dead. Oh my god, he's dead. She was living to the max. A kid needed a lesson, probably needed quite a smack. But my mom is way too cool for that.
Okay, and I've got to switch over.
Yeah, Mama Bear.
To get Sue's.
Set the TV. Hell yeah. Hey, that's a good one. I like that one. Like, yeah, I'm sure we will, BNC. Sure we will, bro.
I'm sorry, I have not been looking at chat. Excuse me.
Oh, good. That's what yeah.
I normally look at chat.
Okay, you sent it to Mello last night.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everybody in chat and around the world. I'm kind of a little bit off today due to being out in the sun yesterday. I've taken a muscle relaxer today. I took it at 6 o'clock this morning due to I'm a little stiff from being out in the sun yesterday, so I want to please excuse me. But yes,
all good.
It is unbelievable what money is being spent for unneeded things and unwanted things that our government is spending for, and not on the people. And the more I have looked into it, and these pork spending bills and these bullshit bills and what is being slid into these bills, that they are supposedly sending overseas money that is not for we the people, and they are sliding into these bills, is pissing me off. Spending it on bullshit is getting me kind of pissed off. They're never going to come up with a spray to stop shark bites. That's kind of ridiculous. You're in a full body suit for scuba diving, and they are attacking them. It's never going to ever stop. That's kind of ridiculous notions. Rice paddies in Colorado. I don't see that ever happening. In the basins of Colorado, I don't think that's ever going to happen. Some of this pork spending bills are totally outrageous, and
Oh yeah.
I just don't see it. Don't ever see it. And billions of dollars to fight pest control in New York waterways. Some of this is unreal. Unreal. When let's get body cams on all our police officers. Let's get the truth out, and let's make it so that they cannot delete them. It takes a civilian and a police officer in order to delete these cams, and let's get some real civilians in there that are for the people, not for the police, before body cam can be deleted. Because I just don't believe all this bullshit. I don't. So, what is that? Church now have to have cops? Are they paid for by the church? Not paid for by the civilians? By the people's taxes? Are the church paying them? I've heard that in Texas. They are patrolling and sitting at the or.
Oh yeah, I see cops all the time. Yeah, I see cops all the time. Directing traffic for all these churches around here. Yeah, for sure.
Who's paying for it? We the people or the churches?
I'm sure we are, and the churches are all tax free too. So on top of that, so
501c3 is what they are.
Why aren't they putting this to the state to pay for a traffic light to be installed at their entrance of their church? Hello. You can have a traffic light put on a timer, so on Sundays, that traffic light will only work on Sundays and on days of your business, of your church services. You don't have to have that traffic light going all the time, only on the days of your church services. We have some churches here in New York that have them. Okay? So they can file with their state to get a traffic light. They don't have to have police. But because they've got pedos in their churches.
They have what?
Pedos.
Prados?
Pedos.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, your mic was just kind of crapping out a little bit. Is all it was.
They have pedos in their churches.
Okay.
And the church elders know about them, and they don't do anything about them. And then when they're caught and they're arrested, and then the church elders say, "Oh, we didn't know. We didn't know." So, okay. We got another request. Let me find that song. I think I know right where it is. Here you go.
Cracks in words, what's it about? Generals playing in shadows deep. Ooh, evil deeds that secrets keep. In the fields of fires burn high. War machine keeps turning by. Lives are lost in hatred's name. Brainwashed soldiers play the game. If they fall, walk on it. Wanna try, then find a hitch. Circle spin and words will lost. Mess around and flame gets out. Politicians hide away. Start the shit, then run away. See the pawns as fun in chess. Watch the mess and feel no stress. Darkness now, the world stands still. From the ashes, bodies chill. Power slips from greedy hands. Judgment day, they understand. Oh, enough of damage. Think you can, then find the glitch. Round and round, the lies will sprout. Push your luck and find out. Think you can, then find the glitch. Round and round, the lies will sprout. Push your luck and find out.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one. I like that one.
There you go, Mitch. We got you this morning. So what else has been happening? Anything else been happening this morning?
Yeah, I think everything just revolved around the election right now. As far as news wise,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's what it's all been. It's all around the election.
Pretty much.
Yep. It's all election.
Can't wait to see what happens.
Yep.
Be interesting.
Yep. It's. Yep.
A lot could change from here to there. It could change.
Well, there's 106 days before elections. It's countdown.
So the final countdown, right?
Yeah. And and a lot can happen between now and then.
Oh yeah.
So much can happen. So we only will know.
Time will tell.
That's right. Time will tell. But this is my pick for president.
Yo. Here we go, let me tell you about this man. Volar for president, he's got the master plan. He's not about the games, he won't throw no shade. He's here to build things up, not just throw grenades. From the city streets to the rural towns, he's known. Got a vision for the future, it's his to own. Educate, innovate, let's elevate, no debate. Volar's the leader we need to legislate. Volar for president, yeah, he's the choice clear. Bringing real to the table, bringing nothing but realness here. No more lies, no more disguise, just clear skies. Lars got the vision that'll make us all rise. Talking about healthcare, education, reform the nation. Got plans on deck, no hesitation. Jobs for the masses, watch as poverty passes. Equality for all, no divides by classes. Infrastructure, tech, and green energy. Sustainable policies that will set us free. Lars on the mic, telling it like it is. Vote for change, vote for biz, vote and make him press. Vote Lars for president, yeah, he's the choice clear. Bringing laws, bringing peace, bringing everyone near. No more division, it's time for precision. Lars got the vision, turn out, head out, come shout, this ain't no mere mission. Proceed to shining sea, let the drum beat drop. Lars the name, remember it, he's rising to the top. So take it to the polls, take a stand, take action. Vote Lars satisfaction, a leader of passion. So here's the call to the young, the old, and everyone. This ain't no typical politic run, it's a movement, a revival. It's time for a new arrival. Lars the title, the essential for our survival. Education, jobs, health, and more. Lars got the roadmap, he's got the law. So stand up, be heard, let's join together. Make the right choice, brighter future, whatever the weather. Vote Lars for president, make the wise choice. Let's empower his voice, stand up, rejoice. No left or right, just forward to the light. Lars the captain, our ship's in sight, holding tight. So this is your moment, the time is now. Lars for leader, he's shown us how. Let's rally, let's cheer, the election is near. Vote Lars for president, let's get into gear. Here we go, let me tell you about this man. Volar for president, he's got the master plan. He's not about the games, he won't throw no shade. He's here to build things up, not just throw grenades. From the city streets to the rural towns, he's known. Got a vision for the future, it's his to own. Educate, innovate, let's elevate, no debate. Volar's the leader we need to legislate. So here's the call to the young, the bold, and everyone. This ain't no typical politic run, it's a movement, a revival. It's time for a new arrival. Lars the title, the essential for our survival. Education, jobs, health, and more. Lars got the roadmap, he's got the law. Educate, innovate, let's elevate, no debate. Vote Lars satisfaction. Vote Lars for president, make the wise choice. Let's empower his voice, stand up, rejoice. No left or right, just forward to the light. Lars the captain, our ship's in sight, holding tight. So this is your moment, the time is now. Lars for leader, he's shown us how. Let's rally, let's cheer, the election is near. Vote Lars for president, let's get into gear. Yeah, vote Lars for president. Let's get into gear.
Yeah. Vote Lars, folks.
Yeah, we vote Lars for president. We'll do Lars all over.
Oh, yeah.
We all vote for Lars.
That'd be the smart vote right there, guys.
Oh,
It would make more sense than these clowns.
yeah. We vote Lars. Lars all the way around. Everybody
It's like,
vote for Lars.
it's like, wouldn't it be crazy if we had enough votes and and he won? It'd be insane.
I think you have to I wonder what you have to actually do to actually get on the ballots and to legally.
Yeah, I'm sure it's the whole thing. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Because I'm not just any old schmuck that it gets like enough votes. I mean, it's like because it doesn't work that way to begin with. So you know,
I think
just the
you have
votes.
there is a procedure you have to do it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And what the procedure is, I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
I've never looked into it. That would be
Well, because really, even RFK Jr. can't even debate. You know what I mean? It's like how far up is he? So
because you have to get so many 5 requirements to run for president.
mm-hmm.
What are the 5 requirements to run for president?
Or was it 5?
Yep, there's 5 requirements to run for president.
Mm-hmm.
Political party. Requirements to run for president of the United States. Darn. Legal requirements for president candidates have to maintain the same since the year of the acceptance. Natural born citizen of the United States, a resident for 14 years and 35 years of age. Lars meets that requirement.
Yeah.
He meets that requirement. Party affiliate. I'm sure he meets a party affiliate. I'm sure he is a party affiliate. What party, I don't know. I don't know what party affiliate. The party affiliates there today, America has multiple party system. The Democratic Party, the Republican Party are the most powerful. Yet there is other parties.
Yeah, independent.
The Reform, the Liberals, Associates, Natural Law, Constitution, Green Party, and the Independent Party.
Yeah.
So there's multiple parties. Okay. 3rd requirement. Article 2, Section 1 of the U.S. Constitution discusses the procedure of the following when elected the President of the United States, but it does not proceed generated on how to nominate a president candidate. Currently, candidates go through a series of state primaries, caucuses, where based on the number of votes they receive for the electorate, and then assigned to certain numbers of delegates who vote for them at the party, which we all know that's crack bullshit. It should be we the people vote. That's the way it should be.
Yeah.
And when we the people vote, that's what it should be. Not the electoral votes. So that's how it proceeds. So if he gets the number of votes and wins by votes, he should be able to be president. The road to the White House is long, expensive, and exhausting.
Oh yeah. Very expensive.
Right. So we got to get him some money so he can go on the road to vote, to campaign.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So he's got a campaign and drawing the votes. And he has to also formally, like Harris did, formally put in his paperwork and who his treasurer is and that, and put in his paperwork to formally state that he is running. So he's got to formally submit that he is going to run for president of the United States of America.
Cool.
So he has to firmly submit his paperwork that he is running for the president of the United States.
Mm.
That he is firmly running for president. So he has to firmly submit paperwork that he is running for the president of the United States.
Mm.
So he has to register with the government as a candidate of the United States.
Oh, even first, before you even, yeah. Uh-huh.
He's got to get a tax ID, bank account, gain ballot access, appoint a treasurer, but he has to firmly register with the Federal Election Committee. That he is running and he has to raise $5,000 in contributions to state that you have an individual running for federal office must register and file federal reports when he or she has raised or spent more than $5,000 in contributions or expenses. Federal candidates must designate a principal campaign committee. Their campaign committee takes in contributions and makes expenses for the candidate's campaign. Candidates must designate additional campaign committees to raise and spend funds, but only a principal campaign committee is required, and the first step is to cover topics to keep an individuals registered as a candidate. So there is a lot to it to run as a federal election officer.
Yeah.
So and looking it up, eligible candidates in the presidential primary may receive public funding to match private contributions they raise, but they have to declare everything. And it's a big long on what you can and can't do.
Oh.
And yep. And it right down to the presidential, it tells you the presidential transition and inauguration, what you can and can't do under the Federal Election Commission, United States of America. It tells all that if you go on that website. So all you have to go into is under Federal Election Commission.
Oh, okay.
It's all under the Federal Election Commission, United States of America.
Mm-hmm.
So, let me pull it up here. And I will post it.
Mm-hmm.
Whoever's got the TV on in the background, can you turn it down, please, or mute? Thank you.
That is the website you guys can go to find out all the information on how to run for an electric, how to become a candidate, how to help a candidate, and deadlines, and everything. You're welcome, support. Oh. And here it's for our government.
Yeah, I'm stepping out the shadows, real talk, no bravado. I'm masking all the fakes, man. Government's the puppet show, they're pulling strings from above. Got their hands soaking in our blood, preaching peace while they're waging war. Tell me what they fighting for. Eruptions and fires spreading like an inferno, preying on our fears, a world of chaos they churn, yo. I'm just a mellow man, but I see through their plans. All these dirty deals sealed with bloodstained hands. I'm raising the voice, gotta make that choice. Stand up, speak out, let's make some noise. They can't control us, they can't ignore. All of us together, loud we roar. Check the headlines, read between the lines. Cover-ups, lies, it's just their design. $1 trillion wars, starving the poor while the rich feast and keep asking for more. Got me questioning who we really trust in. Puppets on a string and morality's rusted. We're just pawns in the game, anonymity's a shame. But I'm breaking silence, exposing the violence. Skeletal secrets in the closet, bones laid bare. Decoding their deceit as a gasp for air. They muddy the truth with their polished lies, but I see clear now, no wool over these eyes. I'm raising the voice, gotta make that choice. Stand up, speak out, let's make some noise. They can't control us, they can't ignore. All of us together, loud we roar. Check the headlines, read between the lines. Cover-ups, lies, it's just their design. $1 trillion wars, starving the poor while the rich feast and keep asking for more. Got me questioning who we really trust in. Puppets on a string, their morality's rusting. We're just pawns in the game, anonymity's a shame. But I'm breaking the silence, exposing their violence. Skeletal secrets in the closet, bones laid bare. Decoding their deceit as a gasp for air. They muddy the truth with their polished lies, but I see clear now, no wool over these eyes. I'm raising the voice, gotta make that choice. Stand up, speak out, let's make some noise. They can't control us, they can't ignore. All of us together, loud we roar. It's a battle of minds, the fight for what's right. They're cloaked in darkness, we're the bringers of light. So gather your courage, let's reclaim our power. This is the moment, it's our final hour. I'm just mellow, we're working hard, explosive ammo. Bringing me along, wake up, it's time to go camo. Invisible no more, we're standing up about to score. Truth as our guide, justice is what we fight for. No more secrets,
transparency we demand. Holding them accountable will make us stand. We're not just numbers, but voices loud and clear. Together we rise, overcome the fear. I'm raising my voice, gotta make that choice. Stand up, speak out, let's make some noise. They can't control us, they can't ignore all of us together loud. We roar. So here's to the mellows, warriors in the night, exposing corruption. We're here to fight for justice, for truth, for a world that's right. Together unbroken in this fight, we unite.
Yeah, hey, how's it going? Like that.
Welcome back, Sue.
Yeah, welcome back, Susan.
Did you get to see your video? Before you took your nappy? Is it me or do I have feedback?
I think it's on your side, Mama Bear.
Yeah, I think I'm finally good. I closed my door kind of, so shouldn't be any sound out there. There might be a little peak here and there, but it shouldn't be what it was.
Right.
Is it better now?
Yeah, sound fine.
You don't hear. We don't hear it. As long as you
Yeah, we
don't.
don't hear anything with you.
All right.
Yeah.
Yes, our government. Montel Williams does not endorse ex-girlfriend Kamala Harris for president.
Oh,
Funny.
I didn't know that was his ex.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have. It's like you haven't seen that picture. Yeah, like Mama Bear had a picture.
Tells media to back off. Just out.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all about who you know, right? You know, I was saying that when we first saw it. It's like, oh, that's why we got here and we got there, and you know.
Yep. 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 Tells the media to leave him alone.
All about who you blow. I mean, who you know, right?
Who you know.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Yes, Ariel. They dated in Hollywood.
Okay. I had no idea.
That is one picture that was hidden during the campaign.
Really?
They tried the hardest to hide it. And it was resurfaced, but Mama Bear had it hidden, and Mama Bear brought it back out.
Nice.
Yeah.
And has Mama Bear put it in Telegram by any chance?
Oh, I will drop it for you.
I wouldn't appreciate it. You never know, it might even appear on YouTube.
I pulled it up the other day. I pulled it up yesterday and dropped it in Telegram on live the other day. Yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I dropped it live yesterday.
Yesterday I was meant to have a peaceful day. I ended up building a table for the missus so to work on.
Oh, nice.
I will dig you up another one of it.
Yes,
I will dig you another one.
Yeah, send it in the DM polls.
I just sent it to you. You got it. It's already there. It's already there.
Oh, great. I'll have a look. Well,
It is already there. I already sent it to you. In just a second, I'll send you another one.
No, I've got it. I've got it. Sorry. Yeah, it's come through today.
I will send you another one. Just a sec.
No, I've got it. I've got it.
Here's another one.
Oh, even better.
I sent you another one.
I've got it.
You got two of them.
Yeah.
You got two of them.
I certainly have, and I think they will be appearing on a few videos.
You got two. You got two. How's that? You got two of them.
Thanks for that. You did that just in time, as I've got to go into a meeting, so I shall see you hopefully in about half an hour, folks.
Okay.
I got you two of them, so you should enjoy them.
Yeah.
Right.
Get any more?
All right.
Where to send them. Cheers now.
All
Bye.
right. All right. Take care. Take care, girl.
Mama Bear knows how to pick and choose and save. Yeah. What is that video, Ariel, you just dropped back in private?
Don't. It's just for you to watch it. It's just a rap song that they made for Kamala, whatever her name is, Kamala. I don't even know how to say her name.
Oh no, right?
It sounds good, you know. She's for the vice president, but I think you'll find it interesting.
Well, I'll let Carlos play it when he comes back. So he have some
you know
fun
when
with
she
it.
was, you know when she was growing up, it was Kamala, and then now it's Kamala. You know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Different people say it different ways, so.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, what is going on? Something's going on at GGA.
Live, he's live.
Yeah, tune in ASAP. Wonder what's going on at GGA's.
Oh yeah, he's live.
Yeah. I mean, he's at court. Hold on.
Yeah, he just got out. He said, I guess he didn't have court. He had court, but I guess he didn't have court.
So he didn't have court?
Well, he had court, but I guess that, guess he got postponed. I don't know. I have to listen to the whole thing. Support's favorite Kamala is the wrestler. Yeah, mine too.
He's breaking up, so I don't want to bring him up.
The Ugandan giant.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, let's find another song.
Roll up deep in the rover, nuts buzzing all day, world take over. Kingdom no bill, BC roll clover. Crack shells, no luck, leave no do-over. Much drip gold, shells crushed. Cover cities, no rush, BC hush. Enemies get dusted, scatter like rust. Bust nuts, turn crush, dreams come bust. BNC for life, taking over night. Busting nuts for miles, world domination in style. Bustin' like a cannon, no stopping. BNC stacking up, with stop dropping. Nuts like treasure buckets popping. All unlocked, no clocks, no fuck stop. BNC, yeah, taking over. Bust nuts, world doing up, no more silver. Ghost nuts, world doing up. Bust nuts, world doing up. Bust nuts, world doing up. Bustin' like a cannon, no stopping. BNC stacking up, with stop dropping. Nuts like treasure buckets popping. All unlocked, no clocks, no flock stop. Crack the earth, split the sea. Bustin' nuts, free the spree. BNC rain, y'all can see. Crawled on knees, listen to be. World on these destined to be. BNC for life, taking over night. Busting nuts for miles, world domination in style. Bustin' like a cannon, no stopping. BNC stacking up, with stop dropping. Nuts like treasure buckets popping. All unlocked, no clocks, no flock stop. Ghost nuts, world doing up. Bust nuts, world doing up. Bust nuts, world doing up.
Yeah. BNC. Huh.
Hey, BNC.
Mhm.
Hold on just a sec.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I could hear another song, whatever.
Yep, I'm going to play it in just a second.
Okay, cool.
Okay. Okay. Okay, let's find another song. I know some songs got dropped in mine.
Hmm.
If I could change the world, I would make you smile and be happy. Mm-hmm. If I could change the world, I would make it safe for you to roll. Mm-hmm. If I could change the world, I would make you honest and trustworthy. Mm-hmm. If I could change the world, I would make you love but not hate me. Mm-hmm. If I could change the world, I would teach you to justify and not criticize. If I could change the world, would I send you up to the stars above? If I could change the world, I would show you how to be satisfied. If I could change the world, I would show you peace and not war. If I could change the world, I would embrace you and expose the beauty around. If I could change the world, I would want unity and not divisions. Mm-hmm. If I could change the world, I would show you how to feed and not go hungry. Mm-hmm. If I could change the world, I would clothe you when you would not go naked. If I could change the world, would I send you up to the stars above? If I could change the world, I would show you how to be satisfied. If I could change the world, I would show you peace and not war. If I could change the world, I would embrace you and expose the beauty around. If I could change the world, yeah. There is so much I would want to do, but as you can see, I'm not the world, and so I can only change me and not the world. If I could change the world, would I send you up to the stars above? If I could change the world, I would show you how to be satisfied. If I could change the world, I would show you peace and not war. If I could change the world, I would embrace you and expose the beauty around.
Now the gray one. Yeah, the gray one.
Yes. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Sorry, I had to take care of something in Rumble.
Oh,
Awesome.
yeah. Just make sure that our TV's not too loud out there.
How's your dad doing?
Yeah, they're doing well. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah,
Good. Good. Good.
yeah. I say we just never, it's been kind of laying around a lot, the last few days, just kind of being, being lazy, the both of us, So I was like, yeah, go, yeah. I was like, yo, get up there and, get up there with Mellows and Mama Bear and everybody. So yeah, it's cool.
Good. Good.
Yeah, it's weird. I fell asleep about, I don't even know. It was about maybe 3 in the morning or something. And then I woke up at 6 and I was like, well, I guess I feel kind of good. Let's go and get up, for a little while. One of those
Well,
weird
I
days.
woke up at 6 and went to the bathroom, and then I looked at my bed, and I went right back into bed after I hit the door because my foot hurt so bad. And I said, oh, just 20 minutes. I can do 20 minutes. And yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah. And
Yeah,
anyway.
that 20 minutes turned into 8:30.
Yeah.
I was being the doctor's 8:30.
Yeah, me too. I was like, well, I'll wait till this long. Okay, I'll go I'll go another 30 minutes. Okay, I got another. Yeah, I've been doing that all morning.
Yep. It's almost 10:20, so let's do Mellows is 4:20.
Oh.
Wake up in the morning light, Mellow's feeling alright. Sunshine through the window bright, everything just feeling tight. 4:20 clock is ticking down, Mellow's ready in this town. Light it up and pass it around, peace and love just found a sound. Grabs his paper rolls and ice, twisted up, no need for ice. Inhale deep and feel the rise. Oh, oh. Eyes red but it's no surprise. Oh, 4:20 clock is ticking down, Mellow's ready in this town. Light it up and pass it around, peace and love just found a sound. Clouds forming in the air, Mellows without a care. Laughter fills everywhere, feel the freedom everywhere. Afternoon fades to the night, stars above, they shine so bright. Mellow's heart, it feels so light. Oh, oh, everything just feels so right. Afternoon fades to the night, stars above, they shine so bright. Yeah. Mellow's heart, it feels so light. Oh, oh, everything just feels so right. Oh, 4:20 clock is ticking down, Mellow's ready in this town. Light it up and pass it around, peace and love just found a sound. Peace and love just found a sound.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the good one.
Yup, and it's 10:19, so everybody ready to light them up for that 10:20, which is 4:20 at somewhere.
You're 420 somewhere.
420 somewhere.
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry, Mama Bear. No.
Hey,
Ariel.
Rose.
What's
Good
up?
to see you, right?
Oh, you're fine. You're fine.
Yes, as long as you have all your essentials. Yeah.
I have everything I need. It's 420. Somebody
Right.
said something about 420.
It's 10:20, so it's 420 somewhere. That's why we played your song.
Thank you.
I'm just having fun deleting people's posts off of Rumble and yeah, people wanting to post their links on Rumble and yeah.
I see.
Okay.
That's a no-no. So I just go in and delete their post.
Yes, I need to get over there and I'll check that out. I don't mind, I say I don't mind getting over there. Just like say the last time I used that thing, I was like, man, this thing sucks over here. The app was horrible, but on PC and stuff was probably a little bit better, I'm sure.
Yeah, I went in and found how to told everybody how they could file their paperwork on the government site to become president.
Mm-hmm.
On the federal government site. And we've had some fun. And set Grim the picture of Montel so he can do a video where Montel is not supporting Kamala Harris for president.
Mm-hmm.
He has asked the press to leave him alone. He is asking the press to leave him alone. So,
yeah, it's just a way to get like a little kind of dig on her or strike on her. You know what I mean? People know now, or getting to know. So, like,
Well, I knew this was coming. We all knew this was coming.
Mm-hmm. What was that?
Pritzler is supporting her.
Who is?
Pritzler.
I'm not sure who that is, I guess.
You know all the drug companies are going to support Harris.
Oh, I see.
All the drug companies
They're the
going
ones
to
that
support.
they play with DNA and all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
The drug companies will start coming out to support Harris. But yes. Oh, now it came out 35 seconds ago. If Montel just responded, he's now clarifying he will vote for whoever can beat Donald Trump in November.
See,
So it just came out. He will vote for whoever will beat Donald Trump. We knew that wouldn't take long. He will vote for whoever will beat Donald Trump. So.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. We knew that wouldn't take long.
Mhm.
We knew that wouldn't take long.
I was saying, I'll be right back, guys.
Let's see if I can pull up the hearing, direct hearing. Where we are not going to get okay. I found the. You want to play the committee hearing on the director, Mellows?
You can play anything you like, Barber. Just sort myself out.
I've got the GOP committee hearings. It's not through anybody else. It's the direct committee hearing. Right through their website. Do you want to play it?
Yeah, sure, play it. You want me to share it?
I can share it.
Actually, yeah, share whatever you like, Marvin. Or just make it something to eat quickly and a drink and a spliff, and then I'll be
It's
all
not through any other website. It's directly through their website. Is it not adding to stage? Or is it? Try it again.
Agency have positioned the Secret Service to be stronger. Our mission is not political. It is literally a matter of life and death, and the tragic events on July 13th remind us of that. I have full confidence in the men and women of the Secret Service. They are worthy of our support in executing our protective mission. I will now answer any questions that the committee may have.
Thank you very much, Director Cheadle. We'll now begin our 5 minutes questions, and I will begin. Just for the record, the Secret Service has an annual budget of around $3.1 billion, and I believe around 8,000 employees. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Obviously, there were many security failures on the day of the attempted assassination and leading up to that day. Let's start with the building that the shooter used to shoot President Trump from. At any point Saturday, did the Secret Service have an agent on top of that roof?
Sir, I'm sure as you can imagine that we are just 9 days out from this incident, and there's still an ongoing investigation. And so I want to make sure that any information that we are providing to you is factual.
You can't, okay. Why did the Secret Service not, can you answer why the Secret Service didn't place a single agent on the roof?
We are still looking into the advanced process and the decisions that were made.
Okay. Let's.
Have sterile rooftops.
Did this Secret Service use any drones for surveillance? Your answer. But can you answer this? Do you know? I'm not asking yes or no, but do you know if the shooter used a drone before the shooting?
That information has been passed to us from the FBI.
How many Secret Service agents were assigned to President Trump on the day of the rally?
Again, I'm not going to get into the specifics of the numbers of personnel that we had there, but we feel that there was a sufficient number of agents assigned.
There are reports that several agents assigned to the rally on July 13th were temporary agents not normally assigned to President Trump. Is that accurate?
What I can tell you is that the agents that were assigned to former President Trump are Secret Service agents that provide close protection to him, and that was what was actual on that day.
How many were there that day?
Quite frequently, sir, during campaign events, the Secret Service utilizes agents from HSI or the Department of Homeland Security.
You don't know how many?
Supplement our plan.
Have the investigators reconstructed the shooter's precise movements over the past days, weeks, and months?
So, again,
we need to have confidence that if the FBI is leading this investigation, that they're leading a credible investigation, because there's some of us sitting up here today that don't have a lot of confidence in the FBI. So I will repeat the question. Have the investigators reconstructed the shooter's precise moments over the past days, weeks, and months?
I understand your question, Chairman, and I share your concerns about wanting to make sure that we have factual information. The FBI is conducting a criminal investigation. The Secret Service is conducting an internal investigation. There are a number of OIG investigations, and there is the external investigation. The president.
Last question for me. Before July 13th, had the Trump detail requested additional resources?
What I can tell you is that for the event on July 13th, the details that were the assets that were requested for that day were given.
Okay. My time has expired. Chair now recognizes its ranking member asking for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's been reported that before former President Trump got up on the stage at around 6 p.m. Saturday, July 13th, that the local police had identified and even photographed a man who was acting suspiciously. And this man, who turned out to be the gunman, had been flagged as a potential threat. Is that accurate?
What I can say is that the individual was identified as suspicious.
So he was known to be suspicious before former President Trump took the stage.
That is the information I have received.
Why was he allowed to take the stage with a suspicious person having been identified in the crowd?
So I appreciate the question, and I'd like to make 2 points. If the detail had been passed information that there was a threat, the detail would never have brought the former president out onto stage. That is what we do, and that is who we are. We are charged with protecting all of our protectees.
So you distinguish between someone who is suspicious and someone who's threatening, is that right?
I do. There are a number of times at protective events where suspicious people are identified, and those individuals have to be investigated and determined what is it that identifies that person as suspicious.
So did you deny a request for additional resources that had been made by the Trump campaign?
There were no assets denied for that event in Butler on the 13th.
I see. So you're saying there were requests made for additional assistance for other specific events, rather than for the campaign as a whole. Is that right?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding.
Well, you seem to say that there were not additional resources requested for that event. And forgive me for being unfamiliar with this. Is it requested event by event, or is it requested just in general for the campaign?
So if I can explain the advance process, when an event or a venue is identified by, in this case, campaign staff, then the campaign staff works together with Secret Service agents who go out and conduct in advance. Generally, that is a 5-day time period where those discussions are had about what the perimeter is going to look like, what the size of the event is, what the venue is, and then from there, there is a request made to mitigate potential risk and threat. And I'm saying that on that day, the requests that were pushed forward were granted.
So the Secret Service did not know that the gunman actually had a weapon before President Trump was allowed to get up on the stage?
To the best of our knowledge and the facts that we have at this point, that is correct.
So can you answer this question, which I think is on the mind of most Americans thinking about this? How can a 20-year-old with his father's AR-15 assault weapon climb onto a roof with a direct 150-yard line of sight to the speaker's podium without the Secret Service or local police stopping him?
So again, sir, I will say we are 9 days out from this event, and I would like to know those answers as well, which is why we are going through these investigations to be able to determine that fully.
Okay. It's been reported that the shooter was not carrying a driver's license or any form of identification. They had no idea who he was, but then he was quickly identified, I think within 30 minutes, by using the serial number on the AR-15 under a tracing system that is now controversial. Some people say we should get rid of it. Some people want to keep it. But is that right, that the serial number was the key information which led to the identification of the shooter?
That is my understanding, sir, yes.
Okay. If an American citizen were just to stop you and say, Director Cheadle, we support your work to the tune of billions of dollars and thousands of employees, what went wrong? What would you say?
Again, knowing that we're 9 days out, I would say, as I have said from the very outset, I accept responsibility for this tragedy. We are going to look into how this happened, and we are going to take corrective action to ensure that it never happens again.
Well, I appreciate that, and I hope you will act with vigor and focus and intensity, and it seems you understand the gravity and solemnity of this to the American people. Millions and millions of Americans don't feel safe with all the AR-15s out there. We thought at least the President of the United States or a former President of the United States would be safe, but now that's not even clear. Mr. Chairman, I yield back to you.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, Mr. Jordan from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, were you guessing or lying? The day after President Trump is shot, Secret Service spokesman Anthony Guglielmi said, quote, the assertion that a member of the former president's security team requested additional security resources that the U.S. Secret Service or the Department of Homeland Security rebuffed is absolutely false. The next day, Secretary Mayorkas said that is an unequivocally false assertion. We had not received any requests for additional security measures that were rebuffed. But 5 days later, the Washington Post said this: top officials repeatedly rejected requests from Donald Trump's security detail for more personnel. The next day, the New York Times said this: Mr. Guglielmi acknowledged that the Secret Service had turned down some requests for additional federal security assets for Mr. Trump's detail. So which is it? Because both statements can't be true. Were you guessing or lying when you said you didn't turn down requests from President Trump's detail?
Either, sir, and I appreciate the question.
Well, what were you doing? Because those statements don't jive.
So what I can tell you is that for the event in Butler, there were no requests that were denied. As far as requests...
Well, maybe they got tired of asking. Maybe you turned them down so darn much, they said, not worth asking. How many times did you turn them down ahead of that?
I think that it is important to distinguish between what some people may view as a denial of an asset or a request.
Well, is Mr. Guglielmi your spokesperson? He said he acknowledged the Secret Service had turned down some requests. I'm asking how many?
A denial of a request does not equal a vulnerability.
Well, tell me what it is.
There are a number of ways that threats and risks
And
can
they
be
turned down Kennedy's request
with a number
for
of
Secret
different
Service.
assets, whether that be
And
through
now he
personnel,
got it
whether
after
that
the
be through
attempt.
technology.
This woman is
or
useless.
other
Well,
resources.
tell the committee which was. They asked for additional help in some form or
Oh,
another.
they know what they're
You
doing,
told
huh?
them no. How many times did you tell them no?
They're
And
not
what did you
gonna
tell them no
answer
to?
Again, I cannot speak to specific incidents, but I can tell you in general terms, the Secret Service is judicious with their resources based on.
What does some request mean? How many times? Some indicate request is plural. So more than once they asked for additional help and you turned them down. What did they ask for and how many times did you turn them down? Pretty basic questions.
So again, without having all of the details in front of me, sir, what I can tell you is that there are times.
You didn't get briefed on how many times you turned down the
Ask me
Trump detail
questions and I'm
when
not
they asked
ready.
for additional help?
I'm sorry.
You didn't get briefed on that before you came to this hearing, knowing you were going to get asked that question?
What I can tell you is that
There you
in
go.
generic terms, when details make a request, there are times that there are alternate ways to cover off on that threat or that risk.
But that's not what he said. He said they were denied certain requests, some requests. This is your spokesperson, not me talking. This is the Secret Service talking. And what a change from absolutely false, unequivocally false to, oh, by the way, there were some times where we didn't give them what they wanted. That's a huge change in 5 days. And the fact that you can't answer how many times you did that, that's pretty darn frustrating, not just for me, but for the country.
I hear your nation.
Let me ask you this. Were any of those requests denied to President Trump's detail after you knew about the Iranian threat?
What I can tell you, again, I don't know the specifics, is that there are times when we can fill a request. It doesn't necessarily have to be with a Secret Service
She's a lawyer.
Asset or resource. We can fill
right,
that
of
request
course.
with locally available assets.
You
and
spoke to anyone at the
resources.
White House since July 13th?
Yes, I have.
Who'd you talk to?
I have briefed the president and the vice president.
Talked to the First Lady?
No, I have not.
Talked to the White House staff? Anyone in White House communications?
No, I have not.
Have you talked to the counter sniper who took the shot that took out the bad guy?
Yes, I have.
And can you tell us about that conversation?
I would not want to reveal conversations that I've had with my employees.
But that's exactly the kind of information the American people want to know. The American people who pay your salary.
I understand. This is an ongoing investigation. And
Who's all doing the investigating at Secret Service? I know the Inspector General, but is there also an internal investigation in addition to the Inspector General?
We are conducting a mission assurance investigation.
Mission
internally, yes.
assurance.
You know what it looks like, Director? It looks like you won't answer some pretty basic questions. It looks like you got a 9% raise and you cut corners when it came to protecting one of the most important individuals, most well-known individuals on the planet. A former president, likely the guy who's going to be the next president. Looks like you guys were cutting corners. That's what it looks like to me. Is that true?
I am here today because I want to answer questions, but I also
No,
want to be
you might want to, but you haven't answered. I don't think you've answered one question from the chairman, the ranking member, or me. Well, we got a lot of other people asking. We'll see if your record improves. But right now, you haven't answered, I don't think, any questions. I yield back.
She hasn't answered
Yield back.
anything.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Norton from Washington, D.C.
Got to expose them.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In
But
the
this is it.
summer
It's
of
not your
1963, as a law student, I traveled to the South to work in the civil rights movement. When I arrived in Jackson, Mississippi, I was met by a civil rights activist who showed me around town and tried to convince me to work in Jackson that summer. I recall talking with him and his wife about
She's
the
gonna
raw
feel it.
atmosphere in Jackson. Later that day, he took
This is
me
why
to the
old
bus
people should
station
be
for my
involved
trip
in
to my
maths.
assignment. That night, he was assassinated outside his home. His name was Medgar Evers. I condemn the political violence. It is a threat to democracy. I want to discuss one of the roots of political violence, guns. For years, Republican committees have introduced legislation and amendments to repeal or block
They're going to
the
make it
District
all
of
about the
Columbia
damn
gun
gun. It's not the gun.
Yeah.
violence protection laws, including its bans on
This is
assault
about
weapons.
red flag
Trump
laws.
rally
Maybe they should have did their job.
used the mass shooter's gun of choice, an
Mass
assault
shoot.
weapon. specifically
Yeah.
an AR-15
Involvement.
style
That's the thing that's
rifle,
going after the gun.
and
That's what it is.
presumably
That's
a
what it
large
is.
capacity
Whole thing is a setup.
magazine, which is defined
Gun
in
grab.
DC
The whole
as
thing
a
is a setup so they can disarm the American people.
magazine that
Oh,
can
yeah.
hold
All the Republicans, the gun
more than
lovers.
10 bullets. Under current DC law, DC, but it does uh, issue concealed carry permits to both residents and non-residents. However, DC imposes a number of requirements on concealed carry applicants, including suitability, such
That's
as
not
not
it.
having exhibited a propensity for violence or instability. Moreover, DC residents where the restricts where the guns can be carried, such as a political demonstration near the White House and Naval Observatory or near people under Secret Service protection, provided the permit holder has been given notice. This week, the House is expected to consider the fiscal 2025 Financial Services and General Government Appropriations Bill. This Republican drafted bill would allow an individual with a permit to carry a concealed handgun issued by a state or territory to carry a concealed handgun in DC, regardless of that jurisdiction's permit requirements. A Republican has filed an amendment to that provision to allow such an individual to carry a magazine of any size with that handgun. In short, the pending bill and amendment would allow any person with a carry permit issued by another jurisdiction to carry a concealed handgun with a magazine of any size in any location in the District of Columbia. The Secret Service is responsible for protecting a large number of people and facilities in DC. Director Cheadle, would Secret Service protectees in DC be safer or less safe if people who have the ability could carry a concealed handguns in DC?
And an officer or a law enforcement officer in any state is difficult. They are required to make decisions and snap judgments in the blink of an eye. And I
See
think
how
that
she's
the
answering
officers and
her,
agents
that
that work
pre-
here in the DC area
Right.
do a great job of
prepared
monitoring
statement she was reading out.
public
Yeah, right.
and
Exactly.
reacting to
Just
threats as appropriate when they arise.
That's why old people should not be
Secret Service
involved.
protectees in
These
DC be
people
safer,
manipulated.
or if
Kids are.
people in DC could carry concealed handguns
Vulnerable, man.
with large?
Preying on the vulnerable.
I think, ma'am, that we work in parameters where we travel around North America, and the rules on open carry and concealed carry are different from state to state, and that is part of what the Secret Service takes into account when we develop a security plan. Obviously, anyone that comes into one of our protective sites, we would establish magnetometer support, metal detectors that personnel would have to process through, eliminating that potential.
Would Secret Service protectees in DC be safer or less safe if more people could carry handguns in DC?
I think, again, as I stated, ma'am, we want to make sure that we provide a safe environment for all of our protectees, and whatever measures we would need to put in place for a secure site, we would do so.
Bring around the
Chair
rosy.
recognizes the chairman of the House
Now I know
Intelligence
that
Committee,
it
Mr.
was
Turner from
Cheadle
Ohio.
who wrote down the
Director Cheadle,
president.
your opening statement indicates the Secret Service
she read
constructed
out.
a security plan for the site in Pennsylvania. I'm assuming that security plan would also include the security footprint for the site, but
There's
it
another
also would be
filibuster.
based upon a threat assessment for the threats associated with Donald Trump and the crowd in attendance. Would it not include a threat assessment?
Yes, it would.
So that threat assessment is we know basically would have started with is a generalized threat against Donald Trump because he is a presidential candidate. Then it would have gone to he's a former president and he gets security coverage just as Bush, Clinton, Carter, and Obama do. And then you also have the heightened political environment. Even for those, it's clear that the security footprint, that the threat assessment was insufficient, which permitted then a 20-year-old to actually enter with a weapon and shoot Donald Trump. But I want to ask you about two other aspects of the threat assessment. It is known and public that Iran is a threat risk for Donald Trump. They're a threat risk for John Bolton, former Secretary of State Pompeo, and Donald Trump because they have indicated they want to assassinate them as a result of retaliation for the killing of Soleimani. That is both for Iran a generalized threat. They're targeting these individuals, but also most recently a specific threat to Donald Trump himself. Now, I want to enter into the record by UC a Department of Justice Public Affairs release, a CNN article, an article from Fox News, and an article from CBS, all of which acknowledge
Without objection to order.
That this threat exists for Donald Trump from Iran, and that there are specific threats, most recently, that have been acknowledged.
How the hell are you denying him?
Have you read the intelligence of the generalized threat to Donald Trump by Iran as a result of their desire to retaliate for the killing of Soleimani?
I have.
Have you read or been briefed about the intelligence of this specific recent threat to Donald Trump from Iran?
Yes, I have.
Yes.
Director Wray, when we were getting our briefing, indicated that he thought the threat assessment should have included this threat from Iran.
You as well,
Is it your
Northwood.
testimony today that the threat assessment, since you've read this intelligence, was sufficient to protect him from this threat from Iran?
My testimony today is that the information that we had at the time
Was it for the Iranian threat that you said you have read the intelligence briefings for?
that information was passed to.
Well, I'm not asking the
Intel?
bureaucratic issue of who did it get passed around to. Director Cheadle, was it sufficient for the specific and generalized threat to Donald Trump's life from Iran?
Yes, I do believe it was.
Director Cheadle, is an Iranian assassin more capable than a 20-year-old?
Sir, I think we've acknowledged that there was gaps and a failure that day. We are
When I
not-
raised this issue with Director Wray, he was incensed. He was shocked that the threat assessment of Iran did not seem to be, as we and I discussed, baked in to your security footprint and your threat assessment. And he went on to say that the generalized threat that he has told the whole country that we are under from a potential terrorist threat, he has said we're under the highest threat level since 9/11, that the lights are flashing red. And he has specifically indicated that people have crossed the southern border as a result of the Biden administration's policy, and that there are in our country today terrorists and individuals who are affiliated with terrorist groups and organizations. That would be a heightened threat environment, Director Cheadle, would it not?
From there.
Yes.
In his public statements, he has said he is making these statements because he wants people to take them into consideration in threat assessments, specifically.
You're taking things to war, man.
Now, that would be a
You're
threat not just to Donald Trump, but it would also be a threat to the crowd there, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Are
leading
ISIS
question.
terrorists and Al-Qaeda terrorists and international groups and terrorists more capable than a
Why are you
20-year-old
funding them?
in pulling off their mass shooting or an assassination of Donald Trump?
Good morning, Genuine.
Sir, again, there was clearly a breakdown.
Sterling.
And failure that day.
Have you
Hi,
read the
Jim
intelligence
Sterling.
of the
Great-
terrorists
great to see you.
that are currently in the United States? Director Ray speaks, and those individuals that are here that are affiliated with terrorist groups and organizations that are in the process, as Director Ray said, of representing a significant threat of a terrorist attack occurring in the United States?
I have read reports that apply specifically to the Secret Service's mission.
Director Cheadle, because Donald Trump is alive, and thank God he is, you look incompetent. If Donald Trump had been killed, you would have looked culpable. There is no aspect of this that indicates that there has been any protection to Donald Trump. The threat was identified before he took the stage, and the shooter was only killed after Donald Trump himself was killed. Not only should you resign if you refuse to do so, President Biden needs to fire you, because his life, Donald Trump's life, and all the other people which you protect are at risk because you have no concept of the aspect that the security footprint needs to be correlated to the threat. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Richard Lynch from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You minced your words up.
There were multiple security failures at the former president's rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. First of all, there was a failure to isolate the podium from exposure to direct fire. Do we know who made that decision to allow that rooftop to remain as an unprotected area? Do we know who came up with that security plan that
you're not gonna fucking find out.
Omitted that?
Sir, I don't have a specific person to identify for
Okay,
you.
well, that's what I'm looking for. So let's move on. There's
9
also a
days
breakdown
later,
in
you don't have
security
that plan?
and failure to confront the shooter over an hour before the former president began his remarks, when the shooter was identified as a person of interest. What particularly allowed agents or law enforcement to identify him as a person of interest?
So I appreciate the question. And again, I will say that we are 9 days out, and there are a multitude of interviews that are still taking place.
Okay, so did he have a rangefinder? There were some reports that the individual had a rangefinder. That would certainly raise my suspicion. Did he have a rangefinder?
Yes, he did. But may I explain that at a number of our sites, especially when you're at outdoor venues, a rangefinder is not a prohibited item. It is sometimes an item that is brought in by individuals if you're going to be.
Did anybody confront him on that? Anybody ask him questions? What are you doing with the rangefinder? Anybody confront him on his presence where he was in proximity to the president?
So again, to my knowledge, I believe that was the process that was taking place, was to locate the individual.
Did they confront him? Did they go up to him? Did they talk to him?
I do not have those details at this time.
Those are important details.
What details does she have?
There was also a failure to communicate between law enforcement to act quickly upon information provided by either local law enforcement or rally attendees that the suspect was positioned on the roof. There were minutes of delay.
This is the oversight committee, right?
Any meaningful action was
I think so,
taken,
yeah.
even though he was several hundred feet from the podium.
They have no real power in it.
This was obviously
All they can do is
before
just publicly shame you.
shooting.
Yeah, just make you kind of point you out. Yeah.
Yeah, they
Let me
can't
ask
demand
you,
anything.
There was
Order
considerable delay in removing the president from the podium
anything. Fire up.
after
They
the
can make
shooting began. He
recommendations.
got shot in the air. It was still over a minute.
Yeah, it does
before
help
he was
sometimes. Yeah.
removed from the stage.
It helps
Meanwhile,
for them
this shooter
to
had
stole us an
multiple
excuse.
clips.
So this will sit
Several
there,
clips.
pretend
He
to
got
be
off
against
8 shots.
give us this
And he
whole
had the
sick
capacity and
votes.
the ability, if he was not
Yeah,
neutralized,
they're all just part of the same, same club.
basically
You know,
mow down
really,
that
really at the end of the day.
Secret Service detachment as well as the president.
It's just an illusion. It's a stage.
Yeah.
What,
Yeah,
from your
right.
own
Yeah,
investigation,
like at the end of the day, they all got the
caused
one
that-
boss, you
that
know.
delay under the
This is to
What I
help
can tell
sell
you
the
is
lie
that
to the
when
American
the
people.
No, he
identified that the shooting was taking place.
he walked a mile
under
with
3
a
seconds,
ladder in his
they
hand.
threw themselves
Right.
on
Oh, I
top of
understand that there was heroism there. No question about it. No question.
You
about
know,
it. But
a mile with a
protocol
ladder
would
in his
indicate
hand
that these
would
are,
have been a red flag.
The opinions of
No, he didn't have a
Did he
camera.
ever walk a mile with a ladder in his hand?
Past that
If you
over
had
a
a
minute
camera, it'd be on in line of
of
flash. Right?
exposure on that podium with a shooter with a high capacity
Right, yeah,
weapon
yeah.
who had already wounded the president and
That
could have
is
got
a
off
red flag right
know
there.
how many more
He
rounds,
should have been stopped and detained.
and yet the president remained exposed, even though he was joined in that exposure by the Secret Service in their heroic
I
act.
say, unless he was, authorized personnel, you know what I mean?
I don't know if there's a good explanation for that.
our personnel created a body bunker on top of the
I get
president,
that. I get that.
shielding him.
Yeah, this was an AR-15 style weapon that would have made pretty quick work if he was determined and able to do so. This is not the first investigation that we've had of the Secret Service during my time here on this committee, and the last one we had our previous investigation determined that the Secret Service was experiencing a staffing crisis that poses perhaps the greatest threat to the agency. And that's a quote. Is that staffing crisis still in place? Is that still something that you deal with on a daily basis?
As of today, the Secret Service has just over 8,000 employees. We continue to hire, knowing that we need to ensure that we keep pace with
What would be the full complement of
And gentlemen, time's expired, but please answer the question.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
What would be the full complement that you're looking for? You've got 8,000, and how many would be a full complement for the service?
So we are still striving towards a number of 9,500 employees approximately in order to be able to meet future and emerging needs.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your courtesy. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Dr. Fox from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
She's incompetent
Director
because she doesn't have
Cheadle,
enough
what
staff.
grade would you give
right.
the Secret Service's performance in Butler, Pennsylvania on July 13th?
Can't find the staff anyway these days, can you?
As I've stated, ma'am, this was clearly a
How
failure.
about we import some
I
security
would
from Russia?
grade the
China?
agents
That'd
and
be a good
officers
idea.
who selflessly threw themselves
There you
in
go.
front of the president and neutralized the threat an A. I think that we need to examine the events that led up to and prior to that day.
You stated in 2021 that the Secret Service has a zero-fail
No.
mission. It's clear that the events of July 13th
This is
show a
elder abuse.
cascade of failures that cost
Given a
Corey
script.
Comparator his life, nearly
His old
cost former
script to
president
beat
his
out.
life, and
Lied to
injured David Dutch
propaganda to
and
the
James
American.
Copenhagen. When an agency
Mhm.
fails
Watch
spectacularly
how
in
she's
its
got an answer for
mission,
this woman.
those responsible
Oh, yeah.
must be held accountable, and the problems must be fixed so they cannot happen again. Why should the American people or the officials you're responsible for protecting have confidence in your ability to lead the Secret Service after such a spectacular failure?
I appreciate the question, and I am committed to finding answers so that we can make the agency stronger after this.
You said on July 15 that the buck stops with me. How are you taking accountability for the Secret Service's failures during the July 13 assassination?
Resign.
attempt on President
Resign.
I have taken
People
accountability,
demand
and
your
I will continue
resignation,
to take
bitch.
accountability. I am responsible for leading the agency, and I am
Resign.
responsible for finding the answers to how this event occurred
You
and making
failed.
sure
Get
that
the
it doesn't
fuck out of
happen
your
again.
fucking office, you fucking bitch.
So I would like
it's
to
like,
explore how
how'd
you
she-
got
you know,
the job as director of the
Yeah,
United
how'd she
States.
ever get in? What the fuck, you know?
Is it
You know?
typical
No,
for the
how'd you ever
director of
get
the
in there?
Secret Service to be recommended
Tick,
for the
but they tick
role at
boxes,
the behest
you know?
of
She's
the
a woman. There you
president's
go. You got
family
that
and
in. Qualified? No, it doesn't
staff?
matter.
Perhaps at the
We need
Yeah,
women.
request of Joe Biden or Anthony Bernard?
like, yeah, she must be good, right?
Yeah,
My
we need
job
to be diverse.
is because I spent
Yeah, she
27
must be
years
good.
in an agency with a mission that I absolutely love. I started my career in Detroit. I worked my way up through investigations and protection.
On your knees.
Was there
You know,
competition for the position?
there it goes.
You would have to ask those who were involved in the interview process.
They're your staff, man. You mean
But you
ask
think
them?
you are the best person in the country to head the Secret Service?
No, she's
I
not.
think that I am the best person to lead the Secret Service at this time.
Fuck you.
The Secret Service receives billions in funding each year, as has been explained
failed
by
so
my
royally.
colleagues here. In fact,
Talk about hubris.
you've had an increase in real terms of 55%. As you're no doubt aware, staffing levels for those assigned to protect the president, former presidents, and other senior officials has decreased by about 350 between 2014 and today. Clearly, a lack of financial resources not to blame.
Oh, so it's
for
all
the
about money.
staffing
She ain't got
shortage.
enough money, right?
In
This is
2022,
Sparta.
the Secret
Fuck yourself,
Service
man.
saw
Go back
nearly
to your
half its
fucking
workforce leave in 1 year. During the
garden
same year, it
somewhere.
was ranked dead
Do some
last
knitting.
among law enforcement agencies in the best
No
places to
business
work
being
in
in
the
that
federal
fucking chair
government.
right now.
Can you explain why your
Oh,
agency
yeah.
was so poorly rated and why so
Elder
little
abuse,
staff
man.
left in just 1 year?
You're right.
I'll do I
Just
dispute the
got this woman there. Give her a
statistic
script.
of
Yeah,
half
read that.
2022. I think that that has been inaccurate data that's been
Oh, yeah, it's all
reported out there.
around.
She's got an
But
answer
what I
for
can
her.
tell you is,
Yeah,
as I
it's
have
everywhere.
returned as the agency, we have had an increase in hiring and staffing and an increase in resources, and we are committed to continue to hire. So that we
Yeah,
can
you
staff
did. Trump gave you billions, you motherfucking bitch. You only got like 100 fucking people in your staff, and you just fucking had a $6 billion check, man. What the fuck's wrong with you? You fucking sick.
Given the high profile,
There's only 100 of them in there.
and
There's
rotten
not a lot of them.
culture of the Secret Service during your nearly
The fuck
2
is
years
100 billion?
tenure,
6
why
billion.
should the
What are they
American
gonna do?
people have any confidence
Yeah,
in your
right.
ability to lead the Secret Service to perform its zero-fail mission to protect our senior leaders?
The Secret Service has an incredible culture. Our men and women place service over self. They come in every day willing to risk their lives for our protective mission. And they work investigations that thwart people who would do harm to children, child exploiters. We have an incredible mission, and our culture is we will get the job done no matter what.
Well, those on the front line certainly have a great culture, and they were willing to risk their lives for President Trump. But I'm not sure the leadership at the agency has this right kind of culture. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Conley from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I hope the American people do appreciate the incredible daily risks Secret Service agents take on our behalf. You mentioned there are 36 regular clients you've got that you protect constantly, but I 42 heads of government and heads of state, plus visiting heads of state and heads of government. Presumably, you provided protection for all of them.
That is correct.
That there's an ongoing investigation. You don't want to go into too much detail on that until you've been able to ascertain all the facts and analyze what they mean. You can understand, however, the anxiety we and the American public have about how could this happen and how can we ensure it can't recur. Now, there are some things, my friends, on one, like AR-15s and access to them by a 20-year-old or anybody for that matter. Presumably, Director Cheadle, the ubiquity of weapons, guns in America, especially assault weapons or semi-automatic weapons, that's helped your job and the mission of your agency. Right? It's made it less complicated, isn't that true?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding your question.
Real simple. More guns.
Oh, it's breaking up for me.
Yeah, so
It's frozen.
maybe we need to reset it or something.
Yeah. Do you want me to try sharing it from there, Mama Bear? See if I can get it up.
Oh yeah.
I think we lost
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, maybe we did, huh? Yeah, one of us that has a more stable connection would probably better.
Yeah. I think she's sharing this from her tablet as well. So, and the tablet gets really hot. It freezes up.
Oh yeah. Mhm.
Oh my god. You see the bullshit though, right?
Mhm.
So,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
fucking thick.
Yeah, a bunch of actors, they seem like a bunch of actors for sure.
Yeah. It's like watching that, those fake wrestling,
Mhm.
do you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, what you mean? Yeah, WWE, yeah.
Watch how
Yeah.
Trump's ear is miraculously healed. Right?
Oh, yeah, I see. Yeah,
Watch.
yeah, it'd be just
He
fine.
can't wear that thing on his fucking head for a while. But what the good thing is, right? He can now hide a listening device in his ear, and he can have direct conversation with his work.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
there
got
you
a
go.
word master in your head. You know what I mean?
That is funny. Yeah, you never know about that one.
Yeah, they do that a lot.
Yeah. Huh?
They use like little things and they stick it right in their ear and the color of it looks like part of your ear. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Hide it
Mm-hmm.
really well.
Especially with that bandage, yeah, on top, huh? Gee.
Yeah, they hide it really well.
Yeah.
So they got
Mm-hmm.
like a Google in their ear, someone with telling them what to say, when to say it. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, especially I'm sure it's Trump too. He's not as he's not like Biden, I'm sure at all, but I'm sure he probably has his little things where he kind of you know needs some help every once in a while. Saying something.
Well, watch how when he stops wearing that little thing on his ear, right? His ear
Mm-hmm.
becomes healed. There won't be no wound, no missing part of the ear. You know what I mean? Because like
Oh,
if a ball goes through your ear, you're gonna have a bit of an ear problem, right? You're gonna have a little bit of ear missing.
yeah, I got a chunk missing. Yeah, for sure.
You watch how he ain't gonna have no problem with his ear, man.
I see. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, it'll be
Right?
funny
And
to
he's
see.
gonna sell it to everybody that he had a brilliant plastic surgeon or some shit.
Oh, right. Yeah, he sold it up. It's perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, healed miraculously.
Mm-hmm.
You
So funny.
Did you see how when they were giving those speeches, right? When she was getting questioned by some of the senators who didn't have, who weren't reading off their notes, right? Like those little old ladies
Mm-hmm.
were.
Mm-hmm.
It's that she didn't have an answer for those questions, right? Oh,
Oh, yeah.
we got to do investigations. We got this problem. We got that. We can't tell you this. We can't tell you that. Go fuck yourself, right? But then
Mm-hmm.
when the little old grannies came up there reading their little scripts that they were reading clearly off their notes, right? That obviously somebody prepared for them and gave them to read, right? And then
Yeah,
they just,
sure.
oh, my mom's back.
Yeah, everything is so.
Shall I bring you up on the stage,
Yes, the stage. Mm-hmm.
I think she's having problems.
Oh, yeah. Maybe
She's
bad
backstage.
connection. Oh, is she?
Again, yeah.
Yeah, I'll clear that little thing up later with the what was that called? That thing that you told me about earlier. Get rid of the name of it all of a sudden. I was clearing it with my phone and all that kind of different stuff. Oh, a Telegram. That's it.
Telegram.
I'll clear that up a little bit later.
Yeah, Telegram. It's all right. It's a pretty decent app. I mean,
Yeah.
what was it? Marcy said I was for the scammers and shit. I mean, the fucking scammers are everywhere, man. WhatsApp, fucking Facebook. Fucking, you ain't gonna get away from it. Just don't.
Oh,
You know,
yeah.
just it's basically what if you go into these big large groups, right? Just remember to remove your hide your number and your communication so they can't see your
Oh, I see. Oh, okay. I'll make sure to do that.
number. And then
Yeah.
and then when they do reach out to you, just fuck them off, and block them. Do you know what I mean? You get people, they come up on WhatsApp or and they send a hi, even on Skype, any messaging system. You know what I mean? You'll get some bitch saying, hi, I found. Oh, you want to talk? What's your name? Where are you from? Blah blah blah. And all this shit. You know what I mean? Trying to bait
I
you,
see.
catfish you.
Oh, I understand. So yeah, pretty much I'll just probably use it for the group, our group,
Yeah,
not
that's what I use it for now. I've got my own groups I use it for, and anybody else, I just fuck them off.
Oh, okay, I sure will.
It gives me like free hosting over there, so I could literally back up an entire YouTube channel onto it. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Oh.
We're working on
I'll
a
check that out.
different system where I can set up, like where you could just set up a Telegram group and channel, and then just automatically, use the automated bot to import all of the videos into the channel. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I see.
There's a way of backing up your YouTube channel. Do you know what I mean?
Oh,
Because you can stream. I mean, we're streaming on Telegram right now
oh really? Oh, okay.
in the group. Yeah, there's a group chat of like a voice chat, and we have the ability to stream to it. So like while we're streaming here, I'm also streaming onto Telegram.
Oh, I see. Oh, okay. So yeah, I'll definitely get that set up and everything. If I do that.
Yeah, we've
Yeah,
got
I'm
Telegram,
close.
Twitch, Rumble, and a couple of YouTube channels set up at the moment. But we've got the capability of hooking up,
Okay,
multiple
yeah.
channels and stream every fucking way. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I say I'm real close. It was just a bit early to go, going through all the steps and everything. I was just like, man, this is getting to be a headache. But yeah, we're
That's
time
why I
to
opened the Jitsi room. The Jitsi is like this. It's basically it's like StreamYards, but there's no audience, right? So you up and you speak, you share your screen, your cameras, or whatever.
Oh yeah.
I'm back. Sorry, I'm washing clothes. I had to go up and down
Okay.
those steps a couple times.
Okay, man.
You can delete mouse.
What's that, Mumber? Yeah, I'll try one more time.
Ask Miles if he got the link.
Which link we talk? Who from who? The video you trying to play? Yeah.
Okay.
Are you playing the?
Do you remember how? Yeah, I've got it.
Every time I share the link, because I keep getting kicked.
Yeah.
Every time I go to share it, I get kicked off the stage. I get kicked off
Oh, really?
StreamYard.
Wow. Good.
I think your internet is kind of.
Yeah, getting wonky. Yeah.
Yeah. It's maxing out.
Mhm.
Who's that? Northwood. Welcome back, bro.
Stop this from happening again. And I'd like to share
Can
a
you see that?
graphic from a very recent study conducted by Professor Robert Pape,
Can you
a
see my screen, guys?
world-renowned expert in combating.
Yeah. Okay.
The graphic shows that 74%
Audio okay?
of Americans want this
Yes, it
Congress
is.
to come together and denounce political violence of all stripes. And you can tell it's across party lines. I commend the chair and ranking member for putting out the statement the other day condemning political violence. And to further this effort, I'd like to ask all my colleagues to join Dr. Brad Wenstrup and me in introducing a resolution that we think can secure unanimous House passage in deploring and condemning political violence. And we will be circulating that resolution shortly. Director Cheadle, as you know, the shooter began shooting at 6:11 p.m. Eastern on July 13th. NBC reported that at 5:51 p.m., 20 minutes before the shooting began, the state police informed the Secret Service of their concern. Now, the rally was not paused at that point, correct? No. And according to NBC, just 2 minutes later, at 5:53 p.m., the Secret Service notified its snipers about the gunman. The rally wasn't paused at that point either, correct? No. Let me show you some video footage by rally goers. If you could play the video on the screen up here. This was taken 2 minutes before the shooting started. If you could turn up the volume.
We have criminals. We have people right here, flat on the roof.
Ma'am, that doesn't look like suspicious behavior. That looks like threatening behavior to me. And the rally wasn't paused at that point either, correct?
I can tell you, as I stated earlier, sir, that the moment that the shift surrounding the president were aware of an actual threat.
That's a threat right there. The guy's on the roof and everybody's yelling at him.
Yes.
And directing the officer's attention to him. The rally was not paused at that point, correct?
We are currently still combing through communications and when communications were passed.
Well, I can point you to this
Okay.
communication. It's 2 minutes before the shots started
9
ringing out.
days later.
Was there ever a moment where the
Secret Service would have paused the rally had they known or that
So the answer is
there
no.
was an actual threat.
The answer is no. Correct?
I can speak to you in generalities.
No, I don't want generalities. I
know
want
all of the
specifics.
communications.
The answer is no. You did not consider pausing the rally, correct?
The people that are in charge of protecting the president on that day would never bring the former president out if there was a threat that had been identified.
Well, they did, because we've now identified 3 points in the 20 minutes before the shooting that the threat emerged. Let me point you to something else, which is the building that the shooter was perched on, seen here. This building is called the AGR building. I'm sure that you're familiar with it. It's no more than 150 yards from the stage where Donald Trump stood, yet the security perimeter was drawn such that the AGR building was placed outside of it. Director Cheadle, according to the Washington Post, the AR-15 styled rifle used in the shooting had a range of 400 to 600 yards, and therefore the AGR building was clearly within rifle range of the stage, correct?
Yes.
NBC News has reported that in the days before the rally, the Secret Service had identified the building as a vulnerability that required special attention, correct?
That's reporting from NBC.
Yes.
So I am still looking into an active investigation.
I know, but it's been 9 days. I mean, you should know that, right? And yet, despite the fact that the AGR building was in rifle range of the stage, and it was flagged as a vulnerability, this building was put outside of the Secret Service's security perimeter. And I respectfully submit the Secret Service must expand its
Good morning, Noahs. Morning, Mama Bear.
Morning,
Bruno. How are you?
Northwood.
Let me turn your attention to
What's up?
conspiracy theories that have been
Coffee time.
ask you to comment on them. First, you have not found evidence that the incident was a staged shooting, right?
Correct.
And you haven't found evidence that this was a result of a conspiracy of high-ranking government officials, correct?
Correct.
And you have not found evidence that this incident was in fact directed or perpetrated by a foreign state or entity, right?
And that's the last question, but I'll let the director answer that.
Not at this time.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlemen's time's expired. Chair now recognizes Mr. Cloud from Texas.
Thank you. I just wanted to confirm there was only one counter sniper who took one shot.
We had multiple counter sniper teams available.
Yeah, on the
that
premises, but only one took one shot. Is that correct, or only one?
Day. Correct.
Okay. How many spent shell casings were found on the roof?
Again, I would have to defer you to the FBI's criminal investigation.
Okay. The word is that the car was rigged with explosives.
Again, sir, I'd have to defer you to the FBI's investigation.
Okay. You're not curious about. You don't communicate with them? No. Okay. CNN reported that the Secret Service did not sweep the building the shooter was used to shoot President Trump and other attendees. Is that true or false?
So we are conducting a mission insurance investigation and will depend on the information that we obtain from our investigations.
Okay. The Secret Service knew there was a suspicious person anywhere from 8 minutes before President walked on stage to 30 to 60 minutes. There are different reports. Was President Trump or his team notified of the threat?
I think there's a difference and a distinction between suspicious
person
and threat.
Yeah.
So we are going back and looking at communications to know when the information about a suspicious person was passed to Secret Service personnel.
Okay, but was President Trump or his team notified?
Again, we are going back and looking to make sure that we have the exact information of when those notifications were made and who those notifications were made to.
Okay. I think it's troubling for a lot of us that the number one question everyone in America is wondering is why was the roof left open? And after 9 days, we should at least maybe have a little bit of that information. And when you come to this committee hearing and you don't have anything to say about that, it's very, very troubling. Did you review the security plan for this event?
I personally do not review security plans for events that take place across the country.
Any of them?
Do you review the president Biden's security plan?
Who reviews the security plans?
There's a number of people that review security plans.
Who's
as they
ultimately
unfold.
responsible for signing off on a security plan?
It's a conjunction of personnel. There are people on the ground, there are supervisors on the detail, there are people at headquarters.
So there's not one person who says, okay, this is good, it's copacetic, we're going for it?
I think much in the way that we build our security plans, where they are
No doubt
multi-layered,
there's teams working different aspects of it, but ultimately, isn't there an individual who signs off on the plan?
much like how we design our security plans. They're multi-layered. There are multiple layers.
So there's no accountability.
There is accountability, sir.
There's this is whether it's the FBI or Fauci or anything. It's time after time after time. These multiple layers of accountability turn into layers of plausible deniability, and agency after agency after agency. That's got to be fixed, because you keep coming here and expecting. Yes, you're saying I'm responsible, and you're accountable for it, but then there's nothing. What do you mean by that? I mean, you're saying you're going to keep your job, right?
I assure you, sir, that if we determine through the course of our investigation that someone or people need to be held accountable, we will do so.
What level of, if President Biden, God forbid, had been shot and killed, would you think that was worthy of resignation?
I would do the same thing that I'm doing here, where I would want to make sure that we are conducting an investigation, that there is continuity in that investigation, and that we could find the answers
You do not
to
think
what
the
happened.
assassination of somebody under your
But it would not have been 9 days before you had answers.
We're not getting answers right now.
The thing that you've said so far is that you want to make sure that this never happens again. The thing is, everyone in America knows it's not the job description you're tasked with. The job description you're tasked with is to make sure it never happens. Period. One of your goals in the strategic plan is to champion diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. You accomplish the accessibility part. What standards, do you keep the same standards for all applicants and all? Does every Secret Service agent meet the same qualifications, or do you have different standards for different people?
Yes, sir. Everyone who moves through the application process has to meet the same standards to become a special agent.
The trouble I think we're having with right now, so far, you gave a lame excuse for sloped roof. You said that local law enforcement's job was to cover up the building before backtracking on that. We were told that President Trump's team did not ask for security before you backtracked on that. You haven't provided the audio recording that this committee, the chairman, requested that was due Thursday. You didn't give us an advanced copy of your opening statement, but yet there was reporting on it somewhere else. There seems to be more information from YouTube videos than you're able to provide for us, and it begs the question to anyone. You're in charge of the investigation of your own failure, so how is anybody in America supposed to be able to trust the results of that investigation as being anything transparent and genuine?
That's the last question, but please feel free to answer the question.
Sir, I've been a Secret Service agent for nearly 30 years. I have led with integrity, and I follow our core values of duty, justice, honor, loyalty, and courage. And I
Ain't learned nothing in 30 years. Need to leave.
that I will provide answers when we have a full and complete report, in addition to cooperating with all of the other investigations that are ongoing.
Chair, I recognize Mr. Khanna from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the chair and the ranking member for convening this hearing on a bipartisan basis. I join them in condemning the horrific assassination attempt on the former president. I am relieved for the sake of the country that he wasn't seriously hurt and that he survived, and my thoughts with him and his family during such a traumatic event. I also want to express condolences to Corey Comprator's family and recognize his heroism in saving his daughter's lives, and to the victims of that awful event. Now, Director Kittle, would you agree that this is the most serious security lapse since President Reagan was shot in 1981 of the Secret Service?
Yes, sir, I would.
And, you know what Stuart Knight did when he was in charge at the time of the Secret Service? You know what he did afterwards?
He remained on duty.
He resigned.
He resigned, you idiot.
And Stuart Knight was not a Democratic appointee or Republican appointee. Look, I'm not questioning your judgment. I just don't think this is partisan. If you have an assassination attempt on a president, a former president, or a candidate, you need to resign. That's what Stuart Knight did. He was a Republican appointee, and he took responsibility. And I think you need to reflect. This is not a question of you. It's a question of the American people. You cannot go leading a Secret Service agency when there is an assassination attempt on a presidential candidate. I would say that about anyone who is running. And so I guess my question to you is, what's the difference between your position and what Stuart Knight did?
What I will tell you, sir, is that I am dedicated to finding the answers to what happened. And like every Secret Service agent, we don't shirk our responsibility.
Investigate
I
yourself.
will remain on
Just like
the
every
responsibility to this committee, to the former president, and to the American
They're going to find out they did nothing wrong. Everything they did was by the book.
Oh yeah, of course.
They never do a fucking thing, dude.
It just happened to be that one guy slipped by them.
Yeah, internal investigation found nothing. Yeah.
Questions asked at your service in this role.
Mama Bear, I sent you an email.
I mean, I'm saying you can't do public service again. You can't do something else again. Do you really genuinely in your heart believe that you being in this role is what's right for America at this moment?
The next time will be too late.
Supporters with the one thing that we've got to have agencies in this country that are transcend politics, that have the confidence of independents, Democrats, Republicans, progressives, conservatives. Do you really believe that the majority of this country has confidence in you right now?
I believe that the country deserves answers, and I am committed to finding those answers and providing
Oh,
those
yeah.
answers.
Bullshit.
I believe, Director Kittle, that you should resign. I think there are colleagues on both sides of the aisle who believe that, and I hope you'll consider it.
Yes. Please do.
Mm-hmm.
Recognizes Mr. Palmer from Alabama for 5 minutes.
Director Cheadle, did local law enforcement ESU teams have compromised authority to engage a perceived threat?
Yes.
Why do you think they didn't use it?
I believe that they follow the same use of force that our
You don't. When you have compromised authority, you don't have to get permission if you perceive a threat. And there were not just the ESU units, but there were local law enforcement that had line of sight on the shooter before the shots were taken. So one of my questions is there was supposed to be a briefing with the Secret Service sniper units, your counter assault team members, with the contract team, with the local ESU teams. That didn't take place. Why was that?
So I have been told that there has been a briefing. There was a briefing that took place.
I've been told that there wasn't one.
And again, we are still looking into the facts of the investigation. So
Let me ask you this. When were you informed that there was a credible threat against President Trump, former President Trump? When did you learn of that?
Sir, the former president has a number of threats.
I didn't ask you that. There was a credible threat from Iran. When were you informed of that? Answer the question.
We have been monitoring the threats.
You
for the
knew
former
before.
president.
You knew before the rally. Okay, right? The site security plan is generally drafted by the site supervisor and the site agent, probably out of the Pittsburgh district office. Did they take into account the credible threat against President Trump?
Our personnel take into account the threats that are
Then
out
why
there.
would they leave a building? And I will correct the distance that's been quoted. It was about 140 yards with clear line of sight to the president. Why was that building not occupied on the roof? I mean, you could have put Barney Fife on the roof and kept somebody from getting up there. So why
There you go.
That day encompassed a number of security mitigations.
The issue is the site supervisor, the site agent, and the special agent in charge, who I think signed off on the plan, did not include that in the inner perimeter, and they didn't have a plan to secure the building. As I understand it, the Butler County ESU unit was situated on the second floor of a building next to that, but they didn't have a clear line of sight of the roof. The angle was too severe. The photograph that was taken of the young man, of the shooter, when he had the rangefinder, was taken at 5:15. It wasn't until 5:38 that photograph was transmitted to the Secret Service sniper units. I don't understand the lack of interoperability here in the communication process. I don't understand why people didn't perceive that as a credible threat. The video that Mr. Christopher Morphy had shown there was clearly a credible threat. So how is it that all of these mistakes could be made? How many explosive devices were found on or near the site?
Again, I would have to defer you to the FBI.
Madam, I believe they were in his car, and there, I think there might have been one near a main gas line.
She knows.
It wasn't just the fact that he had a rifle. It was the fact that he had the ability to inflict enormous harm, enormous numbers of casualties, had those devices exploded. I want to know also, when your agents conduct a site review, are they fully informed of all of the threats that are being made against the principle that they're protecting?
What I can tell you is that when our agents go out to conduct an advance, their whole goal is to ensure
I
the safety
understand
and
what the
security.
goal is. The failure to secure that building not only put the former president's life in danger, it put the lives of individuals in the crowd in danger as well. I mean, the Reagan shooting, there were other people shot at that time as well. And the Secret Service members' lives were in danger. So I don't understand how you can continue to stay in the position you're in when this was a failure of historic magnitude. 3 years without anything like this happening. And you failed, in this case, in a spectacular way. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Mfume from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to commend you and the ranking member on your joint statement and for holding this hearing that we might all at least attempt to try to get some answers. Some of us, Ms. Cheadle, grew up in an era not too unlike what we see today in terms of political violence. Some of us remember the November 22nd, 1963 assassination of President Kennedy. Some of us, like myself, remember 2 days later when Jack Ruby on live TV shot and killed Lee Harvey Oswald. We've seen over and over and over since that time these kind of attempts, whether it was the assassination of Martin Luther King or Bobby Kennedy, or the attempted attack on George Wallace in Laurel, Maryland, the shooting in 1981 of Ronald Reagan, our friend and colleague Steve Scalise shooting here in D.C., and the unfortunate attack on Paul Pelosi, and now this matter regarding former President Trump. Let me try, if I might, to take another walk at this. People just assume that whoever is in charge takes full responsibility when there's never been, at least on this magnitude and scale, this sort of failure. So when members ask you, are you going to resign, and you say you have no intention to, they are perplexed, like many people who watch what's going on. And there's some things I just don't understand. Why was the building, the ARG building, placed outside of the perimeter when clearly it was close enough for someone to launch an attack?
So again, sir, we are looking into all of the details of how the advance was comprised. but I can tell you that there was overwatch on that building provided that day.
By a drone?
I'm not going to get into the specifics of technology or assets that were used in
Well, I think it's fair to say the overwatch failed because the shooter got up on the roof and stayed there for a while, and people had pointed him out. So do you think that your overwatch was a failure in that case?
I think that we need to know the full details to understand how this occurred.
And why was the rooftop left naked to begin with? Can you tell us that, considering it was within the line of sight and so very close?
Again, I can't speak to the specifics of this particular event site, but what I can tell you is that when the Secret Service develops an advanced plan, they take into account a number of factors when they're building their advance. If there are buildings or areas of concern, and overwatch is one of those mitigations that they want to put in place, then they will cover off areas of responsibility.
I understand that, but the shooter came to the attention of your agency 52 minutes before the former president got to the stage. Did anybody get assigned to watch or cover that individual who had already been seen with a advanced finder on him and other suspicious matters? Was anybody assigned to track him?
So what I'd like to clarify is that a suspicious individual
I got that right.
was
It's
brought
not a
to
threat.
the attention of our personnel. And again, having a rangefinder at an outdoor event.
Well, let me ask you this. When the suspicious person was brought to the attention of the Secret Service, was anybody in the detail ordered to follow and stay with that suspicious person just because they might become a threat?
So we have a number of teams that are on the ground. And again, we are trying to verify the timelines of when those notifications were made.
Deflect.
Assume the responsibility to track that individual.
Ms. Cheadle, there has been a lot of discussion, some of which raised itself earlier in this hearing about poor staff morale within your agency. And I have the July 17th report of Government Executive, which is a credible reporting service for the federal government, for employees. And the 2023 ranking of places to work within the federal government showed, and this is through the Office of Personnel Management, that the Secret Service came in 413th out of 459 sub-agencies and agencies. Can you explain that?
Certainly. What I can tell you is the Secret Service is a difficult job. It challenges our employees daily. It's holidays, it's weekends, it's no leave periods.
But, madam, people come to work knowing that. You do explain that when you hire somebody. They know that. It's the same with other agencies. They miss holidays. They come to work at odd hours. But to be worked, one of the worst places to work within the federal government, 413 out of 459. I just need an explanation. What do you think as the director there?
I think that this
And that's the last question, but please answer Mr. Mfube's question.
I think that this is a challenging job. I think that it's a challenging environment to be in law enforcement, and we do have a no-fail mission.
You
And our
can't do your
folks
job
are
quick.
tasked with that every day, 365 days of the year. But I can tell you I've also taken a number of measures since I've been the director to recruit and retain and stem the tide of attrition in our agency, which will hopefully alleviate some of that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Sessions from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I join in the calls of all of our members to say thank you for doing this hearing on a bipartisan basis. Director, I'm not going to sit here and say you ought to resign, but I am going to say that you have not given us confidence that you have the ability to understand what happened, to take the responsibility in terms of understanding. You've spent a number of years. How many years do you say you've been with the agency?
29.
Well, I spent 16 years with AT&T, moved 7 times with them, and had a really good feel about their operations, how they worked, what was acceptable, who was responsible. And I've heard you say today numbers of times, well, you've got to wait. Well, you've got to wait. Wait for the final report. When is the final going to happen?
I am
I mean, how long do we have to wait before you can give us credible answers? You've been there 28 years. You've had a few days to be able to draw your own analysis of this. You should understand the entire process. You talked about being on the team, perhaps in Georgia. You have talked about your experience in this. You've talked about the professional nature of the agency. That I don't doubt. But the director, just like it was when I ran my operations at AT&T, was responsible for making sure they worked. And in business, it either works or it doesn't work. There's no in between. It either works or it does not work. And your job as the, in essence, administrator, the director, is to make sure it looks right and works. And I've not heard you say one thing about my analysis is I have asked these questions. It's always, I've got to sit back and wait for someone else to decide that. So I'm going to ask you a question that maybe you can answer. Have any employees been disciplined for their role in Butler, PA incidents?
No, sir, not at this time. I am asking those questions.
So no employee has been disciplined and no employee has been placed in any position that would place their job in jeopardy nor their standing in the agency.
We are still in the process of
That's not what I asked. You're the person that runs the place. You're the person that knows right from wrong, good from bad. You've had a number of days, and now you come before this committee knowing you're going to be before us, and you've got to slough it off to someone else. Do you see where there was something that went wrong as a professional at an agency for 28 years, or do you have to count on someone else to give you the final report?
I see that something went wrong, and I've acknowledged that something went
Then
wrong.
what went wrong? Was the special agent charge not doing their job? Was the shooter given extra time? Was the sniper doing their job? I mean, these are things that people who've been around for 28 years can analyze quickly. I watched it live on TV, and then within minutes saw a number of facts and factors that would have and should have been known by people who were there. You've got 28 years. You're showing up here telling us and the American public, well, I've got to wait for the final answer. What is your evaluation?
I'm asking those same questions.
Well, no, you're before the committee. Tell us what went wrong. A special agent charge, the person who was there. Tell us, and don't try and play a shell game with us. Do you have the ability to effectively, as the director of this agency, to understand what went wrong and at least tell us, I do or don't know what I'm doing? And we come away with, and I'm not asking for you to resign. I'm asking for you, if you've got this experience, then you should be able to say to us, we know what we did wrong. It was a failure in our system, and we're immediately making these corrections. That's why you're having a difficult time with this group of members of Congress, because we saw it too. We've seen the things, but you are the 28-year expert. You are the person that, and only you, that can make the changes. And I hear you say, well, I've got to wait for a final report before I have 28 years experience. That is why we think what you're doing, the answers you're giving us are not correct, and you are not using your professional expertise. Mr. Chairman, I will allow her to respond.
I am asking those same questions, sir, and I assure you, when I have a full and complete report of exactly what happened, there will be accountability, and we will make changes.
Before I recognize the question, just out of curiosity, Director, it's been 9 days. Every American wants these questions answered. Do you have a ballpark estimate of when what Mr. Sessions asked you would be able to answer?
So I can tell
time-wise?
I can tell you on our mission assurance internal investigation, we are targeting to have that completed within 60 days. There's also an external investigation that is going to be taking place. There are a number of Office of Inspector General investigations as well, and we are working in concert. And then, of course, there's the Department of Justice, FBI, criminal investigation.
Chair recognizes Ms. Ocasio-Cortez from New York.
Thank Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Cheadle, respectfully, what you had just laid out about 60 days. We are currently in the midst of an especially concentrated presidential campaign in the moment. That is also paired with, of course, elections happening across the country. They're happening in about 100 days. So the notion of a report coming out in 60 days when the threat environment is so high in the United States, irrespective of party, is not acceptable. And I think it's very important to understand that. This is not theater. This is not about jockeying. This is about the safety of some of the most highly targeted and valued targets internationally and domestically in the United States of America. So the idea that a report will be finalized in 60 days, let alone prior to any actionable decisions that would be made, is simply not acceptable. It has been 10 days since an assassination attempt on a former president of the United States, regardless of party. There need to be answers. Again, this party, this committee, this is not a moment of theater. We have to make policy decisions, and we have to make them now. We do, and that may be and that may require legislation. That may require policy that we must pass in the immediate term. And without that, we are flying blind. So the lack of answers and the lack of report is just simply not something that we can accept here. Director Cheadle, is there a standard perimeter that the Secret Service establishes around an event, or are those perimeters independently determined per event and scenario?
There is no standard. Every event and every venue is different and treated as such.
So each event has a different perimeter that is established depending on the logistics of that event. Now, you established earlier that the building upon which the shooter operated from was outside of that established perimeter, correct, for the Butler, Pennsylvania event?
It was outside of our secure perimeter, yes.
Now, that building was, I believe, 500. How far away was that building from the president?
It was approximately 200 yards.
200 yards. Now,
140.
The individual used an AR-15 in order to act out his assassination attempt. An AR-15 has a range of about 400 to 600 yards. My question is, why does the Secret Service perimeter, why is the Secret Service protective perimeter shorter than one of the most popular semi-automatic weapons in the United States?
There are a number of weapons out there.
Miss Price, she's going at it the way she is.
Completed.
Mm-hmm.
The perimeter, I'm not going to speak to specifics, but there are a number of factors that are taken into account. We determine our perimeter. Some of it has to do with terrain, some of it has to do with buildings, some of it has to do with assets and resources that are available.
And so what I'm hearing is that a perimeter was not established outdoors in an outdoor venue that would prevent an AR-15, which is one of the most common weapons used in mass shootings, from being able to be within the range of Secret Service protection.
A perimeter was established, and even though there were buildings that were outside of that perimeter, it wasn't just that building. There were a number of buildings in the area, and there was overwatch that was created to help mitigate some of those buildings.
Respectfully, Dr. Cheadle, as well, as a person who has experienced an enormous amount of threat incidents, including incidents that have never been reported publicly, there's a common pattern that happens here, whether it's Secret Service, FBI, Capitol Police, local departments. After a critical security failure, we often hear there will be an independent investigation. That independent investigation gets set up. Usually the expectation is between 2 to 3 months after the incident, and then nothing really occurs from there. The report is usually not satisfactory to the questions that are usually being raised here, and most importantly, corrective action is rarely taken. If I were to state anything that I think is profoundly important, is that we need to have answers to the public. Ideally, I would encourage you and the agency to be more forthright with the members that still have yet to have their questioning, because the public deserves to have full confidence, and the stakes are too high. The violence that could break out in this political moment, regardless of party, in the event of someone getting hurt, constitutes a national security threat to the entire country. Thank you, and I yield back.
Could I go back to something?
Yes, please. Feel free, Director.
Pam, if I could just speak to something you said at the outset when you started your questioning. I want to assure you and everyone on this committee that I'm not waiting for a report to take action. We have been conducting analysis all along, and we have been adding additional features to our security details since this incident occurred.
And I'd hope you can highlight and illuminate what some of those are in the event of other members questioning as well.
Very good. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I request unanimous consent for that photo to go into the official record.
Without objection to order.
Thank you, Director. Your agency has a no-fail mission, and on Saturday, July 13th, your agency spectacularly failed. The failure resulted in the death of Corey Comprador and serious injury to two other rally attendees, David Dutch and James Copenhaver, besides the injuries to President Trump. It is unfathomable that a 20-year-old on the radar of Secret Service and local law enforcement before President Trump went on stage was able to climb onto the roof of a building with a rifle and fire off multiple rounds before he was neutralized. Was Mr. Crooks acting alone?
Again, I would have to refer you to the FBI's investigation.
Was he just a lone gunman?
I would have to refer you to the FBI's investigation for motive.
What did the Technical Services Division determine was going to be the event perimeter?
Those are questions that we are asking, and we are.
You're sitting here today. Come on, Director. Everybody said this. You knew you were going to be asked that question because it's been asked multiple times. So this is an easy one. What did they determine was going to be the event perimeter? So you should know that. I mean, this is not. I got to wait till someone else tells me. What was it?
Again, I don't want to speak to specifics of the event.
Okay, this is a specific.
I understand.
This is a specific that you ought to know. As someone who said the buck stops with me, I'm going to stay in my job. I'm going to give the answers to the American people, and I know what happened. Except for you're not going to tell us. You're not going to tell the American people. And you yourself said in an interview that foments this notion of conspiracy theories. Guess what? When you sit here and repeatedly tell people, hey, I have to wait, as it frustrated everybody on this committee, guess what? It undermines your credibility and whether you're really going to get to it. So I'm going to ask you again, what did the Technical Service Division determine was going to be the event perimeter?
We are still gathering reports. We are interviewing individuals.
You know what it is about.
Details, but most certainly share those.
Was the gun already on the roof, or did the shooter carry the gun up with him?
I do not have that information at this time.
Well, when was the last sweep of that roof done prior to the blast?
I do not have that information at this time.
So, how many holds? I mean, so most of us here have been in events, and Secret Service has been there. There's been security, and I can't tell you how many times we've said there's going to be a security hold right here. So we're going to wait.
It was Dr. Harris, but you have the answers?
And yet we're hearing apparently that there were no holds in place. So ever instituted here with President Trump's going on stage. And you said, and this is, I think, connected with this, you said they hadn't adjudicated the shooter to be a threat. He was adjudicated to be a suspicious person, even though we got some dynamic video that Mr. Krishnamurti put on the video for us. So I guess my question for you is, and I think you answered this, I just want to see if you're consistent with what you said about an hour and a half ago. What do you do if a suspicious person is identified by the agency?
So at a number of our events, it is not unusual.
I know it's not unusual. What do you do?
Those individuals that are identified as suspicious, we will send teams out
Was a team sent out here then?
There were teams that were sent to identify and interview that individual.
They were sent to interview the individual who's scampered up in camo on top of a roof within 130 yards of his target. And did your team get there? When did your team get there to conduct that interview?
I don't have the details on the timeline. It is my understanding.
So if they did send a team and they're going to interview him, and you described that earlier as an investigation, why didn't they put a security hold on President Trump going on stage at that rally?
At a number of our protective sites, there are suspicious individuals that are identified all the time. It doesn't necessarily mean that they constitute a threat.
Of course not. But here you got a guy scampering up the side of a building on top of a roof. It's identified to you, and you said you sent a team there, and you can't answer that. And this gets to one of my finer points, Mr. Chairman, if I can make it, and that is, we can have these kind of interview sessions, 5 minutes. Everybody gets a kiss at the pig, 5 minutes, and she gets to stonewall us, not deliver answers. So we say, okay, we're going to put together a congressional committee, a blue ribbon committee. Same crap will happen. I am calling, and I'll support that, but I will tell you this, I am calling on the Speaker to give us and put together a truly independent commission of qualified former Secret Service agents, presidential and VIP protective services people who can actually conduct this kind of investigation and give us real answers, because I don't think you're going to give us those answers. You should have come today ready to give us answers. I call upon you to resign today. And I also would say I've got a bunch of UC requests, if I can go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
Proceed with the request.
Thank you. I apologize.
That's all right. Go ahead.
It might take a moment. Anthony Guglielmi, the Secret Service spokesman, one from him.
Without objection, so ordered.
Article, U.S. Secret Service says it previously denied Trump requests for additional resources, New York Times reports.
Without objection, so ordered.
Secret Service says it denied earlier Trump requests for more federal resources.
Without objection, so ordered.
Secret Service acknowledges denying some past requests by Trump's campaign for tighter security.
Without objection, so ordered.
Preliminary findings by Senator Ron Johnson and his committee.
Without objection, so ordered.
Articles entitled, Notice Anything Different About Trump's Secret Service Detailed. Next, former Biden official corrects herself after saying Dems must turn their fire on Donald Trump to beat him. Secret Service director says buck stops with her, but she will not resign. Disney Star Wars Mark Hamill cracks joke about Trump's ear bandage following assassination attempt. Biden, I haven't engaged in inciting rhetoric. Trump has. I'm just talking about the threat to democracy. Peace calls who is Secret Service Chief Kimberly Cheadle. Charlemagne the God says Trump solely responsible for violent rhetoric that led to attempt on his life. Video actress Amanda Seales pushes conspiracy theory Donald Trump assassination trip was staged. Report Secret Service identified rooftop as a potential vulnerability days before the rally. Watch BlackRock removes ad showing former President Donald Trump's would-be assassin. Why does the Biden administration have 100% confident Secret Service after assassination attempt? Secret Service director, we didn't put snipers on the roof because it was kind of sloped. Here's what Thomas Matthew Crooks did in the days leading up to the Trump assassination attempt. Secret Service director under scrutiny for diversity initiatives after Trump assassination attempt. The official story on Trump's shooting makes no sense at all. Andrew McCabe says Trump assassination.
Mr. Chairman, point of order. I'm happy to assent to all of them. I just so to
you don't want me to read it. Is it too tedious?
Well, we're not even really hearing them anyway. So if we could, it's up to you, Mr. Chairman.
You would like me to I'll slow it down. I was probably going too fast. Secret Service's explanations for security failures ahead of Trump assassination attempt are not adding up. U.S. reportedly received intel of Iranian plot to assassinate President Trump. What WTH? Secret Service now saying that they didn't put any agents on the roof because slight slope was too dangerous. Report, U.S. officials received intel of Iranian plot to assassinate Donald Trump before Crooks' attempt. Exclusive GOP rep cloud. Homeland Security Agency is interfering in House's assassination investigation. Why Trump's raised fist after surviving assassination attempt is triggering the liberal media. Questions swirl over the security lapse at Trump rally, reviving old concerns about Secret Service. Secret Service scrambles to shift blame after Trump shooting as backlash hits hard. Nobody contacted me. Must-see 6-camera split screen of assassination attempt captures everything shooter was in open 2+ minutes. Murillo, 5 reasons you should be angry. Breaking, shooter spotted up to 30 minutes before firing, reported multiple times. Pictures taken, no one stopped him. Cheadle calls the 30 minutes between noticing and neutralizing a very short period of time. Secret Service director says Buck stopped me on Trump's assassination attempt but won't resign.
Mr. Biggs, we'll stop right there. We can retake them on the next one. I know there are more, but without objection, we'll enter into the record all of those, and we'll take up the others after the next speaker. Chair now recognizes Ms. Brown from Ohio for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I first want to highlight certain comments from Ranking Member Raskin, my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, President Biden and Vice President Harris, and that is political violence is completely unacceptable in this country, full stop. It is an assault on our democracy itself, and I am devastated by this attack on a candidate for the president, for the office of the highest office in the land, and continue to pray for the victims of this shooting and their families. As someone who has known gun violence firsthand, no one should have to experience the pain of losing a loved one to weapons of war. It is deeply unfortunate political violence has become far too common. Whether it is the deadly attack on the Capitol on January 6th, the assault on Speaker Pelosi's husband, or the threats of violence against election workers, we all must work to condemn political violence and tone down the rhetoric. So, Director Cheadle, on behalf of the hardworking men and women of the Secret Service, can you give us some perspective as into what goes into securing an event like the rally? Like, how much time do you have to prepare?
Thank you for the question. Generally, when we receive notification that there's going to be an event taking place at a venue, the advance team assignments are made, and there's a 5-day process to conduct walkthroughs, coordinate with staff, local staff, and whether it be campaign staff or the protectee staff, and then with local law enforcement, where the perimeter is going to be, the size, the scope of the event, how many attendees there are going to be, if it's an indoor rally, outdoor rally, what sort of assets are available locally, what sort of assets the Secret Service can bring to bear, and what the scope of the event that the staff is trying to accomplish.
So to that point, how many agents were recommended or requested as opposed to how many were assigned?
So I'm not going to get into specifics of how many were assigned, but those numbers that were requested were provided.
And how many local agents were involved in the preparation, if you will, that you talked about, that 5-day preparation?
So there were a number of local agents from the local office, as well as agents from the former Trump detail that were involved in that advance process.
Do we have a number?
I do have a number. I'm not going to release that number in this setup.
You're not making it. This is an incident on the former president's life and an appalling instance of political violence and a threat to our democratic values. I'm thankful that the former president is on the mend. And again, I'm grieving for the family and friends of Corey Completor, who lost a loved one in this shooting and now know the unbearable pain of gun violence. I really hope this serves as a reminder about our responsibility to attack policies, not personalities, to be honest and truthful, and to treat one another with dignity, respect, and thoughtfulness. And with that, I yield my remaining time to Ranking Member Raskin.
Thank you, Ms. Brown, for those very powerful and moving remarks. Director Cheadle, we don't want to lose a presidential candidate to an AR-15 attack. We cannot lose a presidential candidate to an AR-15 attack, and we can't lose any more citizens to AR-15 mass violence.
That's what that's all about. That AR-15.
We certainly don't want an attempted AR-15 assassination or assassination attempt to set off
rid of those guns,
political
disarm the American
violence
people
or
for their own
riots
safety.
in America. So this is deadly serious business.
Remember, Trump was
Vice
right
Ranking
about that.
member pointed out that a report in 60 days won't do it for us because we have a responsibility. Members of Congress have a responsibility to take action now if there's anything we can do to prevent this. So my question for you is, what is informing your
It
operational
wouldn't be 60 days if it was Biden or Harris.
invoked without a report?
Really don't
Tell
like
us
this guy,
what
man.
are
I
the
think he's a
preliminary
fucking piece of
judgments,
shit.
or if you don't want to foreshadow the report, fine. What are your personal professional judgments informing the operational decisions you're making right now?
Certainly, and I appreciate that question. I don't want to make any preliminary judgments on what happened on this particular day, but I can tell you that we have looked at, as we did immediately in the aftermath, what the security plan for the Republican National Convention was going to be, and we made adjustments to the interior of the perimeter there. We looked at the protectees that we have here in the Washington, D.C. area and our protective sites, and we did make some adjustments to their security posture. And as we continue to move through the next several
Yep,
weeks,
you just gave Kennedy some security.
President no longer running, we've made adjustments to the Vice President's detail. We are already prepared for an eventual VP nominee, and we continue to make those assessments. I think it just shows how dynamic the environment is that this agency works in every day.
So you've made the same kinds of common sense judgments and intuitive recommendations that members of the public and members of Congress are asking about right now.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I yield back to Mr. Chairman.
And before I recognize Ms. Mace, I have to say, Director, we're pretty close to the halfway point during this. You answered more questions with an ABC reporter than you have with members of Congress.
Right.
We have a lot more questions. The American people are demanding that we get answers to those questions. And that's what the purpose of this hearing is today. So I'm sure a lot of the questions that have already been asked are going to be asked again, and hopefully we can get some answers to those questions. I strongly implore you to answer those questions. You're here with a subpoena, and we expect you to answer the questions. Chair now recognizes Ms. Mace from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Cheadle, the American people are watching, and they're wondering if there are any questions you can answer honestly today. So, Director Cheadle, I have a series of questions, very specific questions. I want very specific answers. Most of my questions are going to demand a yes or no answer. Do you understand? Okay, my first question. Both sides of the aisle today have asked for your resignation. Would you like to use my 5 minutes after your resignation letter? Yes or no? No, thank you. Was this a colossal failure?
Fucking royal fuck up.
Yes or no? Is it a colossal failure is the question. Yes or no? I have admitted this is a terrible. This is a yes or no series of questions. Was this a colossal failure? Yes or no? Yes. Was this tragedy preventable? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh.
Has the Secret Service been transparent with this committee?
No.
Yes. Would you say that we had issues to get you to show up today as being transparent? Yes. Always been yes.
Eight members of Congress sponsored a bill to have the Secret Service removed from Trump altogether.
Yes. Okay. Would you say leaking your opening statement to Punchbowl News, Politico's playbook, and Washington Post several hours before you sent it to this committee as being political? Yes or no?
Yes.
I have no idea how my statement got out. Well, that's bullshit.
Cohen
So-
is under fire for proposing a bill to have Secret Service removed from him completely.
By Punchbowl News, Political Playbook, Washington Post.
I just remembered that.
5:24 a.m., 6:12 a.m., 6:34 a.m.
It was introduced by Benny Thomas, a Democrat, to remove the detail completely from President Trump.
Yes.
How old is this video? Yesterday?
On July 15th, this committee.
Oh, this is
Today?
Live, yeah.
yeah. This is live. This is live.
Oh, this is live. Okay, my bad.
Oh, okay. Oh.
You think they're going to force her to make her quit?
Yes, and I'll have to get back to you.
This is live.
Have you provided
think
all
she'll
audio
quit?
and video
You think
recordings
she'll resign?
to this committee, as we asked on July 15th?
Yeah, I don't know.
I would have to get back to you. That is a
This
no.
is their floor.
I'm gonna try not to.
Dishonest.
She doesn't have that information right now. Whether she should resign or not.
Mr. Come on.
We have to rank
Put this, I put this link in the chat.
Memos to this committee that we've asked
No,
for
this is
July
live.
Okay.
Right off their website.
Yep.
Being dishonest or lying. Like, I just, you're being dishonest here with this committee. These are important questions that the American people want answers to, and you're just dodging and talking around it in generalities. And we had to subpoena you to be here, and you won't even answer the questions. We have asked you repeatedly to answer our questions. This isn't hard. These are not hard questions. Have you provided us all communications from the Secret Service related to that day and that rally? Have you provided this committee? We've asked for this information on July 15th. Have you provided any of this information that this committee has asked of the Secret Service? Any of it? I'll have to get back to you. Have you even read this
Get
letter?
back to you.
Did you even read this? Yes.
It's, in the mail, right? Right.
Said you don't know, you have no idea. The answer is no. We haven't gotten a single document or piece of information or data from you or your agency in related to the rally that we have asked you for. So, was this attempted assassination of Donald Trump a failure of training or execution or both? I think that those are answers that we need to training, execution, or both. Which one? I think those are answers. All right. How many Secret Service personnel have lost their jobs due to this colossal failure?
None.
At this time, none. How many Secret Service personnel have been required to take a refresher course on how not to let people shoot Donald Trump?
I'm not.
Currently operational. We are examining the facts of this investigation, and we will make the changes necessary. What time did law enforcement become aware that there was an individual with a clear line of sight to President Trump? I am still verifying timelines. Of course, 9 days in, you have no answers. How many minutes went by between the time law enforcement saw and took photos of crooks and the shooting? How many minutes? I am still verifying. 7 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Before I recognize Ms. Stansberry, I believe I want to recognize Mr. Mfume for a unanimous consent.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I beg your indulgence. I meant to do this earlier. I'd like to have unanimous consent that it be submitted for the record. The 2023 ranking of best and worst workplaces in the federal government, compiled by the Office of Personnel Management, which shows the United States Secret Service coming in again, as I said earlier, 413 out of 459 sub-agencies, and this appears in the July 17th edition of Government Executive.
Without objections ordered. Chair now recognizes Ms. Stansberry from New Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by just saying that part of why you have bipartisan agreement here on the dais about the severity and importance of this hearing is because this is not just a single shooting. This is about national security and the security of our democracy. It's not just one operational failure. This is about our public officials safe, and what does that signal to our country and to the world about American security and the ability of our officials to do their job safely. So I want to start by saying thank you to all of our brave men and women who are in the uniform, whether it's the Secret Service or local law enforcement, who put their lives on the line. Service, but this is really about operational failures and what it means for our country at large.
Bingo!
And
Operation Failure.
We must condemn unequivocally political violence of any kind, not just political violence, and that it cannot be tolerated in this democracy. And also to offer my prayers for the slain Fire Chief Corey Comprator, and also prayers for those who've been injured. Now, I think, the tone of this hearing is, how is it that a 20-year-old young man with a gun that was legally purchased by his father could, on the day of a rally, go to a gun shop, legally purchase ammunition, show up to a secured site, and then not only attempt an assassination of a political figure, but kill and injure two others? How could this happen? I'm not asking yet. I think we've had a lot of testimony here today. I want to talk a little bit about the timeline. Now, here's what we know, and I know, Director, you were also on the call that we had a few days ago with the FBI and other law enforcement, so I respect that you are not able to share, based on your testimony, some of the details that are investigated, but I know you were on the call because I heard you on the call and you heard them too. So I'm going to lay out the timeline a little bit. On July 3rd, the rally was announced that it was going to be in Butler. On July 6th, 3 days later, we know that the shooter searched for dates for Trump and DNC events. On July 7th, so this is 4 days after the announcement, the shooter went to the site. He actually physically went to the site. On July 12th, the shooter went to a gun range where he and his dad regularly go and practiced shooting. And the next day, on July 13th, he went to the site again before the rally began. We know that he then went and searched online for a gun store where he went and he purchased 50 rounds of ammunition, went home, got his father's AR, which was legally purchased, and returned to the venue. At 5 p.m. that evening, this is more than an hour before Donald Trump actually took the stage that evening, local law enforcement were made aware that there was a suspicious man. In fact, at 5:20, local law enforcement flagged that he had a rangefinder, and they radioed their concerns and sent around pictures of the individual. At 5:40, 20 minutes before local law enforcement actually identified the shooter, and at 5:51, Secret Service was notified of the suspicious person by the state police, and 1 minute later, they distributed that information. That was before Donald Trump even took the stage. That was 11 minutes before he took the stage. So the Secret Service was aware that there was a suspicious person. At 6:03, he took the stage. At 6:09, rally goers, as was shown in the video, identified this gentleman climbing on the roof. At 6:11, 3 shots were heard, 3 rounds of shots, and of course, the president and the other victims were shot. This shooter was a 20-year-old young man, no criminal record, legally purchased gun and ammunition, who for days in the lead up to this shooting was searching mass shooters. He even had a picture of a mass shooter on his cell phone the day of the shooting. He searched for explosives. He searched high-level officials. So the American people want to know, how did a 20-year-old young man with access to a military-style weapon actually bring it onto an unsecured perimeter who for days had
groomed
been
him,
planning
provided him
a
with
mass
everything he
shooting?
needed.
And I think that, Madam Director, with all due respect, the answers that we've received here in this hearing today are completely unsatisfactory.
You reckon? Just a little.
How could this happen?
Amazing what taxpayers' money can get you.
We need answers not just for the family members of the gentleman who was killed and those who were injured, but we need answers for our democracy. Because as others have stated here today, we are in a highly politically charged environment right now. We are only weeks away from one of the most significant presidential elections in American history. And it is clear that our public official safety has not been secured. And it is not just a matter of one shooting, it is a matter of national security. So I hope that you will take our comments to heart I hope that there will be accountability, and we need answers. And with that, I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr. LaTurner from Kansas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Cheadle, I have a question just right off the bat. Something that you've bragged about repeatedly is that you've increased protection for the 36 individuals that the Secret Service is also entrusted with. Is that correct?
I think I stated that we currently have 36 protectees, and that we continue to make evaluations on where those levels of protection are provided.
You've mentioned specific increases in protection that you've provided for some of those individuals, correct?
Correct.
Based on what?
Well, some of it has been as a result of the tragic incident that occurred on the 13th. We went back and reassessed where we were at in providing protection and wanted to make sure that we were not, overlooking anything, considering this most recent incident.
So the Secret Service needs to learn that allowing a rooftop 150 yards away from a protectee, not putting that in a perimeter, not having someone guarding that roof, that information is new to you, and it's caused you to increase protection to other folks that are under your care?
I think it is prudent, after any incident that occurs, to go back and take a look at your current practices and
Morning,
see if
Tommy.
there needs to be done differently.
It's inconsistent because what you said earlier to Mr. Turner was that the protection that you were offering to President Trump was in line with the current threats, him being a former president, him being a nominee of a major political party, the threats from Iran, the protection that you're providing him was adequate. Do you stand by that statement?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think it's a problem that the Americans' trust in the federal government is an all-time low? Do you think that's a problem?
Do we trust the American government? Nope.
Yeah.
Is it a problem or is it not?
I think the American public deserves to have trust in their federal government.
Okay. I don't know why you're being difficult. It's a simple question. Are you concerned about the increasing prevalence of conspiracy theories going on out there right now?
Yes.
I am too. You've been incredibly inconsistent with your answers before this committee today and what you were willing to reveal. You've acknowledged that the shooter was identified with a rangefinder, that President Trump's detail was sufficient for the threats he faced from Iran, that certain details were erroneously reported, in your words, but you haven't been willing to provide any information about the decision to place the building in question outside the perimeter, the explosives placed in the shooter's vehicle, the use of a drone by the shooter, or when exactly the Secret Service identified the shooter as a threat rather than merely suspicious. What is your standard today for what you are willing to answer and what you are not? Because you've been inconsistent.
I'm certain that you can understand that some of the information that's been provided to you thus far has come from the FBI's investigation and has come from information that we have released. I want to make sure that information that is being provided to this committee is consistent and is factual.
But the question about the drone that the chairman asked at the beginning of the hearing, he said,
Yeah,
do you know this information? And you acknowledge that, yes, you do know the information, you just don't want to tell us.
Right.
I guess my question is that if you wanted to wait till the end of the investigation to draw conclusions, which you've acknowledged you're not, you're drawing conclusions right now and making changes. But if that was your standard, that you want to wait till the end of the investigation to draw conclusions, okay, at least you would be consistent in that. But what we're wanting to know today, and what would dispel some of the conspiracy theories out there, what would increase trust with the American people, is for you to let facts out, for you to tell us what you know. And I want to understand from you, why is that a problem? Why is it inconsistent with a quality investigation to release to the American people today, at least the information that you know for sure? Because you certainly know for sure more information than you're willing to give us today.
I have released that there was a failure and that there are gaps that we need to make sure that they don't happen.
That doesn't quell any conspiracy theories out there. In your 27 years of experience, would you have been concerned about an elevated location within 150 yards of a protectee that did not have a Secret Service presence? Just based on your experience.
What I can tell you is that every site and every venue.
No. I'm asking for your experience. Looking at this situation, would that have been of concern to you? Or would you have agreed that it's fine, it doesn't need to be covered?
What I have explained today
You're not going to answer.
There was.
Is it true that at 5:45 p.m., approximately 18 minutes before President Trump took the stage, the Beaver County Emergency Services Unit noticed the shooter on the roof and photographed him. Is that a fact or not?
That is the information that I have from the FBI's report, yes.
You haven't been willing to share whether or when this was communicated to the Secret Service, so I'd like to get into the difference between suspicious activity and threatening activity. Is it suspicious or threatening if an individual is seen around the perimeter with a rangefinder? Is that just suspicious?
That could be termed as suspicious.
If that same individual with the rangefinder is found on a rooftop, is that still just suspicious, or is that considered threatening?
That could be termed still as suspicious.
My time is over, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Chair now recognizes Mr. Frost from Florida.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And obviously, I want to start by stressing that political violence is always unacceptable, and acknowledging that this is still an ongoing investigation. But oversight hearings like this are essential components of an investigation, and I want to thank the chair for pulling this together. Madam Director, I appreciate you for being here. The events of July 13th raised serious questions about the efficacy and thoroughness of the security protocols in place. The gravity of the fact that an unsophisticated gunman was able to secure his perch and take a shot at a former president despite multiple layers of security and intelligence are not lost on me. Before I came to Congress, I used to work at Vance for a major political candidate and have interacted with many different law enforcement agencies on large political events like the one that just happened. How many times was the Secret Service alerted about a suspicious person at the July 13th campaign event prior to the first shot being shot?
I don't have an exact number to share with you today, but from what I've been able to discern, somewhere between 2 and 5 times there was some sort of communication about a suspicious individual.
To the Secret Service specifically. According to reports, the shooter was photographed twice by security officers prior to the shooting. A police officer saw the shooter on the ground and reported him with a photograph as a suspicious person. Multiple local law enforcement officers identified the shooter, radioed that he was acting suspiciously near the event's magnetometers. A local law enforcement tactical team saw the shooter on a roof and notified other security services and also photographed him. One police officer who photographed the shooter saw him scoping out the roof and carrying a rangefinder. My question is, and you've answered this, but why, or you haven't answered this, why wasn't the event paused right then?
Again, I'm not clear on the timeline of when the Secret Service shift and the counter sniper were notified.
But earlier, Madam Director, you said that the Secret Service would have paused the rally if they identified a threat.
Correct.
So why wasn't it paused?
Because I have to assume that they did not know that there was a threat when they brought the president out.
Why can't you just ask them?
I feel like this is a breakdown in communication between local law enforcement, you all, and other actors at the rally. And again, as someone who's worked on these, I understand that there's multiple people with multiple decision, with the ability to make different decisions on the ground. I've taken over the last week, I've spoken with a lot of folks in local law enforcement in my district and across the country that I've worked with before, and other people have brought up concerns around being able to communicate with with Secret Service during these big events and having their flags taken seriously. I do believe that if Secret Service believed that there was a legitimate threat, that they would have paused the rally. My concern is before that something was flagged and it wasn't taken as seriously as it should have been taken. So I think this shows an issue with communication. And I want to know, Madam Director, what you intend to do to fix that, not in 60 days, but now. We're in the middle of a presidential election, obviously a former president who had an assassination attempt, another rally goer who was killed due to this gun violence. We now have a presumptive nominee of the Democratic Party who's also historic, first black woman to be running for president. And so I am worried about everybody's life. What do you all intend to do to fix this communication breakdown and making sure that you actually take what local law enforcement, local folks are saying more seriously?
We take what local law enforcement relays to us seriously. Let me just be clear on that. As far as the communication,
but not this time.
We always trust our law enforcement partners and have a great relationship with them. We are looking at whether or not there was a communication breakdown. If that was the case, we will take steps to ensure that we correct that because, to your point, we cannot have a communication breakdown.
Madam Director, does you mentioned that the perimeter of the event did not include the rooftop where the shooter was. Does your responsibility and the Secret Service's responsibility to protect the principal stop at the perimeter of an event?
Our responsibility is to ensure the safety and security of the event itself and the protectee who is attending that event and the personnel who are protecting.
So you would say the fact that the rooftop was outside the perimeter is not an excuse for what happened, saying that it was outside the perimeter of the event?
I am not offering that as an excuse.
Okay. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Fallon from Texas.
How did a 20-year-old loner with a week's notice pick the absolute best location to assassinate President Trump when the entire Secret Service missed it? Director Cheadle, in your leadership, your agency got outsmarted and outmaneuvered by a 20-year-old. How can we have any confidence that you could stop and train professionals from a nefarious nation state?
Those are absolutely questions that we need.
I know the questions, but the fact of the matter is we can't have that confidence. Director, do you have the ability personally, do you have the authority to beef up security of any of your protectees?
Yes, I do.
So were you also aware there was a credible threat President Trump was facing? He was facing a heightened security threat to a foreign adversary?
Yes.
So given that there was an increased threat to President Trump's life, was he provided a full security complement akin to what a sitting U.S. president would receive?
He was provided a full complement of security based on the threat assessment that we had.
That's not my
and
question.
the venue.
My question is, if he'd been the sitting president, would he have had the same security he had on July 13th, or would have been beefed up?
There is a difference between the sitting
he
president
did. So your answer is he didn't.
and continuity of government and the responsibility.
So he did not. Okay, there wasn't a CAT team, full CAT team on site. There wasn't counter surveillance teams on site. But this is the thing. You just said you had the ability to beef up the security. You knew about the threat, and you didn't. And that's as telling as it is chilling.
Uh-huh.
We have satellite images from the public fairgrounds. Have you visited the site?
No, I have not.
9 days and you have not visited the site. You should have been there that night. Did you talk to, that evening, did you talk to the team, the heroes that surrounded the president? Did you call them that night?
Nope.
They were still operational work.
So that's an answer. No, did you call them the next day?
President. Yes, I spoke with
You called them the very next day, not the day of. Or was it 72 hours after?
I don't know the timeline, but I spoke with them
You're under oath.
immediately
I think it was 72 hours after, within 3 days. What is immediately clear is that there are a number of structures that need to be secured. Of these, Director, other than the first, immediate 4, what's the most dangerous site that should have been secured? Because Security 101, you got to mitigate the high ground.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what the next most dangerous site? What was the closest structure to the president, other than the 4 immediate ones that you had your counter sniper teams on?
There are a number of structures around that event site.
You know who the shooter knew? The shooter has visited the site 2 more times than you have, and he had a drone, and he picked the AGR building. So you said, do you remember in an ABC interview you did that you didn't have people on the roof of the AGR building because you were worried about safety because of the slope?
I recall that statement.
Okay. Does the Secret Service have a written policy you can share with us about slope roofs?
No.
Okay. So why'd you act like there was one? Because is it your practice to comment on enormous events of enormous national implications when you're ignorant of the facts? That's rhetorical. So here's the thing with the slopes. You go all up to like 1812, you go to 112, which is about as flat as you can get without it being completely flat. And you're saying that there was a danger, safety concern there. But the problem is, Director, you put your counter snipers on a 312 roof, which is steeper than the 112. And by the way, the 112 is ADA compliant. You can build a ramp for a wheelchair on a 112 roof. So these are nothing but pathetic excuses, and they make no sense, and they're a bunch of cow dung. All the law enforcement I've spoken with over the last 9 days are amazed that the AGR rooftop was not secure. You want to know why? Because it's dangerous. I have never had any long gun training in my life. I own an AR-15, and last time I shot it one time my whole life. It was 6 years ago. That is until Saturday, where we recreated the events in Savoy, Texas. We recreated what happened in Butler. I was lying prone on a sloped roof at 130 yards at 6:30 at night. And I knew that he had a scope. I didn't know what kind, red dot or magnified. So I shot 8 rounds from both. You know what the result was? 15 out of 16 kill shots. And the one I missed would have hit the president's ear. That's a 94% success rate. And that shooter was a better shot than me. It is a miracle President Trump wasn't killed. Corey Compatore's life is over because that damn shooter made it on the roof. And it wasn't the roof that was dangerous. It was a nut job on top of the roof. You know what else is dangerous? I believe your horrifying ineptitude and your lack of skilled leadership is a disgrace. Your obfuscating today is shameful. And you should be fired immediately and go back to Garden Doritos. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Chair recognizes Ms. Lee from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to thank the chair, the ranking member, for coming together and holding this hearing. But I have to say, I don't think any of our concerns have been addressed today. What little we've learned has not inspired much confidence. I will just say that we obviously can't allow the violence we're seeing in this country become the norm or a commonplace, but that seems to be where we're heading. On this occasion, it was, very shockingly, a former president and current political candidate at a rally that we all assume is one of the most secure places we can be. But the violence we saw last Saturday is the same culture of violence that makes too many of our kids and our community members feel unsafe to play outside or to go to class or to simply live their lives each day. But again, this was a political rally, and it is supposed to be one of the most secure places. So we do have very specific questions about that. Director Cheadle, I'd like to start by following up on some of my colleagues' questions. My colleagues, Mr. Krishnamurthy and Mr. Frost, highlighted a number of points that showed the shooter presenting an active threat. So I'd like to ask you, Director Cheadle, to clarify what the protocol is for postponing or canceling an event based on a threat, and how the events on July 13th didn't meet those standards.
So again, I think we're talking about the distinction between suspicious behavior and a threat. And at the time that this individual was identified, they were displaying suspicious behavior. I'm still waiting for interviews from the FBI to determine what it was that identified that individual as suspicious and what those behaviors were.
To that question, does suspicious behavior vary between different events? For instance, if we have an event with a president, would there not be a heightened standard for suspicious behavior?
I think that there are a number of ways that someone could be identified as suspicious, and it doesn't matter whether it's at a rally or an indoor event or who the protectee is. I think it's up to law enforcement or citizens to identify someone as suspicious.
Okay, thank you. According to the Associated Press, at least 6 different agencies, including 2 sheriff's office, local police, state police, as well as fire and emergency rescue officials were involved in securing the rally in Butler. When there are so many teams that are collaborating, who takes the lead and how is that determined?
The Secret Service is responsible for the security of the site and the coordination.
And that was the case on July 13th?
Correct.
Okay. Changing gears, in 2024's appropriations budget, the Secret Service was given a little over $3 billion, which was about $78 million above what was requested. For 2025's budget, you've requested yet another increase. How much of these funds goes towards training and improving protection procedures?
I would have to get back to you on the training aspect of it, but about 30% of our budget is for protection and facilities and training.
But clearly the problem can't be a lack of funding. So what exactly do you see as the core problem that led to this failure, that led to your agency being outgunned by a 20-year-old using his father's gun and acting on his own without a particularly sophisticated plan or technology?
I think that we are waiting to determine exactly what those failures or failure was so that we can make sure that the Secret Service is stronger after this.
So we've heard a lot today that you can't answer because it's an ongoing investigation, that you're still figuring out the details, and that you won't answer basic questions. You said 60 days for the investigation, but I simply don't think that's acceptable. Do you really plan to keep avoiding questions and the American people's questions, ours and the American people's questions, for the next 60 days?
I'm not avoiding questions. I want to make sure that I am providing factual and accurate information.
Certainly, but is there no in-between, right, between what is obviously a fact and what you can surmise from the details that you already have?
I assure you, when I have a full and complete report of what took place on that day, I will certainly come back and make that available.
Certainly. Studies indicate that the United States is experiencing increasing levels of political violence and tension. Does the Secret Service see increasing political violence as a threat to its work? And if so, how is the Secret Service adapting its strategies and protocols to account for increasing political violence?
We are constantly evaluating the threats that we receive and monitoring that, and we make adjustments on a daily basis to our protectees based on what those threats are and what actions we need to take.
Yes or no? Do you believe that stricter controls on the availability of assault weapons would make it easier for the Secret Service to fulfill its missions of protecting public officials?
I think the Secret Service is tasked with providing a safe environment, which is why we put into place a number of mitigation factors.
Certainly, but do assault weapons make it easier or harder for you to do your job?
I think that any weapon makes it difficult for us to do our job.
Okay, I yield back.
Chair Dale recognizes Mr. Donalds from Florida.
Thank you, Chairman. Director, real quick, at what time was Secret Service aware of the active threat against President Trump? Director, what time?
So the Secret Service was aware that there was an individual who had been identified as suspicious, and that individual was attempting to be tracked down.
At what time?
I don't have a specific timeline other than to
Director, it's been 9 days. At what time?
I want to make sure that I give you factual information, sir.
Director, have you talked to the agents on the ground that day?
Yes, I have.
You've talked to all of them? Mm-hmm. Your senior team has talked to every agent that was on the ground that day?
Yes, we have.
Have they all corroborated the same time they identified the shooter, or they were made aware of the shooter either by attendees in the crowd or a local police department?
There are a number of reports of when those times were made.
Was it 5 minutes before the first shot rang out?
No.
Generally speaking, was it 10 minutes before the first shot rang out?
No.
Was it 15 minutes before the first shot rang out?
It was less than that time frame when it was identified as a threat.
How many days before the shooting took place did Secret Service actually do their advance work to secure the facility that the rally was going to be held at?
5 days.
In the 5 days prior, when the security advance team did their work, did they identify the rooftop as a potential threat?
Again, I'm pulling those reports and that information.
It's been 9 days, Madam Director. Did they notice a rooftop 150 yards away that was a potential threat? Yes or no?
I am certain that the rooftop was noticed. I am pulling the reports.
What was the security parameters around securing that rooftop? What did they do?
There was Overwatch provided for that rooftop.
Did Overwatch fail?
I am waiting to hear what the results of the investigation were so that I can identify where the failure was.
Who did you talk to that was on the ground that day that was responsible for Overwatch? What are their names?
I'm not going to provide their names in this setting.
Did you talk to the people that were providing Overwatch that day?
I've talked to the people that conducted the advance on that day and that were working the shift and were the counter snipers on that day.
So you talked to the counter sniper team. You talked to the people who were providing Overwatch that day. And you talked to the advance team, correct?
Yes, sir.
What did they tell you?
We are putting together a comprehensive report so that I can identify exactly where the gaps and the failures.
When the counter sniper team was on the roof and they identified that there was suspicious activity on the roof in question, what was the chain of command's orders around the person on said roof? Because I'm quite sure somebody saw in under your organization, the Secret Service, I'm quite sure somebody saw the shooter on the roof. So what was the communication through the chain of command to deal with said person?
What I can tell you is that when the individual was identified by the counter sniper, they took one shot and neutralized that individual.
But that was after the shooter already took a shot, is that correct?
That is correct.
So what you're saying now is that the Secret Service did not see the shooter on the roof until after the shooter took a shot?
I do not have all of those details at this time.
If you don't have those details after 9 days, Director, then what you're telling me is that you guys didn't see it. Is that correct?
I am telling you, I don't have all the details of the sequence at this time.
Director, it's been 9 days. Either you have the information or you do not. Is that correct?
We are still in the process of conducting interviews and an investigation.
Some of my colleagues have texted me over the last couple days, bipartisan, about whether you should lose your job. And I've been quiet on that question because I wanted to see what you were going to do today. In my opinion, you do need to be fired immediately. And it is because this is gross incompetence. And the fact that it's been 9 days, and these are simple questions to answer. I'm quite sure if I asked any one of my kids if they got in trouble and I told them to give me the details, I would get more answers from them than I'm getting from you right now. And that's what's frustrating on a bipartisan basis, on a nonpartisan basis. This is a joke. And Director, you're in charge. And that's why you need to go. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Chair now recognize Mr. Goldman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, I want to follow up and just understand a little bit why there is so much information about this out in the public, including some from you and your communications team, and yet you're here pursuant to a subpoena under oath in front of Congress, and you're unable or unwilling to answer some of those same questions. Can you just explain why you are answering so many fewer questions here than you have to the media?
I'm answering the questions that I'm able to answer based on the fact that there are multiple ongoing investigations.
But you have answered some of these questions previously.
To the media.
Correct? To the public, to the media.
Which questions?
Well, did you have an interview with ABC News?
Yes, I did.
And did you explain the interaction between local law enforcement and the Secret Service, and that local law enforcement was responsible for securing the perimeter of the building where the shooter was?
I said that the Secret Service is responsible for designing and implementing and executing the security plan, and that we rely on the assistance of our local law enforcement partners to assist us with that plan.
Let me ask you something. Were you given any instructions about what you can and cannot answer here today?
My ability to answer questions is solely reflective of the fact that there are multiple ongoing investigations, and I want to make sure that I provide accurate information that doesn't conflict with any of those investigations that are going on.
So is it your view that you can't talk about anything that happened that day until those investigations are completed?
My view is that I want to make sure that this committee and the American public gets correct and actual information.
And so is it your view that that can only happen after the completion of the investigation?
It is my view that when the investigations are complete, that we will be able to share that information.
And how about before that?
If I have factual information that I can share before that, I absolutely will.
I'm guessing you have factual information as to when the suspicious photograph of the suspicious person was relayed to the Secret Service. There's a timestamp on that text message or whatever it was, correct?
Sir, I'm sure you can understand that when you're dealing with text messages, emails, and other communications, the timelines don't always match up.
Not really if they're timestamped, but let me move on. Because you have acknowledged that this was a major security failure. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you acknowledge that it was a major security failure not to secure the rooftop of the building that the shooter shot from?
I believe at this time that the rooftop was provided Overwatch. I acknowledge that we are unaware at this time how the individual was able to access the roof.
Overwatch meaning from other counter sniper, other higher points?
Correct.
And so was it a failure then that when that shooter was on the rooftop that Overwatch did not identify him before he fired his shots?
I don't have the timeline of how the individual accessed the roof, where they accessed the roof, or how long they were on the roof.
Let me ask a couple things quickly. You have testified here about all the resources that the Secret Service needed to deploy to protect the NATO summit and all of the leaders here. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you have to rely more on local law enforcement because of the NATO summit for this event?
The Secret Service routinely works with local law enforcement at every event. It doesn't matter whether it is a NATO summit, NSSE, the RNC.
No, but that's not my question. Obviously, there's a natural give and take as to, I'm sure, how many agents you deploy and how much you rely on local law enforcement. Did you have to rely more on local law enforcement because there were fewer Secret Service assets available because of the NATO summit?
No.
I hope we get answers before the completion. I don't like the fact that the media has received far more answers than Congress has. If this is a function of getting your ducks in a row, I assume you have access to a lot of these reports and a lot of this information, and you should have come prepared here today. And I would just want to flag, Mr. Chairman, before I yield back, that I want to just point out one thing that my colleague from Texas was talking about when he said he recreated the shooting twice with an AR-15, and he had a 94% success rate, 15 out of 16 shots. I don't know why that doesn't convince him to get rid of AR-15s, but clearly we know something about the prevalence of AR-15s and weapons of war on our street. And I yield back.
Chair, now recognize Mr. Perry from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Chairman. Director, I guess 60 days is the time of the investigation. Is that the information that you've put out, or where did that come from, 60 days? Or is that just information that the committee members are talking about?
I stated that earlier today. I've asked.
Okay, 60 days. So are you receiving regular updates? You're in charge of the Secret Service. This is about your organization. What happened 9 days ago? Are you receiving regular updates from the FBI on their investigation?
Yes, I am.
So you know some things are true, some things are probably not true. We want to talk to you about the things that we're hearing about and find out if they're true. Have you've been in contact with the FBI? Then you're getting updates on a daily basis, right?
Yes.
Based on what you said. Okay, so, and are you confident that the person in question, Mr. Crooks, was the only person firing that day against the president or the crowd? Is he the only one? I'm not asking you yet if he acted alone, but is he the only one, or can you say that with certainty to the American people?
That is the information I have at this time, yes.
Okay. Does it appear he acted alone?
That's the information we have at this time.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the fact that he was noticed as a person of interest, of concern, suspicion, as you say. Your PI team, how do they stay in? There's a sea of people. How does the PI team get to that individual that's in question in the sea of people? How's that individual tracked?
Our protective intelligence teams that work at our sites are paired up with a local police counterpart, and so they work in conjunction together.
They just follow them around, or let me ask you this. Looking at the site, you have multiple perimeters, right? You have the secure perimeter, the inside perimeter, you have multiple perimeters. Was the AGR so-called building the highest location affecting the site of the rally? Was it the highest location?
I believe the highest location at the site was where our counter snipers were.
What about the water
positioned.
tower adjacent? What about how high is the water tower?
I don't have the height on the water tower.
Okay, seems like water towers are pretty high, at least in the photo. It looks like it might be. There might actually be a building right behind the AGR building that is even higher than the building that Crooks fired from. You're familiar with cover, concealment, and defilade, right? You're familiar with those terms?
Yes.
So how would your sniper team or your PI team track the individual and give vectors to Secret Service on the PI team to get to that individual to question him? And how would you cover the defilade, the cover and concealment of low areas that you can't see from where your sniper team immediately adjacent to the president were were cited? How would you do that if you're not up on the high ground?
So when our counter sniper teams go out and conduct an advance, they have a methodology and provide a grid system that our response teams are able to vector in if they see something that is troubling.
So when Mr. Jordan asked about the assets that were requested, let me just ask you about assets requested. Were aerial assets requested for this event from either the Secret Service or state police or anybody else, drone, manned, otherwise? Aerial assets, were they requested?
I can't speak to what the local
just asking
police,
if they were requested.
They have conversations with the local police, but I can tell you that the assets that were requested from the Secret Service for the site that day were all granted.
But were aerial assets requested? I didn't ask if you used them or what you used. Were they requested?
Overwatch was requested and
aerial.
was provided.
Is that aerial? Because Overwatch could mean on the water tower or not on the water tower. Can you be specific, ma'am? I'm running out of daylight here.
I understand. If you're asking me about specifics, whether or not there was...
Is it not clear what I'm asking you? Were aerial assets requested by the President, by Secret Service, by anybody? Were they requested?
The Secret Service, we felt that we had a good plan in place.
Okay, fair enough. How about K-9 assets with bomb sniffing or explosive sniffing capabilities? Requested. Didn't say they were present. Were they requested?
Those requests were fulfilled.
They were requested and fulfilled. So was the Crooks inside any of your perimeters?
No, it was not.
It was not. How did you... So it was not within the... It was not... So what... Is there a device located on Mr. Crook's body to detonate the vehicle?
That is the information that I have.
So what would be the point of detonating the vehicle if it was not inside the perimeter?
I have no idea what Mr. Crook's motivation was.
Ma'am, the fact that you haven't... I'll close with this, Mr. Chairman. I understand there are other things going on, but the culture of your organization, the culture that doesn't... Do you know how tall the president is? How tall is the president? President Trump, how tall is he?
I don't... He's over 6 feet tall. I don't know.
Okay, so do you assign agents based on their ability to cover physically and carry, if necessary, the President of the United States, when you assign them to this mission? Is that a parameter that is considered?
I assign agents to work our protectees that are capable and have been trained by the Secret Service.
I understand they're trained, but if you're not tall enough to do with what I'm thinking, but if somebody's 7 feet tall and 5 feet tall, delta there that is problematic in protecting the protectee, and I'm asking, is that a consideration when these agents, not saying you, but when they're assigned to the protectee?
The agents that are assigned to our protectees are perfectly capable.
Okay, ma'am. So the culture is what I'm concerned about, because the primary objective here seems to be something other than securing the site, securing the principal, and securing the people at the site. And that's the concern based on the answers that you've given today so far. Without a yield, Mr. Chairman.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Moskowitz from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for this hearing. I want to thank the subpoena that you sent. I want to thank Ranking Member Raskin and your work, the letter you sent to the committee. And I also support the creation of a commission to get to the bottom of what happened. Director, I just want to give you an honest assessment of how this is going for you today. Did you happen to catch the hearing many months ago in education where there were a bunch of university presidents, and Elise Stefanik asked a very easy question and couldn't get an answer? Did you see that hearing?
No, I don't think I did.
Okay, well, let me tell you, it didn't go well, and the short end of that story was those university professors all resigned. They're gone. That's how this is going for you. This is where this is headed. Okay? This is... I don't know who prepared you for this. I don't know how many times you've testified in front of Congress. But a president was almost assassinated live on television, not just for Americans, but for the world to see. And this being your first opportunity, I understand there's an ongoing investigation. I understand there's things that you can not talk about. But the idea that we're getting less than you did on television is something that Democrats, Independents, or Republicans are going to find unacceptable. My high school, Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, was on the list of mass shootings that Representative Raskin held up. That very day, the school resource officer, a police officer, did not run into the building. He hid in the stairwell while the shooter was in the building. He stayed outside, never helped. Okay. He also directed other officers who showed up on the scene not to go into the building. When it was determined that the failures in response and training, and that the sheriff fired nobody in his agency, Governor DeSantis then removed that sheriff. I supported the removal. So here's my question. You said there's going to be accountability. I understand you don't want to give us names. When you say that, are you telling the committee that once it's concluded, you're prepared to fire the people on the ground who made poor decisions that day?
I'm prepared to take the actions necessary.
No, that's nonsense. Okay? Accountability. The failure was human. That doesn't mean they're bad people. It means they failed that day, and a former president was almost assassinated. Okay? Are you prepared to fire the human failure on the ground? Yes or no? When you have the names of where those failures were, they're people. It's not like a piece of technology failed. It was people who failed that day. Are you prepared to fire them?
I don't have an answer as to whether.
Well, then how can there be accountability if you're not prepared to fire someone? And the reason why your name,
Bring around the rosy.
why members in this committee are calling for resignation, and I join in that, or for the president to fire you, is because you're saying there's going to be accountability, but you admit that people are going to get fired. Let me ask this question a different way. If Trump had been assassinated that day, if the gunman had succeeded, okay, would you have come and tendered your resignation?
I would still be sitting here because I would want to ensure the integrity of the investigation.
Totally understand. That's a fair answer that you would have set up that process. But would you have had the honor to come in front of the committee and say, a former president was assassinated on my watch, there should be new leadership?
I think that I have admitted that there was...
No, that's what I'm asking. Would you have tendered your resignation if he had been killed?
That occurred on my watch, and I am accountable for that.
Okay, but would you have tendered your resignation if he had been killed?
I think that I've admitted that I've taken accountability and will take responsibility.
Okay. Well, let me ask I want to follow up on Representative Connolly's question, in which he asked about guns, and you were not willing to commit that makes your job harder. This is not about the Second Amendment. If there were over 400 million guns on the streets, if all of those guns were machine guns, would that make your job harder to protect people?
Again, I think weapons that are out there...
If all of those guns were rocket-propelled grenades, would that make your job harder?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Perfect. This is not a trick question. Thank you. Okay. I won't ask the other 15 things I was going to do. I was going to do drone strikes, but it's okay. So, that's all we were asking. It creates a challenging environment. It has nothing to do with the Second Amendment or people's rights, but it does make your job harder. So, credit to Representative Connolly for asking that question. One last thing, Mr. Chairman, and I'll conclude. You know, there was a question asked, is an Iranian assassin more capable than a 20-year-old? And I have been tough on Iran. I probably have more resolutions on Iran than almost anyone in Congress. But I can tell you it isn't Iranians walking into schools and grocery stores and movie theaters.
This is 9/11 all over
It
again.
is 20-year-olds, right? And some of them are mentally unstable. And they have access to guns. And they're domestic terrorists. Someone talked about Christopher Wray. Christopher Wray has talked about domestic terrorism. And so, yes, we collectively come together on foreign threats. And I am not at all debasing the fact that there are foreign threats here and abroad. But there are domestic threats. And we have to get to the bottom of how we stop domestic terrorism. Because it was a 20-year-old who walked into my high school and killed 17 people. He was plenty capable, and he was an Iranian. Thank you.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Timmons from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Cheadle, we've asked you a lot of questions and haven't really got a lot of straight answers. I have intentionally created a line of questions that I think you can't answer. So the first question is, do you agree that the allocation of Secret Service resources should correspond with the risk profile of any given event? A higher degree of risk at one event should get more resources. Is that fair?
That is fair.
Okay. And when two events occur at the same time in the same geographic vicinity,
that the risk profile of each event should be taken into account, and whichever event is greater risk should receive greater resources.
That is correct.
Okay, so I'm going to go over the Trump event. So this was publicly announced July 3rd, Butler, Pennsylvania. The venue is an outdoor fairground, open air, no existing security. The crowd size was expected to be tens of thousands. It ended up being over 20,000. There were general and specific threats from foreign adversaries. As the chairman of the intelligence remarked, Iran has said they want revenge, as well as when President Trump was in office, he made a lot of people mad, terrorists to be included all over the world. And, President Trump is the former president and the future president. So I would say that that is a fairly high-risk event. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay, let's conversely, the First Lady had an event at a casino in Pittsburgh, just a few dozen miles away. Dinner for the Italian Sons and Daughters of America. It was publicly announced on July 10th. What's interesting is that the casino is actually extremely secure. They already have magnetometers existing prior to this event even being announced. It was in a ballroom. And the size of the crowd, a mere 400. There were no specific threats. There may have been general threats. And the asset is the First Lady. Those seem like there's a huge disparity relative to risk. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Multiple whistleblowers and various media outlets have reported that the Pittsburgh field office of the Secret Service allocated 12 additional post standers to the First Lady's event and 3 additional post standers to the Trump rally. Is that correct?
There were no assets that were diverted from the First Lady's
No. This is a very simple question. I'm not asking if anyone was diverted. Did the First Lady's event that was relatively secure, especially compared to Trump's rally, get 12 assets? And did the First Lady's event get 12 assets and Trump's get 3 from the Pittsburgh field office? That's a yes or no question. If you don't know, don't answer. I mean, if you don't know, don't answer.
The number of personnel that were allocated to both of those events were comparable to the risk at both of those events.
Wow. Really? So you think that the Pittsburgh casino, 400 person in a ballroom with ingress egress through probably a very well guarded parking garage was 4 times more dangerous than a 20,000 person rally in an open field with the former president, future president? You think that that's 4 times more dangerous than casino event?
I didn't say that at all.
Well, they got 4 times the resources from the Pittsburgh field office, who was likely in charge of trying to walk the I mean, we highlighted the failures of the Secret Service at the Trump rally. And, you have the former and future president getting shot. You have multiple injuries, 1 fatality. And I would have to think that if we had 9 more post standards, 9 more individuals that have the training and the integration into the Secret Service defense of Trump at that rally, that I have a feeling that Crooks would have had somebody come say hello to him before he fired a bunch of shots. Do you think that's possibly true?
There were significantly more assets and resources available at the former president's event than there were at the first.
Who made the decision to deploy 12 post standards to the casino where the First Lady was having a 400 person dinner, and only 3 people from the Pittsburgh field office to the 20,000 person plus Trump rally? Who made that decision?
There were additional Secret Service resources available at the former President Trump's event.
Who made the decision to deploy 12 to the First Lady's event and 3 to the Trump event?
The allocation of resources is decided based on the availability of personnel and their location and where they are, but there were sufficient
who? The question was who?
that were given to.
Did you just say there were sufficient resources? President Trump got shot. Someone got killed. There were not sufficient resources, clearly.
There was
it doesn't take 27 years of experience to know that. And whoever made that decision, it probably wasn't you, needs to be fired. And then you need to resign because this is absolutely unacceptable. You've lost the trust of the American people. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yield back. Chair, now recognized to leave from Michigan.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director, for being here. When we hear the headline, a 20-year-old young man with access to an assault weapon commits an act of mass violence. I mean, we've heard this before.
over and over again. But the unfortunate thing is that my residents don't get a committee hearing. We have not had one committee hearing about the over 260 mass shootings that we've had, killing hundreds of people, injuring hundreds, changing their lives forever. And don't get me wrong, to many of my colleagues, I mean, I watched, and even the pool of blood, the screams, it was horrific. But it made me think about the images I saw after mass shootings at schools, grocery stores. I mean, I think of Buffalo, New York, at a supermarket where a racist gunman killed 10 shoppers with an AR. In El Paso, AK-47.
Let's talk about New York shutting down all our mental health facilities in the pandemic.
Parkland, Florida, 17 students and teachers murdered, again with an AR. In Pittsburgh, at a place of faith, Tree of Life Synagogue, 11
fucking
murdered.
bitch gaslighting.
And don't get me about Newton, Connecticut, which still breaks my heart. 26 murdered, including 20 elementary school children. This year in Michigan, we've had, Mr. Chair, 2 mass shootings. 21 shot in Detroit.
Unbelievable.
Because one of the most horrific shootings we've seen. 2 killed at a splash pad in Rochester Hills, Michigan. 8 shot there. Again, an assault weapon used. But the difference here is the former president gets a hearing in his attempts to assassinate. But our residents
Go
don't
fuck
get a
yourself,
hearing
you stupid fucking bitch.
about mass shootings, about gun violence in our country. You know, Mr. Chair, I asked
this stupid country
wholeheartedly. You know, they don't have Secret Service to protect them. They don't. I don't have these mass agencies protecting our kids in the schools or the supermarket, movie theaters, or going to a block party in Detroit. I don't have that. We don't have that. But I can't believe we're just going to focus on that and not the fact that we're hearing yet again in the headlines a 20-year-old young man having access to an assault weapon, a weapon of war. Many of my veterans say they have to be trained to use.
Told you.
But he can get it. Wasn't safely stored by the parent, grabbing that gun. And
This
innocent
stupid
lives
bitch out of office.
were lost. Director, I know you got asked about this, and I think it's important, though, you know, for us to hear this.
I agree, Melos.
How difficult is your job when there's such easy access to assault weapons?
Okay, here.
See the setup, right? You guys see
Oh, yeah. The way it always is for these people.
They just set you guys up, man. You're all arguing over some stupid shit that they did.
These are brave men and women who put their lives on the line. And a day like we had on July 13th is a day that no one in my agency ever wants to have as their responsibility. It is an incredibly difficult job.
But yeah, all these, the prison is protected by ARs.
Family. Again, their lives are forever changed. The incident are never isolated. I really believe these incidents are never isolated. And I know Detroit Free Press had reported that the 20-year-old Pennsylvania shooter looked up the 2021 Oxford High School shooting in Michigan. Can you comment on what information this shooter was looking up regarding the tragedy of Oxford High School, where it took 4 of our high school youth there? I'm sorry, I'm not able to. The FBI has those details. So you can't even tell us, I mean, was he looking at the type of weapon? How many? Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have those details. Do you have, I mean, did they share that with you, though? I don't have the full content of what his searches were. I think that they are still in the process of examining all of his devices. Okay. Again, you know, the impact, I want to be really serious about this. The impact on our families is more than just this political rally, Mr. Chair. We have to talk about this. Even if we're in disagreement, let's talk about it, because I've seen statistics that show that we could be saving lives now if we ban these weapons of war from from being able to buy it at the local store down the street. We just can't continue to allow this to happen. And unfortunately, my colleagues, my residents are not former presidents of the United States. They don't get a hearing. They don't get Secret Service for any of that. And even among those that are expressing that failed in the system, they just deserve better. They truly do. Thank you, and I yield.
Chair now recognize Mr. Burchett from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Cheadle, the shooter was set up on the roof of the AGR International building, as we know. Was the roof identified as a potential vulnerability days before the rally?
To my knowledge, yes, it was.
Were agents or officers inside the building? If so, what floor were they on?
We had local police officers inside the building.
The roof looks like it's a tin roof. How did no one inside that building hear someone moving on top of a metal roof?
I don't have the details of all of the interviews that have been conducted yet.
When will you have those?
I have been asking, and I want to have that information as soon as you do.
Okay, well, why did Secret Service fail to block the line of sight from that roof?
I think that the Secret Service put together a plan where they were counting that roof in as part of their overwatch, and that was the plan that they had put in place that day.
If you weren't going to put a security personnel on the roof, why not at least use drone technology or aerial surveillance to monitor the rally?
There are a number of times that we do use drone technology. I'm not speaking specifically to this event and what was utilized or not. There are times when drone technology is available and helpful at events, and there are times when it is not appropriate.
Do y'all use Signal? Do you personally use Signal to communicate with any official from the White House? Signal on your phone.
Oh, on occasion, I'm sure that there are people that use Signal. Yes.
Okay. Do you use it to speak with the White House? Use Signal?
No, I do not.
Okay. When was Thomas Crooks first identified as a person of interest? Let me help you. At 5:10, he was spotted with a rangefinder at 5:51. And when did Secret Service notice him?
Again, I don't have those specific timelines, but it was a relatively short period of time.
Let me help you. 5:52. Ms. Cheadle, why was President Trump allowed on stage 10 minutes after the Secret Service spotted a suspicious individual? That seems to me to be the worst thing of all. All the breakdown and all this communication, all the BS you've been feeding us here today or not feeding us, that seems to be the question.
So as I've stated before, there are a number of events where suspicious people may be identified. That doesn't necessarily...
Ma'am, I submit to you, you got a guy who's going to be the next president of the United States. He's on stage. I've been to these events. We've all been to these events. A car backfires, and there's a 15-minute dadgum wait. That's not acceptable. Did the Secret Service tell President Trump they'd spotted a suspicious individual before he was shot?
I am unclear as to what the communication was with the former president at that time.
I'll take that as a no. Did y'all deny President Trump's request for more security? Yes or no? And when was the most recent request for additional security?
The rally request for security, all of those requests were fulfilled.
And were there any personnel redirected to Jill Biden's rally?
No.
Who made the decision on the direction of agents at either one of those rallies?
I'm unclear as to your question on the direction of the agents.
I said, who directed those agents to be at Miss Biden's rally or President Trump's rally? Those specific agents.
So there is a methodology in which agents are available for assignments, and they are assigned based on either geographic location or logistics or flight.
Ma'am, I appreciate all that, but that methodology about got President Trump killed. Was the security detail guarding President Trump a temporary detail?
The personnel who are assigned to the former president's detail are assigned to him.
Why was there a different detail on the opening night of the convention than the detail that was guarding him in Pennsylvania?
The president has a very large permanent protective detail assigned to him. They work shift work, and so it could be that people you saw at the rally were not working the same shift the day that he was.
I can assure you, ma'am, somebody that's a lot shorter than the president was not at the convention, and the people that were cowering down behind the mass of agents that were on top of the president were not in the convention hall. At least I didn't see them. You can't seem to answer a single question about an ongoing investigation, ma'am, and you don't know when the information will be released publicly. Are you waiting for the administration to sign off?
No, I am waiting for the results of the investigation, at which time...
Okay. Let me ask you one more question. You found explosives in the shooter's possession. Is that correct?
The FBI found explosives.
Do we know who directed this young man how to make those explosives?
I believe that the FBI is still looking into that on their investigation.
Ms. Cheadle, you said that the buck stops with me, and I agree. I don't think you should resign. I think you should have been fired. Ma'am, you are a DEI horror story. I've told my daughter multiple times, my wife and my daughter, we talk to her all the time about how she's going to succeed in life. She'll succeed in life by achieving. Ma'am, you have not achieved today. You've let the American public down. If it was up to me, you'd be gone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Crockett from Texas.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And let me just pick up where my colleague from Tennessee left off. Director Cheadle, was the incident on July 13th due to DEI, or rather systemic failures in communication and potentially safety protocols?
The incident on the 13th has nothing to do with DEI. The incident on the 13th has to do with a failure or a gap either in planning or communication.
Thank you so much. In fact, I have a few articles that I will enter into the record once I wrap up that actually acknowledge a number of women specifically for their valor in their service, whether it's been in various levels of law enforcement. But, you know, I want to stick here for just a second, because earlier you had a conversation in which there was a discussion about training. And I want to talk about training, and I want to talk about the fact that there's been a little bit of dancing around as it relates to this being a suspicious person and this being a situation that was perceived to be a threat. And it seems as if there's a different analysis that takes place. One of my questions has to do with if you have any bias training that your officers undergo. And the reason that I ask that, because as a civil rights lawyer, I have learned so many times in having to deal with law enforcement that there usually is not a perception of a threat when it is a young white male, even if they are carrying a long gun. Yet a lot of times, at least in this country, when it comes to law enforcement, there is a perceived threat just by somebody having a little bit more melanin in their skin. So I'm curious to know, because a lot of times, one of the things that we have consistently pushed for on my side of things, and when I say my side, is once we are looking at a tragedy in which law enforcement made an error, is the bias training and whether or not our officers are getting it. So I'm curious to know, in some of the training that you talk about that is part of your budget, has bias training been part of that?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. I know that today is a rough day, and on that day in Pennsylvania, it was a rough day. And the reality is that I understand it, and you may or may not know the answer to this question. In the space in which this event took place, it was an open carry space. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So I hail from the state of Texas, and interestingly enough, I was serving in the state house right after there was a mass shooting in El Paso. We had an opportunity to do right by our citizens in Texas, but we did not. Instead, they passed permitless carry. And what my colleagues kept trying to get you to answer, because we want to come up with solutions, we don't want to keep pointing the finger. And right now, you've got a bunch of fingers that are pointed at you. But our job is to solve problems for the American people. And to be perfectly honest, the numbers are clear. I think almost every major law enforcement agency come forward and say that they were against permitless carry because they said that their jobs would be made more difficult. Unfortunately, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle in the state of Texas decided that they would ignore those warnings, and they passed the law instead. And right after they passed that law, we ended up with Uvalde. And we heard the stories of those officers that were scared to go in and save those babies because of the firearm in which that, in that case, 18-year-olds
They're talking about the failures and what they can do.
They also were given an opportunity to say, hey, raise the age and make it to where at least you have to be 21 before you can possess this type of weapon. And they chose not to. And we have the facts. It shows, and I'll enter this into the record as well, if there is no objection, deaths from firearms keep climbing in Texas decades
The same stuff they talk about every time, every shooting, same shit.
Thank you so much. The last thing that I'm just going to make
Never failed.
We all care about this issue
That's what it was all about. Setup.
we know that there has been a spike in violence, political violence in this country. Are you aware of the fact that the numbers are higher? right? Yes. Okay. In addition to that, and I'm going to point a little blame at ourselves, because right now you got all the fingers pointed at you. But the reality is that we have a number of congressional members that are consistently engaging in violent rhetoric, and it needs to be toned down. The reality is that people are listening and they're paying attention, but unfortunately, another thing that is happening because we're not getting answers from you today is the conspiracy theories. They have already began. Have you heard of any of the conspiracies?
Yes.
Okay. The problem with these conspiracies is that when people believe that, say, the President of the United States ordered a hit, or they believe it was an inside job, or whatever conspiracies they believe because they don't have any facts in front of them, that potentially incites the next level of violence at the next event in retaliation for this. So we are all for your job as it relates to being the director, as well as the men and women that you are protecting as their director, that you keep them safe by making sure that the American people have the information that they need so that they can feel as if Secret Service is on the side of the American people. And ma'am, I don't doubt the Secret Service is on the side of the American people. But right now, so long as these conspiracy theories continue to fester, it is going to make your job that much harder. Thank you so much. And I yield.
They need to be on the side of the president.
Georgia.
Thank you, Mr.
Hey.
Chairman. Ms. Cheadle, I'd like to remind you that you're under oath.
But they went.
Team has a senior supervisor, an advanced
Go on,
team,
man.
a
Give it
protective
to 'em.
intelligence team, a counter sniper element, and detail. Who was the agent in charge? How long has she been the agent in charge? And what is her service background?
Too many chiefs, not enough Indians, Mellows.
Yeah, definitely.
Why not? You're here to answer our questions.
Forum, I'm not going to provide names of.
You stated in your testimony, you said, I am here today to answer your questions.
That is correct.
The more to pass the buck down the road.
Our personnel.
Why not?
Today.
The American people are demanding these answers from you today, Ms. Cheadle.
I will do the best to provide you accurate information based on the facts that I have at this time.
You're not answering our questions. The advance element coordinates with other intel or law enforcement partners, identifies threats and weaknesses at the sites and movements. We'd like a copy of the advance report. Have you brought it here with you today?
Nope.
We will comply with the request for the documentation that has been requested.
When will that be, Ms. Cheadle? Because you should have brought it today.
I am certain that our personnel are working on obtaining all of that documentation.
I don't believe you, and neither do the people watching this hearing. You're not doing well, as Mr. Moskowitz informed you. You've been sitting here for over 3 hours, and I have you know the entire country is demanding you resign and demanding that you be fired if you do not resign. Things are not going well for you. You need to answer the questions. Was there a protective intelligence team, and what technical resources were utilized for that event, specifically drone or helicopter assets?
There were a number of technical assets that were deployed for that event, and there was a protective intelligence team that was assigned to that event.
Why was Crooks able to fly a drone over the entire area the day of the rally and the day of his assassination attempt?
To my knowledge, he did not fly the drone over the entire area.
How did he fly a drone over the area, period? Any part of the area?
Again, I would have to go back and check the timeline of when that took place and when the event...
Why didn't you bring the timeline with you today to answer our questions?
I don't have all of the answers on the timelines based on the criminal investigation.
Were you not prepared today to answer our questions?
I am prepared to answer the questions based on the information and wanted to be able to provide.
Do you have a timeline do you have a timeline at all from any of the day?
I have a timeline that does not have specifics.
That's shocking. That is absolutely unacceptable. That means you are a failure at your job. Let's talk about things that are prohibited in Trump rallies. I've been to a lot of Trump rallies. Backpacks and bags, bicycles, firearms, any type of weapon, or any other item determined to be a potential safety hazard, like a rangefinder would be one. At 5:10, Crooks is first observed by one of the snipers, AGR Sniper 1, at the building. 5:10, President Trump was shot in the face at 6:11 p.m.
528, AGR Sniper 1 takes a picture of a bicycle and 2 bags. Those belong to Crooks. 532, AGR Sniper 1 spots Crooks looking at his phone and using a rangefinder. 555, Butler ESU Command confirms receipt of photos and states they have been relayed on. 6:05 p.m., AGR Sniper 1 later communicates that Crooks is seen moving northeast in direction of Sheets and that Crooks has a backpack. 2 minutes before the shooting, while President Trump has been allowed to take the stage, people see Crooks laying on his stomach in a sniper position on the roof, and they're yelling he has a gun, and they are trying to alert law enforcement and Secret Service. Why was Crooks not shot by the snipers? Why was he allowed to be there?
As soon as the individual was identified as a threat, they were...
No. What do you consider to be a threat? A man with a gun laying in a sniper position, a man that had a backpack, a man that had a bicycle, a man that had a rangefinder. At what point is he determined a threat?
An individual with a backpack is not a threat. An individual with a rangefinder is not a threat.
What about a man laying on a building that has direct line of sight of President Trump with a gun that people are screaming and pointing out? Is that a threat, Ms. Cheadle?
Once that individual was identified, they were neutralized.
No, they were neutralized. Crooks was neutralized after he shot President Trump in the face, Ms. Cheadle. Is he only a threat once he fires the weapon?
As soon as the counter sniper identified that individual, they were able to neutralize them.
How were people in the crowd? Okay, then let's just take it this way. People under your command did not consider him to be a threat, yet people in the crowd knew he had a gun and considered him to be a threat. That means that you are a complete failure as the director of the Secret Service, that people under your command don't perceive a man laying on a roof with direct line to the president with a gun. They don't perceive that to be a threat, yet the people in the crowd do. How is that possible?
That's the last question, but please answer the question, Ms. Director.
I'm not certain at this time how the information from the people in the crowd was relayed to any law enforcement personnel.
No, you knew that everyone knew. The people there knew that there was a danger. They knew there was a threat to President Trump, and it was allowed to happen. Was there a stand-down order, Ms. Cheadle? Was there a conspiracy to kill President Trump?
Absolutely not.
Then how did this happen? And why are you still sitting here not turning in your letter of resignation?
Last question. Please answer, and then I'll recognize Ms. Presley. Please answer the question.
That is what we are investigating to determine.
We're waiting for your letter. We are waiting for your letter of resignation, and you really need to consider doing that before you leave today.
Chair, now recognize Ms. Presley from Massachusetts.
Marjorie.
No one, absolutely no one should fear for their life. At a political rally,
Here we go.
in a classroom,
Filibuster.
in a faith house, their home. We must do something about political violence in all its forms.
Yeah, let's just ban
and gun
guns.
violence in all
That's
of
what
its
you wanted,
forms.
right?
Yep.
Now, Director Cheadle, you have noted that
Here we
numerous
go.
investigations
Told
are
you, another
ongoing
box
related to
sticker.
the Secret Service response that we can expect a report in the next 6 days. With the election nearly 100 days away, that is an unacceptable timeline, and it makes
Got great view.
it also allows my colleagues across the aisle, Republicans, additional time to spread dangerous misinformation, which also puts people in harm's way. Some Republicans have exploited this moment to continue to attack progress towards racial justice and gender equity in America. Disappointing, but not surprising. I hesitate to repeat their racist and sexist tropes, but in summary, Republicans have wrongfully and shamefully stated that hiring women and people of color hindered the response to the shooting. Now, this is part and parcel of Republican strategy to constantly attack necessary diversity, equity, and inclusion.
This one's going to make it all about race.
To undermine the contribution of people of the disability community and others make to this country each and every day.
and it is disgraceful. In the wake of gun violence and tragic loss of life, Republicans are ignoring solutions like gun safety reform and instead pointing out sexist tropes. Can't say I'm surprised. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record reporting from CNN titled Right-Wing Media Figures Blame Women in Secret Service and DEI for Security Failure in Trump Shooting.
Not objection to order.
This article quotes members of Congress and others that plainly accuse DEI and the hiring of women as a liability for the Secret Service. Women have been an integral part of the agency since 1971 and are held to the same standards as their male counterparts. To use them as a scapegoat during a time of crisis is shameful and it is dangerously divisive. In fact, based on recent publicly available demographic data of the agency, the largest demographic groups among special agents are white and male. But to right-wing extremists, the truth doesn't matter. The lies they tell to advance their anti-diversity agenda, which is a key theme throughout Project 2025, will only make the American public less safe and more divided. And every day, Director Cheatham, that you fail to give us answers, they are given more oxygen to make their baseless claims that women and people of color are responsible for tragic events. And that is too. Thank you. And I yield my remaining time to Ranking Member Raskin.
Thank you to the distinguished gentlelady from Massachusetts, and thank you for those trenchant insights. I wanted to make the point that you were making and several of other members were making to bring it into sharp relief here. The very same day that Donald Trump narrowly escaped an assassination attempt, but an honored firefighter was gunned down and killed and other people were injured. There was another mass shooting that day, just several hours later in Birmingham, Alabama. 4 people killed and 10 wounded in a nightclub shooting. And you might think, oh, that's some kind of freakish coincidence. Not at all. We have more than one mass shooting a day in America. They are so commonplace now that they are barely reported in the national news. It's, of course, local news in Birmingham, Alabama, that 4 people were killed and 10 other people were shot and seriously wounded, being treated at the hospital. These things are a nightmare for the families of the victims who've been killed, for the families who have to take care of people who've been seriously injured and wounded. They are a major financial drain, publicly and privately, and yet we allow AR-15s to be purchased with abandon, promiscuously, all over the country. People can just go out and get an assault weapon. And the distinguished gentlelady from Michigan was right. We have a hearing when it affects the President of the United States, but on all the other days of the year, we don't have a hearing about it. And I think it is because of an honest disagreement we have about the Second Amendment. There are some people who think the Second Amendment means you've got the right to arm yourself with whatever weaponry you need to overthrow the government of the United States. And we reject that as a false interpretation of the Second Amendment and a false interpretation of the Constitution. We can ban assault weapons. We did it back in 1994. It dramatically reduced these mass shootings. And when that ban was lifted, the mass shootings went up through the roof again, and we've shown it. And so just like we're demanding real answers and real action from the Secret Service, let us demand real action and real answers from ourselves about the nightmare of mass gun violence, which puts America into a category all its own when you compare us to the countries in the European Union or Canada or other similarly situated countries. There's nothing like what we're going through. So we've got to act on the Secret Service to protect ourselves against political violence. So we've got to act as a Congress to protect ourselves against AR-15 violence in America.
Chair recognizes Ms. McClain from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first of all, I want to thank the Secret Service agents, those who work tirelessly to protect our presidents, and specifically those agents who did not hesitate to jump in front of President Trump. And my heart goes out to the family of the Capitor family and the people at the rally who are still recovering. On the other hand, the Secret Service has a leadership problem, and it falls on you. And although I appreciate your hollow words that the buck stops here, I was actually hoping for some answers. Director Cheadle, you must answer to the American people if you want to stay in charge. It's really, really simple. You want to keep your job, right?
Yeah.
Okay. The best way to keep your job is to answer questions, not play this shell game, not sing the Slim Shady song.
Check on Telegram.
How long did you prepare for this hearing?
I've been preparing for this hearing.
They never answer questions ever.
5 days? 6 days?
So I guess she's trying to play the good cop. Like, we're trying to help you here.
4 days?
I began preparing.
By not answering the questions, they make more questions arise.
What are you sure of? Are you sure the color of your hair? Are you sure the color of your suit? I'm just, tell the American people, what are you sure of? You don't even know when you started preparing for the hearing? I mean, the biggest hearing of your life, and you have no clue? You can't remember when you started preparing for this hearing? Can you understand why those words seem hollow to the American people?
Keep that country divided.
I assure you,
Yeah.
I respect
Yeah, right.
But you can't remember it. You got a little Alzheimer's, dementia going. I mean, you can't remember.
I have several active investigations going on in an operational agency to run.
Check regular Telegram.
But you want to take accountability, right? The buck stops with you, right?
You put it in regular Telegram.
Then let's start with trying to answer some questions.
You started dropping stuff.
To the FBI. When asked how many shell casings were on the roof, you referred to the FBI. When asked if there were explosives in the car, you referred to the FBI. When asked if Crooks was acting alone, you referred to the FBI. See a common theme here? I can go on and on. My question is, who at the FBI should I speak with? Wait for it. Wait for it.
The FBI is responsible for the criminal.
Is there a name?
I'm not certain.
I'm not certain.
Who at
All
the
right, here we go.
FBI
I'm not certain. I don't know. Let me ask a different question. Have you been in communication with the FBI?
Yes, I have.
With whom?
I speak with the director and the deputy director.
Okay. And what have they shared with you about this investigation? So I'll give you an opportunity to answer again. Did they share with you how many shell casings were on the roof?
They have shared with me.
Did they share with you how many shell casings were on the roof?
Yes.
And, okay, how many were there?
I would refer to the FBI for
how many were there?
And their information that they need to share in their investigation.
So they've shared the information with you. You just don't want to share the information with us, correct?
We have concurrent investigations.
So they have shared this information with you. You know the answer to the question. You just refuse to answer the question from the member of Congress who has subpoenaed you to be here. Is there a different answer to that question?
I was always willing to come here and testify before this oversight hearing.
Beautiful. Then let's do that. Let's for once have your actions match your words. So you've been in communication with the FBI. You know the answers, and you refuse to tell us the answers. So I will ask you again. You know how many shell casings were on that roof. What is the answer to that question?
I think it's pertinent.
What is the answer to that question?
I think it's pertinent to talk to you about the information that the Secret Service
private.
has and that the Secret Service knows related.
I'm asking you an answer to the question. If you're supposed to be in charge, if the buck stops with you, how come you can't share the answers? What are you covering up? What are you hiding, my friend?
I'm not covering anything.
Then why can't you answer a simple question?
I would leave it to the criminal investigation to answer questions related to that.
You're a crook. You're involved in this.
When you talk to the FBI,
Don't answer questions. Crazy.
Stick to your guns, lady.
Did they answer that question? Or in the car, excuse me. Did they answer that question?
She's auditing herself. She don't answer questions.
She's going to investigate herself later.
But again, you refuse to give us the answers. Your plan this wasn't me. Well, I submit.
Give them a good telling off in front of the public, and everyone's
and
happy.
It's a what. It's not a can't.
Yeah,
It's not a I don't know. It's a I choose not to answer the question. Well, let me tell you, Miss Chief.
Exactly.
You need to lead. If you want to be in charge, then answer the question or step aside and have someone with the courage and the guts to answer to the American people the questions that they deserve answers to. And with that, I yield back.
Sure, no, Rick.
Yeah, bitch. Yeah, bitch. You know, right?
Paid all this money. Answer the fucking question, you heard?
Information and speculation. However, you are refusing to answer questions that we now know that you have the information for. You are saying that you are wanting to answer questions that the Secret Service has information to. Well, ma'am, you are the Secret Service. You are the director. You have said that you are the best for the job. So I'm going to ask you some questions now knowing that you do have answers from the FBI, whom you have been passing the buck to this entire day. And I'll start with something that, maybe the FBI doesn't know because it has to do with you personally. You said you spoke with President Trump after the assassination attempt. And I want to know, did you apologize to him directly for nearly having President Trump killed? Yes, I did. I appreciate that. I appreciate that you recognize that this was your failure. Now, since the assassination attempt, you are under oath, reminding you. Have you communicated with anyone at the White House on an encrypted messaging app like Signal? Yes or no?
No, I have not.
Are you willing to surrender your personal phone for analysis?
If I am required to do so.
Okay. I will look into making that request because I would like to see your personal phone to see if you're communicating over encrypted messaging apps. Have you ever turned down enhanced security requests from Donald Trump's detail, his special agent in charge, Sean Curran? Have you ever turned it down?
No, I have not.
Have there been has your team, has the Secret Service? Maybe not you personally.
I believe, as I mentioned earlier, there are times when requests are made for
You have denied them. They have been denied.
And a denial doesn't
Has the Trump
necessarily
campaign made requests for additional assets that have been denied?
Denial doesn't mean vulnerability.
Have there been additional requests for enhanced security at Mar-a-Lago?
We have made a number of enhancements.
You confirmed that there were Bob sniffing dogs that were provided. You failed to confirm if there were aerial security surveillance assets that were provided. So yes or no? Was that provided? At the rally, yes, ma'am.
We had Overwatch provided at the rally.
You've confirmed that the assassin was identified as suspicious 57 minutes prior to the shooting. Was the suspicious individual ever approached by an agent? Was any contact ever made with him?
Not to my knowledge.
Is that the standard protocol for someone who is identified as suspicious?
The protocol would be to locate the individual.
And you said that he was located 2 to 5 times approximately?
No, I said that the information was passed potentially somewhere between 2 to 5
He was never located by an agent?
To my knowledge, that individual was not located by an agent.
We have dozens of rally goers who have identified him, and not one agent on the ground. There are many, many, many agents on the ground. Local law enforcement, Secret Service. No one was able to identify him and have sights on and see him.
What I'm saying is that the agents that were on the ground at the time, I have no knowledge that they were able to interview him or locate him.
Thank you. Was there a local law enforcement officer who approached the roof and saw the shooter and saw that he was present on the roof?
That is the information that has been shared with me.
Have you spoke to that local law enforcement officer?
No, I have not.
Are you going to?
It is part of a criminal investigation that
Are
the
you going
FBI is interviewing those individuals.
Were agents stationed on the water tower?
No,
Why?
that would not be something that would be included in a security plan.
Has the man who is reported to have been present wearing a gray suit who allegedly requested a photo of the dead body of the assassin on top of the AGR roof been identified?
I don't have that information.
Is that something that you've heard of?
No.
Were ATF agents present at the rally?
To attend or to work?
To work.
Not to my knowledge.
How long did the counter sniper have crooks in his sights before the shooter opened fire on President Trump?
I don't have that specific timeline.
Will you be able to tell us if he communicated with other agents on what he was seeing through his sights?
Once I have that information, absolutely.
Because we need to know why he waited for multiple rounds to be fired at President Trump before the threat was neutralized. We need to know if he was given an order to hold fire. Now, it's you've excused the roof of being unmanned because of the slope of the roof. Do you continue to assert the slope of the roof as a credible reason for leaving this position undefended?
First, I'll go back and correct that there was no order to hold fire. Our agents and officers have the ability to neutralize a threat at the time.
So you don't know.
See it.
I'm sorry. You don't know the communication that was taking place or how long he had him in his sights because you haven't spoke to him, but you do know that there was no order to hold fire.
I can tell you the way that our personnel are trained. They are trained on the use of force scale. That when they see a threat, they are authorized to neutralize that threat. They don't have to ask for permission.
You excuse the roof being unmanned because of the slope. Do you stand by that assertion?
The roof was not covered with an individual on it because there was overwatch provided.
Apparently not. No, there was no overwatch provided. This is very evident. President Trump was shot. A man died. There was no oversight provided. I find this rather maddening, especially now knowing that you do have answers from the FBI, who you have been passing the buck to this entire hearing, not answering a congressional hearing, members of Congress, while you are under oath and under a subpoena. I find it maddening that the director, that our country has come centimeters away from oblivion under your watch. You have answers. You are refusing to give those to us, directing us to the FBI, and this entire thing is a waste of time. You are responsible for the loss of a life and the shooting that took place on President Trump. You do need to resign. This is bipartisan. You need to be fired. You do not need to hold this position. You are not the best for this job. I am over my time, but I cannot tolerate your watch any longer, and I'm going to continue to call daily for you to be removed from your position, ma'am.
Chair recognizes Mr. Fry from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Cheadle, how long have you been with the Secret Service? 29 years, right?
That's correct.
And how long have you been director of the Secret Service?
Just under 2 years.
During your tenure as director under the Secret Service, I know we're here today to talk about the assassination attempt on President Trump, but how many other security lapses have occurred with protectees under your watch?
I don't have a specific number, but there have been some lapses.
There have been other lapses. Was one of them Jake Sullivan?
Yes, sir.
What happened there?
There was an individual who was able to access Mr. Sullivan's residence.
His residence? A protectee. Somebody was able to break into his house. And what happened? Did anyone get fired because of that?
Nope.
There were individuals who have been reassigned.
Reassigned. What other steps have taken? What I'm seeing is what other incidents have occurred other than Jake Sullivan? Was there an issue with the Secret Service agent and Vice President Harris?
I would not call that a security incident.
Well, it seems to me, you have security lapses with President Trump. You have security lapses with
Jake Sullivan. You have issues with your personnel related to Vice President Kamala Harris. There seems to be a repeated theme here. Would you not agree with that?
I think that we are talking about separate categories of incidents.
Well, I would disagree with that. I mean, I think there's a repeated theme when you've got protectees and you're not upholding your core mission. Let me ask you something else. Does the Secret Service routinely record communications between and amongst detail?
Radio communications?
Any communication?
Email communications are captured, as well as text messages, and then depending on the detail, radio communications are recorded.
Does the Secret Service have recorded communications from the July 13th event?
We do not have radio communications from that day.
But you have text messages?
We do have emails and text messages.
Emails, okay, great. Does the head of the Trump detail or someone else embedded in this detail have command decision-making authority, or do they need to seek authorization from someone outside that detail?
The head of the detail has the decision-making authority for things that are necessary for that detail.
Is that standard for protection details?
Yes, it is.
Let me ask you something. During campaign events, is it common for the Secret Service to utilize other agencies?
Yes, it is.
What other agencies would be providing assistance to the Secret Service?
There are a number of other agencies that provide assistance to the Secret Service during campaigns. We utilize personnel from the Department of Homeland Security. We utilize personnel from the Department of Defense, and we utilize local law enforcement partners.
Are you on the same radios? Do you provide the radios to all the assets that are taking part in protection of an event?
We provide radios to the personnel from the Department of Homeland Security that are assisting us.
But not local law enforcement?
Local law enforcement is working on their own radios.
Are you on the same frequency?
We ensure that we have counterparts in the security room, and so the local law enforcement will place one of their personnel in the security room with our personnel so that we have interoperability communications.
Let me ask you something just about the timeline, because I think it's really interesting that we can't nail that down.
Michael Conco, good to see you, brother.
Not the timeline seemed to come before a subpoena in front of Congress. Was Mr. Crooks observed at the AGR building prior to the shooting?
He was observed on the grounds outside of our perimeter prior to the shooting.
At approximately what time was that? You don't have to give me the specific minute, but at approximately what time was that?
I believe it was about 45 minutes or so prior to.
Did the sniper team take a photo of Mr. Crooks?
The local team did, yes.
So it was a local team and not a Secret Service sniper?
That took the photo.
Okay. And did he relay that photo to Central Command?
Again, it's an active ongoing investigation, so I want to make sure that I'm factual with the route that photo took and who that was disseminated to and when.
What time did when did Mr. Crooks' status go from a suspicion, a person that was under suspicion, to a threat? When did that happen? And maybe not even a specific time, Director Cheadle. Maybe a certain event that happened that transformed him from a person of suspicion to a threat. When did that happen?
To the best of my knowledge, based on what I have been told thus far, it's approximately 5 minutes to where individuals relayed that there was an incident being worked at the 3 o'clock of the president.
So that was, but it was before the shots were fired? That
is correct, but again, it was not phrased as a threat. It was just that something was being worked.
Yeah, but my question is, when did he become, when did he transform from suspicion to threat? Because they're treated very differently. People can be suspicious, but they're not a threat until a certain point in time. So when did that happen?
I believe that it was seconds before the gunfire started.
Seconds. My gosh, we actually have a few questions that we got answered today. Listen, I'm going to wrap up here, Mr. Chairman, but here is the frustration that people have. The buck stops with you. You've said that yourself. But the problem in Washington, D.C., it is the only town in America that you can be so bad at your job that you actually get a promotion or don't get fired. You have not been able to answer the number of agents, whether or not requests were denied on additional security, whether or not law enforcement were able to engage before the shooting with the assassin, how he got on the roof, how the rifle got on the roof. You can't tell us how many shots he fired, whether the casings were recovered. You can't tell us anything about his cell phone. You can't tell us whether the rally was supposed to be postponed, given the intelligence that you were receiving. You can't tell us whether the car had a bomb. You can't even tell us his motive. And the American people are incredibly distrustful because it has taken 9 days to even get a scintilla of evidence out of you. Maybe if I was CNN or ABC or NBC, I would have gotten much more thorough and accurate information. But we have not received that in a subpoenaed hearing in front of this Congress. That is why the American people are frustrated. And I know the bipartisan calls on this committee and all across this country that you should resign, or maybe when the president wakes up from his nap, he can fire you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Luna from Florida.
Director Sheetal, can you please give me the names of the individuals who are in charge of your conduct for the rally?
I'm not going to release names.
Can you give me the titles? And how many individuals?
No,
Nothing?
we had a full advance team that was responsible for advancing
How many
the site.
people are the final approval authority?
There are a number of people
Can
that
you give me a
are
number?
engaged in approving
Can you
the
give
plan.
me a number?
No, I do not have a firm number.
Can you just confirm whether or not, I understand this is an open investigation, but in order to dispel conspiracy theories, have you guys been able to subpoena the shooter's Discord records, or has the FBI, to your knowledge?
I believe that the FBI is working on those.
Okay. Is it factual to say that you have not ruled out that the shooter was working with other people or persons?
Again, the FBI is conducting the criminal investigation into
Can
the
you,
shooter.
at least in an effort to dispel conspiracy theories, can you confirm or deny that?
At this time, we do not have that there were any other people engaged.
Do you believe he's acting alone?
I do.
Have you been made aware of multiple eyewitness reporting that there was a second shooter on a water tower?
I do not have any information related to any second shooter.
Okay, the reason I asked that is because according to testimony from multiple witnesses, they did report that. And again, to my understanding, there were over 40 sniper teams that were briefed by the Butler ESU. And I want to make sure that people are aware, if you're saying that there's not another shooter, that we are able to clear that information, because from this whole entire briefing, it doesn't seem like much information has been able to get out to the American people. So I'm trying to dispel rumors, as I'm sure you understand. Was it true that Secret Service was present at the Butler ESU briefing?
There was a briefing between the computer sniper team that were working on the ground.
Present?
Yes, knowledge.
Okay, I want to read you a report from people that seem to be throwing you under the bus and stated that they were in attendance and that Secret Service was not in attendance at the security briefing, according to individuals with knowledge, to also include that the building where the shooter Thomas Matthew Crooks was located was actually not a part of their security perimeter for that. So there was not Secret Service present. It seems as though that when you were asked earlier from Rep. Kristen Worthy about whether or not Secret Service was aware of a threat, you had said no, they were unaware of a threat. And yet, according to communications, again, from law enforcement that were in some of these group chats, they actually had reported that Secret Service was made aware of a threat at around 5:59 p.m. as a part of the command, including Secret Service, aware of messages and requests about information about the suspect's location. Can you please tell me if you have knowledge of that at all?
Again, I think we're conflating the difference between the term threat and suspicious.
But you guys did have knowledge at 5:59 p.m. according to those group chats, did you not?
Of a suspicious individual.
Okay. Chairman, in my opinion, according to some of the testimony today, I feel that you have perjured yourself in some instances, and so I'm going to ask for a full review of the transcripts by staff, and if you find that to be the case, I do ask that you bring perjury charges against the
Brilliant.
director.
Thank you.
I will say this, it is very frustrating, and I've talked to my colleagues, and we've said it to your face, that you've been up here basically stonewalling our ability to get the answers to the American people.
Yes.
And what I will also say is that every single member of Congress does not feel safe with you in charge. You've heard that, and I think that we are all sitting ducks with you in directing the Secret Service currently. But more importantly, it sends a message to our adversaries that we are not protected. and we are one of the strongest countries in the world. So you have essentially made us a less safe country because of it. As a result of that, I'm asking you to formally step down. I share my same opinions as my Democrat colleagues. And I also think that your efforts to bring forward a full investigation and report in 60 days is unacceptable. And as a result of that, I'm going to do everything in my legislative toolkit to ensure that that happens sooner rather than later. And I'm sure that you know that we brought a vote on inherent contempt against Garland for essentially blocking a congressional investigation, and I don't think that you should be any different. So I will say that I am just completely disgusted by your performance today, and I understand that you're probably in a position where you're being told not to testify, which is why we had to subpoena you. I think that goes back to Garland. But again, that is part of the flushing that we need to get out of Washington, and I would be happy to assist in that process. Chairman, I yield the rest of my time.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Langworthy from New York.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate you bringing this hearing forward with subpoena. Director, yesterday I made the decision to get my car and drive to Butler, Pennsylvania in preparation for this moment and asking you questions about the events of the assassination attempt on President Trump's life. I've done several presidential events in prior in my career, and I wanted to see this site with my own two eyes because I don't believe the video footage tells the whole story or looking at things on a diagram. And I was absolutely appalled when I went to the site, when I saw the fact that I could have stood on the roof of that building, the AGR building, and hit that podium with a 9. And the fact that that was not included in the perimeter is a complete dereliction of the duty of the U.S. Secret Service. I mean, there are very few rooftops that needed to be secured, and the fact that Secret Service, as they were putting a site plan in place, did not think it was necessary to man those rooftops, you have completely walked away from your duties. You had one job, and that's to protect the future President of the United States, or to protect all of the other protectees. And President Trump is only here today by God's grace because he had just something in him that made him turn his head just slightly, or we would be in a national period of mourning right now. And you have done nothing here today. I've rewritten these questions like 4 times during your hearing, and you haven't answered a damn one of them. You haven't given any information. You have hidden behind this FBI investigation, and I think you should be ashamed of yourself because you have brought more shame to your agency than I think that the assassination attempt has at this point. This is literally the worst performance I have ever seen in front of a congressional hearing. You have offered no reason for this committee, this body, or the American people to trust you or the Secret Service today. And you should resign. You have said that you put new security measures in place after the assassination attempt. Can you tell us what those are? Because the American people want to know that you're taking real corrective measures. But today you pointed to an investigation. Investigation or not, you still have a job to do with a zero-fail mission. But so far, there's been absolutely no...
I may lose reception. We have a severe thunderstorm moving in.
Not one person's been put on a desk. Meanwhile, we've got the most contentious of elections in our nation's history. And protectees...
Yeah, I got thunderstorms too.
Because of incompetent leadership. Not the agents. The agents piled on President Trump to protect his life. Those are heroes. But the administrators running your agency, they're not right now. They're not doing their jobs. And you certainly aren't doing it. The most appalling part of Saturday's events is the countless opportunities that Secret Service had to stop Crooks before he even got on the roof. At 3 o'clock, Crooks raised suspicion by entering the rally with a rangefinder. At 5:45, a cop with the Beaver County Emergency Services Unit saw Crooks eyeballing the roof at the AGR International Building. And then at 5:55, Secret Service was warned of a suspicious person and identifies Crooks as a threat. This was all before shots were fired 15 minutes later. Director, yes or no, did local law enforcement alert the Secret Service about Crooks' presence at the rally?
Yes, they did.
The shooter came to attention of law enforcement almost an hour before President Trump went on stage. Law enforcement alerted the Secret Service of the shooter. Over and over, you've said there's a difference between a suspicious individual and a threatening individual. Can you explain what the shooter needed to exemplify to be called a threat?
So I'm not clear as to what identified him as suspicious to the individuals who originally clarified him that way. For the Secret Service, for an individual to be determined to be a threat, that individual would have to be seen with a weapon or capable of doing some sort of harm to our protectees.
I mean, Director, an individual walking into a rally with a rangefinder, scoping out an unprotected rooftop, and he reportedly flew a drone over hours before. It sounds like a lot more than suspicious, especially at a presidential rally. Your operational lapses, your resource management, and poor judgment nearly resulted in the assassination of President Trump. I mean, the dereliction of duty here is just appalling. The fact that you haven't visited Butler it is just maddening to me. You're not taking this job seriously. Many people here have called for your resignation. I've introduced a resolution here to this body that hopefully will get a vote this week, calling on the president to fire you, ma'am. You have not done your job. You have put two black eyes on your agency, and you need to go. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes. George Cheadle, I just want to kind of get an idea of what you can answer, because outside of what the FBI is responsible for, you have full responsibility for the Department of Secret Service. So the question is, what is the mission? Who defines the mission?
Our mission of the Secret Service is to protect the president, the vice president, their immediate families, presidential candidates, the former presidents, and those by executive order. And we also have an investigative mission.
And those are well defined.
Yes.
Everyone within the agency understands the mission.
Yes, they do.
What about protocols and standards? Who defines the protocols and standards?
We have a number of protocols and policies in place for the various missions we have.
So would it be safe to say that you failed the mission, the ultimate mission?
I have stated repeatedly here today that there was a failure.
What about specific failures within protocols and guidelines within the agency?
Again, I am certain that the investigation that is being conducted internally, as well as the external investigation.
You said earlier in the hearing that there was either a communication, there's errors in communication or in operations. Could it be both? In both errors in operational decisions and errors in communications?
I think the investigation potentially could identify both.
So I want to talk about communications. Representative Boebert asked earlier about using encrypted apps that you said you have not used, I guess, Signal. Have you used any encrypted app to communicate from your personal device?
I do, on occasion, use encrypted apps to communicate.
So you use some form of an encrypted app to communicate with people within the federal government, with local law enforcement? Whom are you communicating with using encrypted apps?
Many times it's with colleagues and associates.
So you're communicating with colleagues on a personal device?
There are times that the Secret Service, when we work internationally with some of our partners, that they don't have the same texting capability.
Able to do that with your government issued device?
Recently, we have been able to install some of those apps on government devices.
Okay. Let's talk about some of the things that we can get access to. I'm actually shocked that you are using your personal device and encrypted communication tools. I think that might be the most shocking thing that I've heard today. I didn't expect for you to say that. This committee has requested multiple documents. This is not, under the purview of the FBI. This is under your purview. We requested a complete list of all law enforcement personnel, including Secret Service, Department of Homeland Security, local law enforcement, with the roles of protecting the president. And we requested that for us to receive that by July 18th. Did you provide that?
I believe that our agency is in the process of collecting all documents.
So you have not provided it. How long does it take to determine who the personnel were that were on site?
We are collecting a comprehensive list of all the documents that have been requested.
also requested all the audio and video recordings that your agency, not the FBI, but your agency has in possession related to the event. Did we receive those? Have you provided those at all?
We are in the process of collecting all documentation requested.
You're in the process, but you have not. Any memorandums or any internal communications related to the event? We requested that you provide that. Have you provided any of that?
We are in the process of collecting the information that has been requested.
Okay. So, when can we expect to receive these documents? How long does it take to determine who was on site, who was being employed to be there to protect the former president? When can we expect that? How many days does it take to provide that information?
We want to make sure that we have a comprehensive accounting of all of the documents that were engaged in that day, and we will make them available as soon as possible. I
think transparency is the key here. It's shocking to me that we are communicating in a encrypted app to colleagues. I'm almost certain that violates some federal laws.
I would like to clarify, you didn't ask me whether my communications were government work related or whether they were personally related.
You're communicating with colleagues.
I don't communicate government business with colleagues on a personal device. I communicate on my work device.
Are you using an encrypted device?
I'm not.
No encrypted apps?
No, I do not.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair, that's Mr. Waltz from Florida.
Hi, Carmelo's. It's about that time, but I better head off. But it was great. Yeah. It's great seeing you, bro.
All right, thank you.
All right, I'll catch you later. And Ariel, all right, catch you later, man.
It looks like the hearing's finished, right? We're just going to get all these bullshitters.
Yep, it's the same thing over and over.
Oh, I know, right?
Thanks, Inferno, for joining us, bro.
Oh, sure, anytime. Yeah, anytime, brother. All right, all right, everybody in chat, they're Freddie. All right, so take care, y'all.
Yeah, man.
All right, take care, y'all.
Yeah. Mama Bear, I did read that in the chat.
I'm on the phone right now. I just got a phone call, but yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I got a phone call, so I'll be right with you.
All right. Hi, Ariel. What's going on, bro?
I'm trying to do some stuff over here, and I just lost everything I had. I got a little thunderstorm outside too.
Oh, I fucking hate that, man. A bit of a weird one today, right?
Yeah.
I think.
I sent you some pictures. I don't know if you saw them.
I'm scared to check my emails, man. I'm getting like 250 emails every day.
I sent them over there in the
Okay, there you go. I've got your emails.
in the vigilante media over there. I sent it over there.
Let me just send some links out. Got some email requests. Sorry, guys. I was sharing. I can't share and read the emails at the same time. But if you guys let me know that I have an email to check,
yeah,
that might help. So I've sent 1, 2, 3 links. Who wants to join? Can jump up. Alright. I'm going to play a tune and then I'm going to go toilet. Be back in a minute.
Wake up in the morning light, Mellow's feeling alright. Sunshine through the window bright, everything just feeling tight. 420 clock is ticking down. Melo's ready in this town. Light it up and pass it around. Peace and love just found a sound. Grabs his paper rolls and ice. Twist it up, no need for ice. Inhale deep and feel the rise. Oh, oh. Eyes red but it's no surprise. Oh, 420 clock is ticking down. Meadow's ready in this town. Light it up and pass it around. Peace and love just found a sound. Clouds forming in the air. Mellows without a care. Laughter fills everywhere. Feel the freedom everywhere. Afternoon fades to the night. Stars above, they shine so bright. Mellow's heart, it feels so light. Oh, oh, everything just feels so right. Afternoon fades to the night. Stars above, they shine so bright. Yeah. Mellow's heart, it feels so light. Oh, oh, everything just feels so right. Oh, 420 clock is ticking down. Mellow's ready in this town. Light it up and pass it around. Peace and love just found a sound. Yeah. Peace and love just found a sound.
Welcome back, Jenny.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm cool.
Around the world, or was it a lot easier today?
No. You sent me to Bermuda. You sent me to St. Martin. You sent me to Russia, and God knows where. I end up in a foreign country that I had no idea where was on, and I started cursing in a foreign language, and eventually I gave up.
Well, the good news is you managed to learn a foreign language.
Okay. Hello, Mama Bear, everybody on the page.
Don't you ever say I never teach you anything.
No, you didn't. You teaching yourself some bullshit, but you just teaching me nonsense.
You can imagine if you was a porn bomber right now, you'd be fuming, right?
I know. I would put my little finger.
I would put my porn bomb this motherfucker when he won't let me give me a link on the panel, make it easy for me to come and porn. How am I going to form? I'm just going to have let's do some brainstorming, guys. Let's just come up with some ways that we could help them maybe get around the problem of having to go around the world.
Well, at least you gave me a break because I did not have to pick up all of these strange languages, inbox and websites and all of that stuff.
Oh, more websites are coming out of my ears.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
New
Please.
GGA website, right? It's Crispy website. I put the links in the chat. There's one I'm actually working on at the moment for Bannerman.
Well, thank you to Notbox.
Yeah, we got to rebuild some of the old websites as well. Revamp them. So over the next few months, we've got
Okay. I'll just keep going old fashioned because I was like trying to log on to Rumble, Skinskino. Like, who the F is that? I mean, come on.
Oh, do you not use Rumble? Huh?
No.
Rumble is like YouTube, only they're not so strict. You know.
Just like
Never heard of the bug. Hi, Ariel. How are you, sweetheart?
How you doing, Johnny?
Bless you, darling.
So like with YouTube, people in the know can actually make malicious false claims on your channel and have your channel, damaged. Take your channel down, have a strike. They know all the dirty tricks to play, even if they're false, right? It doesn't stop them from doing that, and it doesn't because they understand the algorithm and they know how to play the game. They can damage your channel. Even if you haven't done a single fucking thing, they will take your channel down.
I know. So there you go. Why I don't want to open my YouTube channel.
There you go. Perfect reason why you
I told you. I'm
shouldn't
not gonna
do
open it. And I'm getting my Facebook channel is reopened. Oh shit! But only specifically for one person. And I hope other people are not gonna try to. If they're on her page, and I hope they're not gonna try to stroll and stalk me, just to get at me because they're doing that. But
just because you're associated with me, Jenny, unfortunately,
I know, but it's not.
The truth is, the same people I'm talking about, they attacked you from day one anyway. So it's not like you're a stranger to being attacked by these people.
Yeah, exactly.
And because you don't have a channel, right?
Exactly. The thing is, I don't have a channel where they can go and, tag it. If I had a channel open, they would have.
If you had a channel, Jenny, unfortunately, I would have probably made it a little bit more difficult for you because I wouldn't have wanted you to be.
Listen,
it wouldn't have been a personal. It wouldn't have been a personal decision. It would have been a strategic position. So I wouldn't put you in a position to be either manipulated by people or be used or attacked because of me. So I would have made it more difficult for you to come up here, just like I have.
I don't care. I still think when I wasn't here yesterday, I said to you something from the beginning. You made a stupid decision for some
It probably was a stupid decision, but
but you can fix it.
Game.
But you fix it. I think you fix it by you telling them they can log on to.
I didn't change anything. That was my decision. That was the play that I made. And the truth is, I've been considering, making changes anyway. But they just forced me to do it sooner than I.
Yeah, but I still think, like I said to you, yes, it's you still need to do. You need to do face recognitions and voice.
Well, I sent you an email with the link in it. Unless they've hacked your email or you give it to somebody else,
Right.
No one's going to get that link, right?
All right. Okay. Perfect. All right. Perfect. So I'm glad you read my link because I was.
Yeah, I've been checking it. You see, the thing is, if you guys are sending me emails, right, and you want me to check them, you need to let me know because I might not check them. I get like 250 emails easily every day.
You see, I told you, that's going to be a hard job for you. That in itself is going to be a hard job for you because if your
I skim through them. Any important ones I read.
So as long as you know the ones that you already have and you can skim through, There's get there. If you need to, you can write me a certain word in the background, what I can say. I already have my word. Anyway, thank you for finally getting me on the page. I accept it. I appreciate you guys. Ariel, Mama Bear, and who else am I reading? Yeah, it's just the four of us. The people in the background, I cannot see who you are, but I will extend my greetings to you in the chats. Blessings. Yeah, you guys were listening to something for a long time, man. And I was watching it in between and logging off and checking my own private stuff. I'm trying to go from Android to iPhone, still not working out. But I was listening to the conversation for it seemed like it went on for hours. So I'm going to ask a question. So is that the investigation on the threat of Trump's life? Are they doing the investigation?
That was a show. Just a show that they're investigating, and they shouted at someone just to make out as if they're all fucking for the, they're all a bunch of fucking hypocrites, lying bastards, fucking dirty fucking cunts.
Okay, but did you not see when I was with you the other day on live? Was it yesterday? I'm on holidays. Time change for me. I don't give a F when I'm on holidays. So I don't know, what day is it? Is it Monday or Tuesday?
Monday
But
here. I don't know about over
it's
there.
Monday. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ariel. Because when I'm on holidays, I lose track of time. That's the best thing you can do. Just forget. And if you're supposed to go back on work, it always starts back on work on a Monday, sometimes to the Tuesday or Wednesday. If you happen to miss that day when you're supposed to show up at work and your boss man calls you in, you just have to say, "Oh, chef, I slept in. I apologize," and go to work and just be a humble person. Yeah. So that's what I normally do. But we were sharing a song yesterday, Melo, and that song it shared like there was you guys shared a song with Trump when he was at a stage, and immediately in the background was fire his opponent, and in that moment the shots was fired. Did I not tell you guys that was the sign for the person to fire a shot, and it was all faked, or it was all exposed, or it was all whatever it was? It was in that moment they gave the sign to shoot but not to kill. It's all demonstrated. And realize that you can go back and play that song with the video where we talked about it, we laughed about it, where it said fire what's his name, that dement guy opposite Trump, the president right now in America?
Biden.
Although he's resigned they forced him to resign, didn't they?
Oh, he's resigned.
Yes.
Oh, so is she gonna take his position, or are they gonna demonstrate?
There's going to be a new election. He's going to be standing there until the election. But in the meantime, Kamala Harris is in charge. She's
in charge now.
It seems to be. But I think they kind of did it by force. I don't think he wanted to go. I think they forced him out.
I think they forced him. He had to anyway. He had to because
He had to
I
go,
saw.
man.
I think he had to because the guy is. He's. I don't know if he's. I
He's
don't
ready
know
to jump
accused
in the
yet.
grave, man. He's, you know.
Yeah, he need to. I definitely think he needed to because I saw a
Imagine,
video of
right?
him.
Can you imagine,
Hello,
right?
Jenny.
We're in a
Hello,
state of
Mama Bear. Hello.
I'm sorry, I'm on hold with the phone my cellular phone company.
Oh, good
Sorry,
luck with that.
I've only been fighting with them for 2 weeks.
Bastards.
Is she? I understood phone company. Are you fighting with your
Yeah,
phone company?
she's trying to get in touch with them. She's on hold.
Okay.
I finally got. They finally. Well, they supposedly fixed it. But I don't think it's fixed because I just lost all my internet service again.
Wow.
Well, you've been going through according to what you were sharing with us, Mama Bear, you've been going through the storms, and it takes a while, you know. It takes a while. So all I can tell you is be patient because I'm dealing with my own phone company as well. They overcharging me. Right now I have a bill of 200 and something. When I call them, they told me it's less than that. So I'm just waiting for them to send a new bill. But you're going through a different situation with storms and stuff like that. So
Oh no,
just
I'm
look out.
paying for service I'm not receiving.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
And I just had 5G again on my iPad, and within 5 minutes I lost it.
Yeah.
They can hit my iPad, it'll work for a couple minutes, and then I lose it again.
Yeah.
And I'm at the point of totally pissed off, and I'm thoroughly pissed at this point of I pay for a service I don't get.
Exactly. Can I
And
may I ask you a question? May I ask you a question if I may?
go ahead.
Do you have any other provider that can provide you the internet service?
I have my home internet, but the thing of it is I pay for a service when I lose my internet, home internet, when the storms hit. I can't get.
Right.
And a month ago, I had it. I paid off my iPad, and it's funny that a month ago I paid off my iPad, and now all of a sudden I don't have service, and I paid off my iPad.
Right.
Now, how
But
come
is
all of a
that
sudden my iPad is paid off? I have no service. This month my phone is paid off. Am I no longer going to have service on my phone? Isn't that interesting? You pay something off, and you no longer have service on it.
Right.
And
but my question is you. My question to you is
in my
that
area,
the one
where my
provider?
area is, Verizon isn't very reliable.
Okay.
I
Do you
have
have
an
another
AT&T.
provider?
I have an AT&T tower right next to my house. I have AT&T. I get 5G on my phone. I should have 5G on my iPad.
Right.
The
Are they
tower is
providing
right
to
next
you?
to the tower is right next to my house. I should be able to have 5G on my iPad.
Okay.
I had a month ago on my iPad. Why isn't I not have the 5G on my iPad that I had a month ago? The only difference is now my iPad is paid off.
Yeah.
Somebody's playing games.
Okay, so my question to you, and I don't
Tomorrow
think you've answered.
I'm going to the AT&T store tomorrow with my iPad and say, fix it.
Right, perfect. Perfect. Change provider. If you can get a better provider, change that.
Jenny, it's
Yes,
not going
I'm
to make a
listening to you.
difference changing providers when their tower sits here and there isn't another tower within 30-mile radius of my home. My brother has Verizon. My brother has Verizon, and he doesn't have as good a service as I do. And he's a mile from my house.
Okay.
He's a mile from my house. I have better service than he does with AT&T.
Than he does. So, apparently, you tell me you only have 2 services that are not servicing you well.
Right. I have better service with AT&T than my brother does with Verizon.
Then you threaten them and you stop paying and you threaten them and you tell them until they give you better service, then you're gonna pay them. That's what I did. That's what I did.
So
that's what I did to company. I said if you not give me service and if you're charging me so much, I'm not gonna pay you. And I stopped paying. And they lowered my bill. And they gave me an option. They gave me an option where I could have cheaper
the
deals.
option here in the United States is they shut your service off.
Because according to you, where you live, it's like a small little village which they depend on you for your service. They depend on your little penny to keep them going. So if you threaten them and say, listen, if you're not going to give me a good service, now I cannot blame them because of the weather conditions. So I understand that. But if they're overcharging you or if they're not giving you a proper service for what you're paying for, you can threaten them and you can tell them you're going to go to the next service, which is to your brothers, which is giving you less service. But if you're going to change to your brothers, they're going to reconsider because they have less option. And they have to better sorry, excuse me. They have to better service their customers, which is the few that they have if they want to survive. The next thing you can do is maybe get an antenna which can self-provide you and you can steal from their antennas to provide to your house. Would it be a fraud? It's public. It's public. Once they put out something open in public, and you can put out an antenna that can suck from their antenna to your antenna to give you
You will
provision.
not get any service. Jenny, you can't get service with an antenna. I live in a valley. You get nothing.
Well, there you go. There you go. Get an antenna that can suck
Jenny,
from their antenna to
you
provide to
get
you.
nothing with it. Jenny, you get nothing with an antenna where I live.
Well, you live in the deepest of the forest, man. Listen, I grew up from a country that lived deep in the forest, and they were getting with the little antenna, just with a radio, just with a normal radio, and they extended it with a cable, with just like a normal cable, added to the antenna and just put it out and extend it out in the air, and they were capturing the FMN and different radio stations via radio.
I'll be right back. They're calling me back. Hold on.
Thank you. Okay.
Let's play one of your songs, Jenny.
Sorry.
Play one of your songs. You know, BNC done some support, done some songs with that poem that you sent yesterday.
BNC, bless him. Thank you. I know you told me he's done some. I don't have. Does he have a channel or something? I could log on to him to thank him personally.
Soon he will
Okay.
have a new channel and everything else with it.
Okay, but thank him.
He's in the chat. You can
advance.
thank him yourself.
Okay.
Like say a prayer, we may never depart. Yes, we know if we stop, we may stray. So catch me before I fall. Like we never know what life brings at all. Tonight, today is ours, as we ache for love, chained as one. Like we always knew, it was the real thing. Something special as we climax to the fury of love, lost in our own time. Step into the world outside, deeper I fall to you. Grasp for air, joy sounds it clings, passions and emotions, this is the day the Lord has made. Like we never know what life brings at all. Tonight, today is ours, as we ache for love, chained as one. Like when emotions talk their own languages, a human touch. Word is beyond the form, only the touch of burning desires to heal the pains. As we come as one, I'm chained to your melody. Like we never know what life brings at all. Tonight, today is ours, as we ache for love, chained as one. The real thing, something special as we climax to the fury of love, lost in our own time. Step into the world outside, deeper I fall to you. Grasp for air, stir sounds it clings, passions and emotions, it's the day the Lord has made. Like we'll heal the pains as we come as one. I'm chained to your melody. Like we never know what life brings at all. Tonight, today is ours, as we ache for love, chained as one. Like say a prayer, we may never depart. Yes, we know if we stop, we may stray. So catch me before I fall. Like we never know what life brings at all. Tonight, today is ours, as we ache for love, shame. was the real thing. Something special as we climax to the fury of love, lost in our own tide. Drifting to the world outside, deeper I fall to you. Grasp for airs, joy sounds, it clings. Passion, emotions, this is the day the Lord has made. Like we never know what life brings at all. Tonight, today is ours, as we ache for love, change is one. Fragment emotions, hearts, their own languages, a human touch, wordless beyond the form. Only the touch of burning desires can heal the pains. As we come as one, I'm chained to your melody. Like we never know what life brings at all. Tonight, today is ours, as we ache for love, chained as one.
Oh, fuck. I did not realize you. That was me?
Jenny, you know what I want you to do? I want you to, if you can, take some really high definition profile photos. You know, make yourself pretty. You know, like
no.
Yeah, take some photos, and then I'm gonna make an album cover.
No.
Because we've got more than enough songs to make.
No, I'm not going to do that. No, I'm not going to do that.
What do you mean you're not going to do that? Don't make me go and clip your face and use a really shitty, low resolution image of you.
All of those low pictures that've been copy pasting of me and stuff like that.
No. I don't want to. I want you to go and get me a nice profile picture of you, right? So I can use that for the album cover. I also want to use it for the book as well.
Wait a minute. Are you really doing that book?
Yeah, haven't you seen it?
I had a better idea. Let's think about that while we're on the book. Let's forget about the book. The book is already destroyed. Forget about the book. The book is
just started.
It's destroyed. Actually, where the fucking book is at? Hang on a sec. Let me see. I'm gonna.
It's destroyed. That's why
It's
we're
destroyed.
gonna remake
I'm
it.
going to. I know they're going to take a picture of me because they are looking in the background. They're looking in the background, so that I know.
No, I don't want you to do it here. I want you to go and take a picture of you. Nice, pretty picture.
No.
Email it
I
to me
don't
so I
want
can
to
use
do
it for the
that.
cover. Yeah.
I don't want to do that. Shit, the book is falling apart. I wanted to show you how fallen the book is apart.
That's why we're making it again. Brand new book. We'll fix the errors. We'll fix. We'll make some new images. Don't worry. Brand new book on its way.
No, you don't have to fix the errors. And I know you trying to do something beautiful for me, and I really appreciate it.
It's not just for you, Jenny. It is for you, but it's not just for you.
No, it's the book is you don't. The page is. I'm actually holding the. Let me see if I can. I'm going to try to put myself on cam, and just to show you something. Okay.
Yes,
You could.
yes. I know you're going to show me the
I
book is
hate to.
falling apart or the pages are
I
falling
hate
out.
to do that. I hate to do that because I know they're looking and they like to copy my picture, make me look ugly. But hang on a sec. Hang on a sec. Let me just go and turn on my living room light so you can see me better. Better.
Jenny crazy.
Okay.
You understand
Okay.
what I need, Ariel, do you?
Yeah.
Okay. So where am I? I am on chat.
On Earth, somewhere in the Milky Way.
Maybe.
So hang on a sec. Let me see that.
Maybe out of
Hey,
this galaxy.
But you also could be on flat world, right? An
Okay.
endless world that just goes on forever
Infinite flat
and
Earth. That's right.
surrounded by a wall of
Someone
ice.
come. Okay.
There you go.
So
That's what we
hello
would do. I
to.
would take a picture like that with
No,
your phone because
no,
this
you
is like
cannot take a picture of that.
this is a high.
No.
This is just high. This is low resolution. If you take a picture of yourself like that and send it to me, I'll put it in the book. Yeah, you see the book's falling apart, man. There you go.
That's the book. It's fallen apart.
Yeah.
And basically, this is the pages that. Oops. Oh, sorry.
This is not the first rodeo, Jenny. I had
Pages
somebody hand me
trying to.
thousands of pages to try and help them
Yeah.
put together a book.
No, but no, don't do that. I have a better idea. I'm gonna log off because I don't want the trolls to capture me in a bad highlight and they want to make me look ugly that I am. I'm ugly person outside, but a beautiful person inside. So hello everybody.
Yeah,
While you see me, I'm gonna go back and log off my cam.
Jenny looking kind of stacked there.
Sorry?
How tall are you, Jenny?
I would
How
guess.
tall I am?
I would
Is that
guess
gonna make a difference?
5'3", 5'4". No, shorter.
I'm 5'6".
Ah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm 5'6". Yeah, so I can beat somebody if I have to. If I really
What
have
would
to,
you do to
I really
Chris
have
if
to
you
fight physically. Anybody who threatens me, I can beat them. I just have to know how. I don't go to them in the first.
What would you do to
round.
Chris if you could?
Sorry?
What would you do to Chris if you could? If you had the chance?
I would. Oh! Look, listen. I would just say, I love you, sweetheart. I love you so much. Oh, I love you. I love you, sweetheart. I love you, my boo-boo. I love you so much.
He hates
I
that.
love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. And that just melts him down until he realized that, and then, yeah. Stop that.
Then he gives up.
Stop that, Melody. He just wants that. He just wants the
attention.
He just wants the. No, the I don't know how you say. In English, he wants the affiliation.
I have no idea what you're saying.
I don't know. I don't know. It's like when somebody wants your love and attention, the affiliation. I don't know how you say it in English anymore. Something with affiliation in the end, like it's the attention of love.
Affection.
No, affection, yes, but something else. There's something
You
else.
definitely need something else, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, please let's not accuse him on your page. We don't want to bring him over here.
Accuse him of what? Being a narcissist.
You
already knows.
No, I don't want to do that. I'm sorry. I don't want to reach. But
crying out loud, it's infatuation.
That's it. There.
No, Grim. How you doing, bro?
What
Right.
did Grim say?
Infatuation.
Infatuation.
Yes, that's it. Thank you, Grim. That's it.
Right. I'm
Yes.
going now. Ta-ra.
Okay.
You could have typed it. You could have typed it in the chat.
That was funny.
Just pop in and he pops out again. That's Grim. Beautiful. Well,
Grim's always
whatever
listening, Jenny. Grim's
whatever
always listening.
influation, intuition, whatever it is, I gave it to him, and he's still not getting it because he wants more from me. So I think I have to work hard on it and giving it to him. But Mello, I had another idea.
Go, shoot. Give me your ideas.
I had another idea, and to all of you guys that are doing the beautiful music out there, BNC. I hope I don't say it wrong. BNC and Schwag and anybody that doing music beautiful out there. You guys are great inspirations. Let the music out, because I think that's what we need in today's life. No, I don't want to sound like a grandmother. My nose, my phone is hanging down my nose. I begin to see trouble. So, Mello, here was my thought. Somebody's come. Let him back. Let him back.
Get him, dog.
Get him. Get him. Did
Go,
he hear
dog,
my
get him.
voice?
Yeah.
Did he hear my voice?
Yeah, I think
Mello.
that's a girl, Mello.
I'm more concerned with the door outside, because I've got the main communal door outside my front door. So anybody that walks into the block has to walk past my door, and every time it makes a noise when it opens and closes.
No, Mello, that's a stupid excuse. He heard my voice, so he doesn't like me. So he knows. He knows that I'm coming to. There he goes again. He heard my voice.
He's half expecting somebody at the door. You see.
Exactly. He knows what's going on. Tell him.
And check
Tell
on
him
me.
I mean you no harm.
They'll come
Tell
out
him
and they'll
I mean
hear
you
that
no
door.
harm.
The door. And because she's
Such a beautiful
expecting
dog.
somebody to come and knock on the door, she just jumps.
Such a beautiful dog. Yeah. But Mello, to bring my thought forward, I was thinking, instead of making it out of a book, why don't we make it out of a CD?
CD?
Yeah.
I don't understand.
Like I don't know, like the music is
Yeah, the
plastic
music
on.
is going to be made. I'm going to turn them into albums. But we don't do CDs anymore, Jenny.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
CDs,
Okay.
the CDs went with the Betamax.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not. You see, I'm
Everything's
not.
digital now, Jenny. Everything's in the cloud.
The music, the albums.
Yes, iCloud. That's crazy. Everything
The
is in
music
the
we'll make.
iCloud.
We'll release them. We'll release them properly. We'll get a proper content ID for them, and
But I was thinking, you know what I say CD? Because I was thinking like you can still go into certain places and buy CDs or buy albums with the music, and then you have in the packet the song stories. So that's what I was thinking. Like if we can still go back, retrace back, put the music, put it on where everybody can, because everybody wants to sell over the internet. But if you can put it out in a market where somebody can go and actually buy it and go home and play it on their stereo or something, or in their, like a normal device.
yeah,
And
most music today is uploaded to things like Spotify and SoundCloud and places like that. Nobody does CDs. The only companies that do CDs are the big, giant companies, and they make CDs and send them out to all these different places to sell them. But for us to print out and produce CDs and sell them no one's going to buy them for the stock because we're unknown, right? We would have to give them to people, and in the hope that they might sell them and then give us the money. And it's just a long, long thing. You're better off just going through SoundCloud,
Well,
through
not give them out to people. You
Spotify,
give
Apple
samples. You
TV.
give samples. Not just give them out. You give samples, and hopefully they would come back to your
This is what I'm saying.
to
Nobody
your.
buys CDs anymore. The only people that produce CDs are the big corporations, and they sell them to, like the big
Right.
stores and stuff. But
Well,
nobody
go to
makes
the
Everybody goes
independence.
and buy. Yeah, everything is through Apple Play or
Apple Play,
Spotify.
Apple Play and what
Spotify.
they Apple Play and
I have
yeah.
what's the other
But
one
if
called that I have? I got another one there. Something music. It's Amazon. They got their own.
Amazon Music, Amazon has got music.
Yeah, of course.
Oh,
And with Amazon, you can do your CDs. You see, with Amazon, you can print
So
under
right through them, yeah.
your CD. You wouldn't have to produce CDs. You just, upload your content to it, and when somebody buys a CD, they print it and send it.
Yeah.
It's the same with the
I
book.
knew-
Self-publish. When somebody buys your book, they'll print it and send it. They won't just
Right.
have.
But you have to do it to a company that you trust. For example, like you say, Amazon or something.
Well, with music, it's different. With music, you have to register. There's several steps that you have to do. I'm still learning at the moment, but you have to register yourself as a musician, as an artist, or a publisher, with one of these PROs, public performance. What they do is they calculate. They give you like a content ID, for instance, for every track that you make, and anytime this track is uploaded or used, it's identified by its ID, and then you get paid basically. So they'll count how many times your music was used, wherever it was used, in a movie, on a TV show, in an advert, and they'll calculate the royalties, and you'll get paid for whatever whatever's used. So normally you would go and register yourself and your music before you release the stuff, because it kind of you might end up losing out some money. For instance, if you come out with a really good track and then you release it before you register it, and you might end up losing a whole bunch of money, basically. The royalties.
But I don't care about that.
The track goes
I
out,
don't.
first heard. That's when it gets the most views, right, and the most listens. So if everyone's heard it already, then you kind of lost out on all those royalties that you could have earned. Does that make sense?
I don't care about that, man. I've seen.
I know you don't, but if I'm going to do this, I'm going to end up, because it's not just your music, right? There's other people's music that I've got.
Right.
Like DNC, he's sent me a whole bunch of music that he's entrusted with me, and I've already released them out on the public domain by playing them on the live. I know he doesn't mind.
I give it to you.
But if he has intentions of monetizing that music, then I'm not doing him any favors by playing it before he's had a chance to do it properly and set it up properly. Do you know what I mean? So,
but
if we're going to do this properly, and we're going to continue to do this, over the next course of the year or two, then we should study and learn what we're doing and do it properly.
Listen, I'm just
That's
happy. Can I say something? If it's my last word that I say before I die on earth, I'm just happy that you are, and I think I've said it before, that you're turning my words into a beautiful song, and that people are loving it. People can dance to it. The songs are different. They come in different moods. The last song that I sent to you last night went really, really, really deep. So I don't know how you want to deal with that one. But the orders are coming. Some of them are really, when I tell you, really, really deep. They're deep. Some of them I will not share with you because they are privately to me. But I am just happy that you are turning my words into a song, and they are words that people can listen to, because it's not even the beat. If you just turn off the sound of music, and you just put it like in a poetical form where just the words are spoken, it many people will go deep into that. I think many of us, we forget about the words and we go into the lyrics because of the jam of the music, and oh, it's vibrant, we can dance to it. But a lot of us forget the words behind the music. I think that's what most of my poems were. They were depths in depths. Some of them were light written and just for fun and stuff like that. But I think every songwriter, when he or she writes something, they went in the depths of their soul to portray something, to bring out into this world that they were trying to share with other human beings in their time of space, in their basement, in their enclosure, in their darkness, or in their light. They wanted to share some words of positivity, negativity, enjoyment, laughter, love, peace, calm, worthy, whatever. And I think most of the time my words, I went very deep, and I went lovingly, and I came back up. So that's what I shared with you. So what are you doing with them? I so appreciate them, and I I don't know how much to thank you, Melo, on your page. I honestly don't. Take the music, take the words that I share with you, do something with it. My son has the book. My son has the book. He can do whatever gave it to him. When I die, he can, if he chooses to do something with it, he can. If he doesn't, it, it doesn't matter to me. But you are, in the words that I'm sharing with you and my poems, you're doing something with it. So if I die tomorrow, at least there's something of me out there. So I appreciate you. Thank you. That's all I can say right now. Okay?
Appreciate you.
Is that okay for you?
Of course.
No, I
You see,
appreciate
one
you.
of the skills that I don't know whether you've realized, one of the skills that I actually possess is being able to make something out of nothing. You know, I'll conjure an idea out of thin air. When I don't do it, it's not something. You know, it's I do it. I do it by accident. You know, I don't mind the ideas, where I share them, and who I share them with. I gift those ideas to people most of the time. So, like, when somebody comes at me with, some, energy, whatever that energy is, a positive energy, I have the ability to amplify it, if you like. You know, if you come at me with good intentions and and good vibes and good energy, I will uplift that and multiply it by 10. But if you come at me with negative vibes and negative energy, again, I will magnify that.
Yep.
Give it back to you.
But you already know, even on the other side, it was positive vibes.
Yeah,
You
yeah. I
already
mean, this
know
is
that.
why we're sitting here
For a long
talking right
time.
now.
You try to tell me you were the first person I would kick in the butt when you told me I was a troll, knowing exactly who you know were the trolls. But let's not go there. But anyway, I'm just I humble myself to all of this. I really do. I humble myself to all of this. I don't have to be on a page to be known. I can go on other pages and be known. My name is all over the place. That's why I had to change my name to become something discreet, you know? But when I share something, and I've done it on my Facebook page, I had to shut down my Facebook page because it was just becoming too much. I want to reopen it for somebody very special, and I'm going to name her for Josephine. I only open my page, my Facebook page, not even for my family. My family members, Jenny, where are you? But I know I have them on WhatsApp So why the F you asking about me on Facebook when you know you've got me on WhatsApp? You know what I'm saying? So I only reopened my page, Facebook page, and I'm saying it publicly for Josephine only. And the first time that I did that, somebody write me, somebody logged in 2018. Hey, Jenny, what's up? Blah, blah, blah. And then he asked me for a code, which is the same code that I'm trying to feed on to change from Android to iPhone, having problems with. He blocked me. So I realized, you know what? I don't have to reopen my page and go and deal with that stuff. Block me for what? So I don't want to go into depths of anything. Emotions open. We talk about stuff. Mellows, I send you the songs. You do whatever you want to do with it. Like I told you from the beginning, I gift it to you. If you make monies from it, sell it or send it or do something good out of it for people who are unable. I don't know. In your
I will make you
country,
one promise, Jenny. This is a promise. I guarantee that if I make any money out of it, I will definitely use it to help someone with it. And it won't be to help myself.
thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's all because
And I
I
just
mean,
hope that I help the right person that actually needs help.
you're
And
right.
not
I
use.
hope so. I honestly hope so. I
I'm
honestly hope
grateful.
so. That's my wish. I don't want to make monies out of it. I'm gifting it to you. Every song that I send to you in private, I send it with love and kind regards. You know that. And some of them are really bad. I mean, when it comes to the one that I sent to you, you can see it. You can see where I breathe, and you read it. You get to read what I sent to you, not you just sharing part of what I send to when you send out the music, but you get to read all of the poems. You get to fully read it in its in depths. Some of them are short and some of them are long. Some of them are going to be long if I send them to you. Some of them are going to be like personal, but I don't think I want to send that to you. When I say personal, it's not I don't trust you, but they're doxing. And just like you want to protect yourself, you don't trust me entirely because because I'm on a group where I got to know you. So you can have your doubts about me. It's okay. I agree with that.
I don't have my doubts about you. I don't think what you or some of the others didn't understand my logic.
No,
What I
we
did is
understand your logic.
I don't
No,
think you do. I
we
don't
got
think you
it.
do.
No, we got it. I just don't have don't have my channel open. But you could still consider me a trap for you because I'm a fan of TPP, and I will if they
No,
open a
it's not that.
panel.
It's not that. I don't want to put you or anybody else in a position where people who want
It's
to
not
hurt
for
me.
you to
Let me speak,
do.
Jim, right?
Okay,
I don't
sorry.
want to put you or anybody else in a position where people who want to hurt me will either try to manipulate you or try to hurt you to get at me. So basically, I just removed that equation. I removed that issue. So now they can't use these people to hurt me. They can't attack these people to hurt me. I've literally moved them out, taken them off the fucking playing field, out of harm's way. They're not going to be no collateral damage here. I've already had too many collateral damage, and I don't want any more. Right? If they're going to come at me, they're going to come at me, and they're not going to come at me through you or anybody else. Does that make sense?
That it makes sense, but it's not gonna stop them if they really want to hurt you.
They're going to keep coming, of course. I know this.
So
This
there
is
you
why I
go.
make.
So there you go.
Yeah,
So there
this
you
is
go.
why I made this move, because now with these extra layers, these extra obstacles, it makes it
So
that
you
much
did.
difficult for them to come and fuck with me. I don't want to be sitting here on guard and ready for attack and start shouting at people every day and like they do on TPP.
Like the gun. Like when I
I
used
want
to
a
play with
chilled out show. I want a mellow show, chilled out. Everyone's cool.
yeah,
Everyone has decent conversation. We can have our disagreements. We can have our fucking, but chill, right? Entertainment. Like I
yeah.
said many times before, I've got my daughter tuning into this show, right? I don't want to show my ass off, right, and embarrass myself.
Well, I showed your ass
Producing-
off the other day. You've been my
I don't
lord, my
want,
lord.
I don't want to produce a total shit show that would embarrass. And I'd be embarrassed to show my father, who's tunes in every now and then. Do you know what I mean? My father's like 80 something. I don't really want to have him stressing out over the bullshit that comes to me on this panel. He's like, what the fuck's going on? I don't want to have to sit there and don't worry, Dad. I don't want that sort of show. I want him to create a
I get
nice,
it.
positive
Mellow, I
vibes.
get it. Mellow, I
Yeah,
get it. Even my son said to me, "Are you still on this panel?" Well, not on your
yeah.
panel. And
I don't
are
want
you
him
still on
stressing
this
out.
panel? And I get it. But you know what? It's okay. I get you. I am
I've
with
got a lot
you.
of respect.
I support you, and I support all auditors out there that I think are bringing up
Oh
something
God, I'm
positive.
gonna be sick. I was looking for a
Did we
bucket, but I can't find one.
did we wake up Grim? Hi, Grim.
No, I've been listening to you for the last 5 minutes. For crying out loud.
Yeah, it's crap, right? Isn't it? It's just boring
No,
shit. It's crap.
no,
It's
it's like
crap.
it's feelings. I'm seeing a side of Tomellos that I'm not sure whether I like.
Oh shit. Mellow, you gotta get back to your tyrannical state. Get back to your tyrannical state.
Listen, bro.
Oh damn.
I ain't in the mood for, arguing with people and shit. You know what I mean? I don't want to do that shit.
None of us want to do that shit because when you look at the world,
This is
the
my
world
world
is
here. This is my show. This is my world. If I can't control
right.
my show, my
Right.
world, right, and I'm going to allow people to come into my world and fuck with me and turn my world upside down, then,
Right.
do you understand what I'm saying? This is my world here. This channel,
Right.
this is my creation, right? I decide whether I end this stream right now or not. Do you understand? And while
All
I'm
right,
doing
my
it,
lord. All right, my lord. Let's
I will enjoy time while I'm here, right? Because when I'm not enjoying my time, I don't want to be here, right?
Right.
So that's why I've done this, because it eliminates all that shit. I can chill out. I don't have to worry about my getting stabbed in the back. I don't want to, have to spy on people to see if they're fucking. I don't give a fuck what they do outside this panel. My focus is here. I don't care what other people do. I don't want people to send me videos of, oh, this person said this person that said, oh, this person's this person. I don't give a fuck. I don't want to know nothing about what happens over there. I don't care about that. Maybe every now and then, throw a little comment to shit, but that's just because I'm pissed with them. Do you know what I mean?
Okay,
The pathetic
so
shit that they do, the constant attacks every day, the false reports and the false fucking claims and the bullshit fucking porn attacks. I don't want nothing to do with those fuckers, right? They're sick. They're narcissistic, sick fuckers. I want nothing to do with them, right?
Can I share a story? I had a story today. Can I share that to make you happy, make you laugh?
Oh, please, anything but this, drivel.
Damn, it's
Told
not
you, the
easy
real
stuff.
tyrants here.
Nothing tyrannical, but let me see if I can make it beautiful. So I'm walking home, and I decided I need to go to the shopping center to pick up a few things. They're doing a whole demolition on the street where I live, all the way up to my home, up on the hills. They're always doing something in the street. So I'm walking to the shopping center, which I know I can get the cheapest bottle of water, and I've got to carry it. And I need to check and see what's new on the latest meat, cheap. So I'm walking towards that shopping center, and I see a young girl out in the street, and she's screaming like, "Fire, fire! There's smoke coming out from my entrance to my door, and her window is open." And I'm like, "What?" And without even thinking, I pushed the door open, and this smoke just engulfed me. I inhaled it, and I said, "What the fuck? That's not smoke. That's something different." So I closed the door back, and she's screaming. She's calling for, well, not 911. I forgot our emergency, but she's calling them, and
122.
and I'm screaming out in the open, "Anybody up there? Anybody up there? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Anybody up there?" So I kick open the door again, and I just keep my face away from the smoke, and I letting the smoke out, and it's just coming, and I'm screaming, "Anybody? Can you hear me? Hello, hello." And there's no answer. So the young lady said, "Close the door." So I closed the door, and we're waiting. And then suddenly I heard a voice from upstairs, a faint voice. So I kick open the bottom door again. I'm screaming because we want to know if it's a fire, because it's starting from the entrance to the house going up. So I kick it again, and I'm screaming, "Anybody, can you hear me?" And then eventually somebody pops out the head, and who the fuck it is? Somebody that I know. I'm saying to her, "Are you okay?" She said, "Yeah." I said, "Do you have fire in your apartment?" She says, "No." I said, "What's going on?" She said, "Somebody sprayed the how you call that, the fire extinguisher."
Extinguisher.
Extinguisher.
Yeah, the fire extinguisher. Yeah. So he sprayed that, and he left moments before me came along, and the girl who was living downstairs came along. So that was what we were getting. So anyway, she called emergency. Another few persons that were walking by called emergency. The girl upstairs in the apartment called emergency, and they came in like what, within seconds. The police came first. Then by the time I left her to go and get what I was searching for, by the time I came back, the firemen were there. There were 3 of them, which I was not expecting. The air of the distinguisher had already enlarged. So what they were gonna do was look into the apartment to see for any damages. The young lady that I met that was calling, she said to me prior to that she had a lung infection a week ago, so she was constantly coughing and coughing and coughing. So one of the police officers, when they arrived and see that everybody was okay, they went and they got a bottle of water. I said to her, "Take a sip, drink, and just throw some of it on your face," which she did, you know. Eventually, when I left, she kind of hugged me and said to me, "Thank you for just standing around and staying around and being with her," and stuff like that, which was kind of great in a sense, because when you get in a situation like that, you don't think. Men in that motion that was going on, with the smoke that was going on, neighbors that was next door, they did not give a fuck. One neighbor was saying to me, "Oh, there's no fight, so there's no need for all that police to show up and ambulance." I know this guy is an ignorant person. His only main thing was get the entrance free, that people can walk past and forth. But it was such experience to stop and help somebody in an emergency like this, because you don't know if the building is gonna catch fire. If it was a fire, the girl that I saw in the window, I knew her. The neighbor from downstairs, you know. Sorry, Graham.
I was just saying, you only call the people only call the fire brigade to see them in all uniform. Apparently, they wouldn't like that.
I mean, they showed up in numbers. I mean, 3 of them. I've never seen that.
Enormous. Were they enormous?
3 firemen.
And I was just thinking, because when they showed up, they did not need that many persons, because I could hear on the cops, they were like 2 of them, a man and a woman. They showed up within moments I was there. I cannot even tell you. From the time that I showed up and trying to help this woman, the cops were there like in 5 minutes. I could hear the sirens. And when they came, they made sure the situation was safe, everybody was okay. And they were so great. But they kept in their telecom, they were saying, okay, it's not a fire, because they were getting information from us. They said, it's not a fire. It looks like a fire was turned off, and it's just the extinguisher, the smoke that is coming out from the apartment. And they made sure that the people living in the apartment was safe, that the woman, was safe. The only person in the upper part was safe. The people that were living in front of the apartment, they made sure that they were safe and everything was good. They asked even the bystander that were there, are you safe? Do you need medical help? We said no. And except for that one young girl was coughing, they called medical help for her. But they made sure the situation was safe, but in a calm, cool, and collective. See, they did not say like, okay, get out of here, 10 feet away, go, you don't belong here. Nothing to that, nothing like that. You know? And then when all of the other 1, 2, 3 fire trucks showed up, by the time I left the situation, went to do the shopping, and came back and just walked away. Yeah. It was just, I wish I could have video. I wish I could have videotaped it, but
I was going to say, why didn't you?
My phone was trying to date with Android, or my Android was trying to date with iPhone. I've been trying to connect them.
Well, that's never going to work. You know why?
That's never going to work, right? I kind of realized.
Yeah, but you know why? Do you know why? An Android's like a woman that only talks to itself.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's a lot of mad cows around.
Yeah. Well, whatever. I'm trying to work these bastards together. It's not working.
The thing is, though, Apple phones are mad, you know. Not only does it talk to itself, but it answers itself back.
Yep.
Nobody ever listens.
But doesn't Android do the same? Yes, Ariel.
You can't pair an Apple. You understand?
I can't pair an Apple with Android.
You can't have a pair of an Apple, mate.
There's a joke in there. But you can't pair an Apple. There's a joke in there. But yeah,
I know.
They're 2 different systems. They're not going to work together.
I'm going to make that fucking happen. I'm going to make that fucking happen. That these two
it's
join
never
together.
going to happen.
I'm going to make it happen.
I'm sorry, but you can't have an apple. You can't have an apple pie and pear. It doesn't work.
It doesn't work.
Contrary to popular belief, you can't have apples and oranges in the same basket. Either.
Right.
But listen. Why can't we have? Listen. Why can we blend orange juice with apple juice and grapefruit and pear and ananas and we can drink that?
Because
it's sour.
You can't listen.
Because what?
Can you have?
It doesn't work.
Yeah. Can you have a baby with a monkey? No, because you're different, right? Same thing with the Apple and the
No,
Android.
you cannot have a
Completely.
baby with a monkey. That's different area. But they are electronics. They're combined somehow, selling us
Yeah,
the
as an
same,
Okay,
example.
selling us the same shit, right?
Let me put it this way. Let me put it this way. You can't have aerial and Purcell in the same wash at the same time.
Right.
They will
don't work.
fight.
They don't
They
work
don't
together.
work.
So what's the worst?
And that's
What's
why
the worst they can do?
Android
What's the worst
will
they
make
can do?
friends.
It's a different language.
Android will make friends with anybody. It's very social, whether it be a Windows, Linux, or whatever. But you give it an Apple,
Yeah.
right, machine of any description, and Apple will fight and kick and scream, and they're just like cops, basically.
Okay, I'm gonna fix that. I'm gonna get that fixed. Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna get that fixed.
Hello, Mama Bear.
Hello. How are you, Grim?
Hello.
I was doing all right, but I couldn't find a bucket to throw up in, so I thought that would be.
Hey, Summer. How are you, Summer?
Hello, Summer.
What's going
Wherever
on,
you
Summer?
may be.
So I was at
I
the
have my phone, my iPad fixed.
Nice.
We'll see how
Why
long
was
it
it?
lasts.
Are you trying to pair it with an Android?
No.
Yeah, Mama Bear, you can't do that. That's why it don't work.
No.
That's why they're asking for the iOS. They're asking for the iOS. And they're giving me the code. They're giving me
They
the
gave me
code
a
to
supervisor. They gave me a
Oh, that was
supervisor.
nice for you. What was the supervisor like?
They spoke English.
Nice.
Yeah, it's like calling a fire brigade out to a non-essential fire.
They spoke English.
Well, it's more than you get on here.
They spoke
You mean?
English.
Hang on a second. You mean they spoke American to you?
Yeah. No, a couple of them I couldn't even understand. I mean, I can.
There's another joke there, but I won't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The one I couldn't even understand. I can't understand what you're saying. I mean, could not understand at all.
Well, turn your hearing aids up. It does help. And don't ask for subtitles because it doesn't work on the phone. Now, you're lucky because if you got me as a supervisor, I'd have said, well, listen, you have one of two choices. Like it or bugger off to where else.
Yep.
So
I am the tyrant.
I got X running. I got YouTube running, and I have 5 different platforms running on my iPad at the same time, and they are all running. And I do not have my home internet connected to it, and everything is running.
In the opposite direction to each other.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So Nancy Pelosi has endorsed Harris.
Who?
As for president. To run for
Harris.
president.
Oh,
Yeah.
Nancy. Right.
Pelosi.
That's the vice president. Yeah, but they've invoked. Yeah.
She has
What were you
endorsed.
saying earlier on? Well, I did say earlier. Quite amusing to see Trump versus a female. Considering the way that he talks about females, you think I'm bad? He's worse. He goes out on rallies and says that a woman's place is next to the washing machine.
Harris trails Donald Trump by 4.7 in the polls.
That's not a lot. That's not a lot. Yeah.
She is being endorsed by a lot of people.
Yep. Well, let's face it, you can't do any worse job than Biden.
Yeah, at least she knows how to talk.
And she doesn't fall up as many stairs.
No, but that cackle can get anybody.
And she might even be able to remember what she's supposed to be talking about.
1,000 pledged delegates have told AP or announced they plan to support Harris at the convention.
Not only will she be,
which is over half of the pledged delegates she needs to clinch the nomination.
Well, here's the thing for you. She might be the first woman's president, but she might be the shortest woman's president. What is she, 4'6.5"?
Is that how tall she is?
I don't know.
That's the height of a midget.
Hey, you leave the dwarfs alone. They work very hard over the Christmas season, unlike her.
I think anything 4'6" and under is considered a little person.
Did Jenny drop or did someone put her in the back?
Oh no, I just switched levels.
I fell out. Sorry, I fell out. I'm back now. Thank you. That happens when my phone is charging, and if I make like a little movement and it falls out, then it kicks me off. It kicks me off entirely everything that I'm on live. So that's what happened.
What you on, an Android or an Apple?
I'm still kicking with the Android. I want to get to the Apple.
What, you want to downgrade?
Sorry?
You want to downgrade?
Yeah.
No, I don't want to downgrade, but the thing is, I want to do a great project coming in the next couple of days, and I think the new iPhone will give me the extension of a long battery extent, whereas the Android gives me less ability with the battery.
Do you know why it has a longer battery life?
I've been to the shop and the guy said to me, forget about it. Doesn't make sense buying a longer battery. You might as well throw away the phone and buy a new one. So,
yeah, but the thing is, it uses that many apps and that many spying things on it, right?
Right.
To protect you.
I don't.
That's
I don't.
why.
Basically.
No. I'm talking about the Apple mobile.
Oh, the
It
Apple.
spies on you so much. It's worse than Google because it ring fences you, and it goes, there's another bug.
Okay. Well, if it doesn't happen that within the next day or so that I can move my data from Android to iPhone and we're still on here, so I'll just go along with what we've been doing and just make sure that I have extra battery charges to keep me going and show you guys what I want to show you guys, because I've got something in surprise for you guys coming up in the next couple of days.
Whoa. This is a family show.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
Just remember, it's a family show.
Ariel, how do you know that? Ariel, how do you know that?
Listen, the channel's trying to stay up, not go back
Yeah.
down.
Ariel, God bless you. Thank you.
And you're not getting married, are you? You want to record it and show us?
Well, if Grim is not giving me babies and marry me off on the channel, no, I'm not getting married.
There's only one guy that can give you babies. He's right next
Hello.
to you. Look up.
Actually, no. Wait a minute.
Thank
He's
you,
right
Grim, for
above you.
stopping that. Hello. No.
There you go. Now he's right next to you. Now he's
Thank
right
you.
next to you.
No. Ariel, I like your thoughts, but don't make it cloud you.
Well, I can't have babies, so I'm not worried.
Even better.
Even better for Mama Bear,
Even
Don't
better.
make Mama Bear jealous. She'll come roaring at you like a crazy
No, I
lion.
just put Mama Bear in the middle of you two.
I can't have babies, so I don't worry about it.
You guys are also.
Crying.
If any babies that God come on this panel, it's not from me. I swear to God, it's not from me.
It's not for me. I can't have.
If
Yeah, but
any
there's no reason why you can't adopt.
Sorry?
Well, saying to Mama Bear, there's no reason why she can't adopt.
Well, there you go, but who knows? We're all adopted anyway on this panel in some way. When you come on this panel, you're adopted to this panel. And we're making ourselves family on this panel.
Oh no, actually, can I just correct you before I go? And I've got to say this sincerely. You're not adopted. You're given a certificate of insanity.
I've got great grandchildren. Great nieces and nephews. I gotta correct that. And I enjoyed spoiling them yesterday. And when they got cranky because they were hungry, and
you threw them at McDonald's.
Yep.
I handed them back to Mom and Dad.
There you go.
That's the way to do it.
That's the good part about that, Mama Bear.
Yep. And the great ones were walking around and they were thirsty, so I went right over to the juice that was sugar and gave it to them.
Yep.
And they had candies on the table, and when they wanted it, Auntie opened it up and handed it to them.
That's all right.
So they had sugar high, they had a bouncy house, and they had a pool for the kids. And Auntie, you can go in it. Here you go. Have fun.
Good for them. Yep. Have fun, because you ain't sleeping in my house tonight. I don't care.
Not my problem.
Yep.
Not my problem.
Yep.
What you do is you turn around and say, "That's for all the times when you were younger." So that's what I said to my son. I filled my darling little grandchild up with lots of chocolate. She was as hyper as they come. She needed changing, and I handed her back to her parents. And then said, "See ya."
Good morning, Anne-Marie. How are you?
Hey, Anne-Marie.
Anne-Marie, I can read Anne-Marie.
That's the fun thing about being an auntie. You can spoil them rotten and send them home.
Yep.
And being a grandfather.
Yep.
Works
Are you
well.
Are you granddad? Are you granddad?
I'm a grandfather,
Grandfather. He's a grandfather.
and I've got a granddaughter. I've got a
You got a
granddaughter as
granddaughter.
well.
Okay, all right, that's cool.
That whole family collects
I've got a
souls.
grim son. I got a grim son.
My grandson was there yesterday,
My
and
son.
I spoiled him
My
rotten
son.
yesterday and sent him home.
There you go. My son turned grim today. Actually, he actually officially turned grim today. Oh, it's beautiful.
Let
Thank
me know when
goodness.
you're funny.
Yesterday was my daughter's 25th anniversary.
Nice.
She's been married 25 years.
Thank God for that. I thought
Yeah.
it was something else. Right, I'm going to go. I've been up since 1 o'clock. Yes, well, this morning. So I shall see you later, no doubt. I think Mellows will
It's
probably
late on
spin
your
another
end,
live up.
Grim. It's
It
still
is when you
early. It's still early.
hang on. Whoa, it is now nearly 10 o'clock where you are. If you'd been up since 2 in the morning, you would know
Of
what
course
it's
I
like to be
have.
up a long time.
Of course I have.
Yeah.
Yes, I have.
You've just go to sleep like everybody else. Me, I'm too busy to do things.
I will lie in between. I had a couple of naps. Yeah, so okay. Okay, all right. I'll excuse
Actually,
you.
Anne-Marie, you are so correct. I am grim 11 months of the year. For the 12th month, I'm not known as Bad Santa. I'm known as Jacob Marley. Because
None of you grims.
I never turned nice like my partner,
None of
Scrooge.
you grims. You don't even know what
And
grims is. I have to look up the word
and if
grims.
and if you think that Mellows is nice, he is once a year in December. God, and then I hate him. The rest of the time he's all right.
Jenny, you don't know what a Grim Reaper is? When you die, that guy that comes to get you and take your soul, that's the Grim Reaper. You're talking to him. So be nice.
I know
He's
when it
not
is.
a Grim Reaper. They're all lovely. Grim Reaper is worse than the Grudge, the Grinch.
He's a Grim Reaper. He can snatch
No,
you up
they're
anytime
not.
he wants.
They're worse than, if that's what they call a Grinch or Grim, then sorry, you guys need to come better than that.
No, you're getting confused with the Grinch, which is American.
I know.
Right?
Oh,
And Scrooge, which came from Charles Dickens. Charles Dickens also explained the Ghost of Christmas Past, which was Jacob, his partner, who never was nice to anybody, and much respect to him, he's still in his chains. Whereas Mellows, compared to me, he's a pussycat.
Mellow,
Yeah. Support.
Gotta be a
Yeah,
dick.
you can have a party. When I go, I'll just hit this button here. It says end stream. Oops. It is a bit early for that. Hey, it's be safe before I go. Late and buzzard.
May I say something before you go, Grim? May I say
Only
something?
if you have to. Go on.
May I?
No, you may not. We'll carry on. I'm not going to stop you.
You're both pussycat when it comes to being tyrants, and thank you for being that because we appreciate you. Have a pleasant evening, my dear friend. Take care. Over and out for now.
Unlike some people from the panels, you haven't got on my nerves yet.
Well, you're not gotten on your nerves. All
All
right.
right.
Take care. Have a great
Take care.
evening. Pleasant
Bye.
evening to you. Bless you. Bye bye. Take care.
Bye.
Bye bye.
And just like that, he's gone.
And just like that, he's gone. But you guys were showing something earlier today, and like I was trying to say before, I put all of my emotions and the book and everything and the fire stuff. You guys, yesterday, when they shared up that video and it said fire, that was the mark to get this man down. So coming back to a political position, if you guys want to talk about politics, or if you don't want to, we can talk about something else. But basically, that was staged. It was all programmed. The sun was put up to fire, and that's exactly when they fired. And Trump is still alive. Not many people want it to be that way. I definitely do not want to let it be that way, because I don't think you need to kill somebody to get them out in a position. But
That's the one you were talking about, Ariel.
Hold on. What I sent you?
Yeah,
No, I sent you some news, a whole bunch of new stuff.
I know, but that's when you sent me the other day.
Yeah. I don't know why you put in like a blonde bear, and then that's what it makes.
That one shocked me.
Yeah.
Like, wow.
Oh, listen, I sent you the ones. I sent you the ones that I can send you. I didn't send you all of them. Some of them, the boobs were out. Just saying.
You sending her, Ariel? You sending her boobs out?
No,
What's going
the
on
AI.
with that
The
girl?
AI makes it. The AI makes it. Just makes it that way.
Okay.
I
But
can
can
tell
you
it
not?
to do it, but I didn't tell it to do it.
But
It
Mama
just-
Bear should be able to play that on video, what you're sharing with her, if it's
No,
possible.
I sent her a picture. She's got the pictures.
Okay. All right. So how was everybody's day today, except for me telling you my exciting story
I like
about
that
the
one.
burning?
You see her, a bear. There it is.
I see that pistol. Oh, Mama Bear is well armed.
Oh yeah,
Oh, that's
Mama Bear don't play.
that's.
She's a
I mean,
tyrant. You know, she's also a tyrant and cute at the same time.
she's more than a tyrant, man.
What's up, B-Say?
I don't even want to say the name. Oh, Mama Bear, you well geared up, man. I know you get up on me the other day. I was shocked by it. I was like, what the fuck is going on?
You see the boxing ones, Mama Bear?
Jenny Miller. Hey, Basie. Basie just wrote.
Hey, B-Say.
B-Say.
B-Say or Basie? I don't know if I say it wrong.
B-Say.
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 B-Say. Hi, B-Say. Greetings to you, man.
Yes, Mama Bear's the tiger. Play song.
Mama Bear, so strong by our side. Oh, in the morning, giving love with each stride. Oh, she protects us, keeps us safe and warm. In her embrace, we weather the storm. Mama Bear, always there when we cry. Oh, with her love, lifting spirits high. Oh, she watches over with a gentle smile. Her compassion makes it all worthwhile. Oh, Mama Bear, she cares all the time. Her love's a rhythm, a perfect rhyme. Oh, she brings us news with a touch so kind. In her embrace we always find. Mama Bear, every day she fights. Oh, for our dreams makes the dark so bright. Oh, she's the hero, the one who stands tall. In her arms we never fall. Mama Bear, every word so wise. Oh, tells the stories, opens up the skies. With her care we can touch the stars. Her love takes us near or far. Mama Bear, she cares all the time. Her love's a rhythm, a perfect rhyme, perfect rhyme. She brings us news with a touch so kind. In her embrace we always find. Her love takes us near or far. Mama Bear, every word so wise. Oh, tells the stories, opens up the skies. With her care we can touch the stars. Her love takes us near or far. Oh, Mama Bear, she cares all the time. Her love's a rhythm, a perfect rhyme, perfect rhyme. She brings us news with a touch so kind. In her embrace we always find.
Yes, I like that.
I absolutely love that. That's a new version of Mama Bear.
Yep. Yes, it
I
is.
love it. Yes, it is. I absolutely love it. Who is the producer?
Mellows or Support. I believe Support wrote that one.
Yeah, I think Support wrote that one. Yep.
All right.
Oh,
Thanks, Mello. Because I know BNC. I know BNC does also great stuff. I'm not sure. I get confused.
That's
That
Support. Yeah.
that's so okay.
BNC is Support. That's the same guy.
Okay. So thanks to Mellows for this great. The guy's doing a great job, man. The guy's doing a flipping great job.
Mellows, are you around? Or do you go to sleep?
I think
He falls asleep sometimes. Or he's deep
Think
into
he's what?
question.
I'm still here. I'm just talking to myself, muted up.
Oh.
How can you be talking to yourself when you've got people talking to you?
Well, I'm muted. I'm talking to you, but you can't hear me.
Because we got 45 minutes before we start a new stream.
Yeah, we can start a new stream now. It doesn't have to be 10 hours. We can just make one now.
Because I don't want you to fall asleep and us not have to be able to. Because I can't do Rumble. I can't do Rumble.
I can do some of the others, but I can't do Rumble.
Stay up, girl. You gotta stay up.
Rumble.
Yep.
I can't do Rumble. I can do some of the others, but I can't do Rumble. I can do some of the others. But you know what? I can do this song for my mountain girl. My mountain girl. I know Northwoods is connected.
Just remember these words. Full fucking woo. Yeah, you heard it right. Full fucking woo. Shout it out day and night. Even when the chips are down, I'll walk through the hell with you. Just know you're not alone, 'cause I'm gonna stand by you. We are a team. Team woo fucking woo. That's right, you heard me, and I'll say it again. Woo fucking woo. Woo fucking. Some try to tune it out, 'cause they don't wanna bother. But as our family grows bigger, it just gets even louder. Part of the team. Team woo fucking woo. I ain't scared, I ain't gonna run. I'll still be here when the day is done. Shout it from the rooftop, shout it out strong. If you're happy or mad, woo fucking woo, you can't go wrong. New Hampshire Mountain Girl wants to say. Woo fucking woo. Shout it out, say it loud. Woo fucking woo. You heard. Woo fucking woo. You heard. We are a team woo fucking woo. You heard. We are a team woo fucking woo. You heard. We are a team woo fucking woo. That's right, you heard me, and I'll say it again. Woo fucking woo. You heard. Woo fucking woo. Shout it out, say it loud. Woo fucking woo. You heard. Shout it out, say it loud. You heard.
Yeah, little mountain girl.
Okay. I need to make a new live. Hang on.
I love this. I love them both. I love them. They're a cute couple. Separated or not, I love them both. The woo fucking woo. They're a beautiful couple. Who
didn't
made
realize
that song? Who made that song for them?
She did.
She did.
Yes.
Oh, she did. Beautiful. Big up to her, man. Woo fucking woo. Wow. You see?
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, you speak in German. You even speak German. Yeah. Mama Bear, you speak in German? Yeah.
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 Yeah, my son took
Yeah.
my son took
That's
German. My son
yeah,
took
there you
German
go.
in high school.
Yeah,
My son speaks German.
he does.
Yes,
Okay, cool for him. Does he
he
still
speaks
speak it?
German. He speaks German, French, German, Spanish, and English.
Good. Perfect. Isn't it nice to
Uh,
learn another language that you can understand, that you can communicate with the world, and you can better understand the world
well,
as a
his wife
human?
is from his wife is from El Salvador,
No, okay.
Sorry?
and he didn't have much choice about learning Spanish because his wife is from El Salvador, and all her family speaks. They speak
Spanish.
English and Spanish.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, my granddaughter speaks English, Spanish. She took Japanese and German.
Yeah.
Hey, Sarge, how are you? How are
Hey,
you
guys.
doing, Sarge?
You come get me? Is that what happened? You came to get me?
I'm going to drop the link in the back, guys, for the new panel. If you want to join us, you can join us. You're welcome.
Oh, I got a half hour out of it and I lost it.
It already crashed on you.
It crashed. It crashed.
Bastards.
New panel link is in the back.
All right, I'll grab it.
Well,
Anyway, everybody's getting a link. Melanie Lord, what have you been doing lately today? Did you go exposing yourself like I
No,
imagine you? Or
no,
did you put clothes on?
I don't do that.
I'm so sorry.
Love
I'm
you,
so sorry
Sarge.
about yesterday.
I'm
I'm
into
honestly
exposing
sorry. It's just I went into
myself.
your brains. You see why I told you? You see why I told the people I did not want to go into your brains. I did not want to go there. I did not want to go to your thoughts.
Sarge, we speak English over here, Sarge.
I think Sarge just said, "Where's the link?" You're gonna have to get it off Ariel. Man. Just give him the link.
Yeah, I can send it to him. I'll send it to him.
Real no brain there. We love you.
Yeah.
Ariel, if I may say, I don't want to pull the other string on the other end for me, but if I may say, in all good confession, you're a good person. You're a good
Thank
person.
you.
Thank you. Yeah, you're a good person. I see you.
You have the
You're humble.
Royal Jenny seal, Ariel.
You're a good
The seal
person.
of approval.
You're going to come up and join us on the next panel, Sarge?
I'm starting to search for ages.
Come up and join us, Sarge.
Sarge, if you go to the meeting room, I'll meet you over there. I'll give you that in the private over there in our meeting room.
Oh, good, Sarge. Come on up.
All right,
I miss you.
That's
I've been over on the panels and you've never there.
I'm gonna jump off here for a minute, and then I'll go to the other one once you start it.
Yeah, I'm gonna understand that, Ariel.
thank
Just
you.
jump on the next one.
I'll see you
next
over
week.
there. I already got it. Yep.
Cheers, bro.
All right. Will I still be able to watch that, or do I have to go and jump around the world and
Jenny,
find
he
it?
posted the link. He just posted the link in back chat.
I can see the link. I'm with you on panel. I don't see links. So it's up to one of you now to maybe send it to me privately that I can link
I'll
onto
send
it,
you
or I just
send you the new link Kenny. It's in the private chat at the back, but if you can't get
If I
to it,
do in the private chat, I'm going to fall out.
I'm going to end the live in a minute now. Anyway, we're going to go to the new
Okay,
panel.
all right.
So you're worried about falling off a panel that's going to end.
Okay, so it doesn't matter if we fall out. All right. Then I'll just hang on until you fall out.
Sure. Just remember
So
to
go to
click
the
on
back chat, get it,
Oh,
and meet us on the new panel.
yeah.
All right. That's up to Mello.
Okay.
Yeah, if you want to do that.
I want to do what you guys want to do. If you're gonna fall out,
well, leave it, Jenny. Go get it in
fall
the
out,
chat and meet us on the new panel.
I'll look up for the new panel, and I'll just register my name in private with Mellows. Is that okay?
I'm not sure what that is, but if you look in the private chat, you see where it says private chat?
Okay, hang on a sec. Private chat.
On the right, there's some icons.
Chat
Bottom one should
chat.
say private chat.
I'm like chat with everyone. No, I'm
Nope,
not seeing
bottom
nothing.
one.
No, I'm not seeing nothing. It's blocking me.
All right. What I'll do is I'll email you the link for the next panel, Jenny, just to make things easier. All right. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. We will be back up in about 10 minutes or so. I just need to set up the lives over on Rumble, Telegram, and the other places, and then we'll be up back in a few minutes.
Did you get me hooked up on it? Did you hook me up on it?
Yes, I have.
Yeah.
It is, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've done,
See you on the next one.
Multimedia, you and Twitch, and I'm going to do the Rumble and whatever because I can't do it now while we're live. So thank you, everybody, for tuning in. If you guys want to join us on the next one, see you in about 10 minutes.
Okay. See y'all on the next panel.
This is your emergency broadcast system. All civil unrest has gone global. All capital buildings and cities are under siege by the United States government to quell the domestic terrorist threat. All residents of urban neighborhoods and cities are being ordered to stay in their homes until the threats are eliminated. If you disobey orders, you could be shot on sight by rogue agents, federal forces, and domestic terrorist militias. This is your emergency broadcast system. This is a national alert. Imminent threat is nationwide. You must stay in sight of your homes or risk being shot on sight. The conspiracy is upon you. Your conspiracy friends were right all along. Now you must learn to survive. If you hear this, you are the resistance. This is your emergency broadcast system. End of broadcast.